This meeting is being recorded.
All right, if folks could take their seats, we'll get started on day 2.
Oh, yeah.
All right, welcome. Before we get started, I'll ask Executive Director Merrick Burden if he has any announcements. And also I'd like to welcome Dr. Dave Hansen to the table. He is here and he'll be seated shortly. So welcome, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. I do not have any observations or anything to add this morning, but if there are questions from anyone, I'd be happy to field them.
All right, I'm not seeing any hands. I guess we're all content. So we'll dive into salmon issues, and I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grolick, and welcome everyone. I'll look to Robin to start us off on the D3, identifying management objectives and preliminary definition of 2023 management alternatives. Robin.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. This is, as you said, Salmon Agenda Item D3. We're going to identify the management objectives and the preliminary definitions of the 2023 management alternatives. So using the Salmon Advisory Management recommendations as a base, which is the D3E Supplemental SAS Report 1, the Council should identify the range of management elements in the alternatives for public review, which includes the harvest ranges, the special restrictions, and the proposed season structure. The STT will collate the Council's identified management elements into coordinated coast-wide alternatives and provide to the Council for review. Additional action for the Council may be necessary as the management alternatives are developed, and the STT will provide adjusted management alternatives based on the Council guidance as this meeting progresses. It's anticipated that the Council will adopt for public review coast-wide management alternatives prior to the conclusion of this March 2023 meeting. Agenda Item D3, Attachment 1, provides guidance for developing and assessing the alternatives. And I do want to walk through that attachment with the Council as well. Any alternative considered for adoption that deviates from the objectives in the Pacific's Fishery Management Plan will require implementation by emergency rule. And if that appears to be necessary, the Council must clearly identify and justify the need for such action. And the criteria is established in both Attachment 2 and Attachment 3 under this agenda item. Before defining the alternatives, the Council should be briefed on any pertinent management constraints resulting from action by the Pacific Salmon Commission, action by the California Fish and Game Commission to set the allocation of the Klamath River Fall Chinook or Sacramento River Fall Chinook for the inside recreational fisheries, and NIMS constraints for stocks listed under the ESA. The Council may also want to consider recommendations for in-season action to modify fisheries that may open prior to May 16 of this year, as impacts accrued in these fisheries may affect opportunity for the upcoming summer fisheries. Additionally, under the Area 2A catch sharing plan for Pacific halibut, incidental halibut retention in the commercial salmon trawl fisheries is scheduled to begin April 1. The Council may discuss changes to halibut retention when considering the 2023 regulations for commercial salmon fisheries opening prior to May 16. And honestly, we covered that topic yesterday. So we do have the halibut topic taken care of. So your action under this agenda item is to use the SAS proposals and other agency and public input to define the basic management elements and alternatives for STT collation into the coast-wide management alternatives, and consider the need for in-season action to address the salmon fisheries prior to May 16, which I think NIMS and the states have had those discussions, and that will likely happen during the course of this week. So for your reference materials, as I've mentioned, you have 3 attachments under this agenda item. You have the supplemental SAS report, which is D3E, which has all of the alternatives under it. You also have a report from the PSC, and you have a report from NIMS. In addition, we have a supplemental Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and Tribal report, and a tribal report from the Colville tribe. And just scrolling through here, I think that is it for the management and advisory body material, but I would like to walk through attachment 1 just a bit to help kind of set the stage on what the job is here during these first few days of the March meeting relative to salmon. So the Council has provided guidance in this attachment for how to develop the alternatives as we move through March. And we have this in our packet every year, but I think this is a good year to walk through these items just so that they're at the front of our mind. So for the March management alternatives, the guidelines are to aid alternative assessment, the council urges pertinent agency and tribal managers to have the FRAM models ready to run no later than the first day of March. On the first day of the March meeting, the council should provide guidance to the allowable levels of impacts to the OCN coho and the priorities for the allocation of impacts on critical stocks like Klamath River, Fall Chinook, Columbia River tules, LCN coho, and Sac River Fall Chinook would also be on that list. Council staff can modify the alternative tables to ensure these objectives are clearly identified and addressed. And each time the council reviews the alternatives, it should confirm or amend its guidance on the objectives and priorities. Generally, alternative 1 should include the SAS's priority seasons and management measures. Alternatives 2 and 3 are used to show the seasons in which one group or the other gets more or less of its priorities to illustrate the effect of other management measures. So if you're going to change the bag limits in the recreational fisheries, things like that, or to follow different inside-outside allocations, like for the alternatives north of Falcon. The final adopted alternative should meet basic conservation requirements. SAS representatives should clearly identify their fishery priorities, be it season duration, bag limits, etc., and engage in negotiations as necessary to resolve conflicts among gear groups and areas to arrive at cohesive and coordinated alternatives. The SAS request assessment of the impacts off California include tables with data for all harvest cells, not just below Point Arena, California. Avoid adopting more than 3 alternatives. The council should attempt to identify all significant or new management measures that might be considered for final adoption. However, it is not necessary or possible to model each potential alternative. Many variations can simply be noted in the descriptions of the 3 alternatives. Additional alternatives or variations may be provided for council consideration during public comment period, which follows the March meeting. This period ends with completion of public comment on the tentative adoption of final management measures during the first day of the April council meeting. And then at the, at the April council meeting, the council has indicated that on the last day of the March meeting, it will determine the schedule for final adoption of the management measures at the April council meeting. And again, this is just an attachment that we always put into this packet under this agenda item. It is just guidance and hopefully a good pathway for particularly the SAS in drafting up their alternatives, but I did want to make sure everyone was aware that it was there and hope that it does provide some help as we move through this process. So with that, I think I have concluded my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin on her overview? Okay. With that, I'll turn to Phil Anderson for the Pacific Salmon Commission report. Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning. I did provide a written report this year from the Pacific Salmon Commission that I'll go through here in a moment. And while I am here presenting a report on the activities of the Pacific Salmon Commission, there's a number of people in the room that are key to the Commission's business. I'm going to just point out a few. I may miss a few, so if I miss you, I apologize. But Ms. Danny Evanson is not only a member of the CTC, but she's supports the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Commissioner, Doug Vincent Lang. Joe Oatman is a member of the Southern Panel. Kyle Addix is also on the Southern Panel, as is Butch Smith. Susan Bishop supports the Federal Commissioner, Mr. Scott Rumsey. And Christine Millette, I'm not sure if she's in the room, supports Rick Klump, the alternate commissioner from the state of Oregon. John Carey is a co-chairs for this Chinook Technical Committee. And there's a number of tribal folks here also who are very active and support including Rob Jones, that support the commission's activities. The commission has met twice since the Pacific Council met last November. This year, the commission held its postseason meeting the week of January 9th in Vancouver, British Columbia, and held its annual meeting the week of February 13th in Portland, Oregon. The commission meetings both included full participation from technical committees and panels. Among the many issues the full commission and U.S. section considered during their meetings, there were two that I wanted to call to the council's attention. The first is a procedural change in how an exploitation rate cap for coho salmon could be modified during the council's preseason management process. The Southern panel took on the task of developing a more clear and concise process in the event one party or the other wanted to pursue a change during the preseason process. The Southern panel recommended and the commission subsequently adopted a new procedure for addressing a proposed one-year change to an exploitation rate ceiling under Annex 4, Chapter 5, Paragraph 11B and C in certain circumstances. I incorporated or included an attachment of the change so that you could see it in the event you want to review it. The parties will only use the provisions in Annex 4, Chapter 5, Paragraph 11B and C in exceptional circumstances. Any changes implemented are only in effect for the time period and management unit specified in the request. Additionally, the use of these provisions does not negate the exploitation rate caps or status determinations required by Chapter 5, which is the coho chapter. And I just bring this to your attention because we have used this in at least two occasions in my memory where we have modified an exploitation rate cap, and specifically, I think they were both for queets, but I know one of them was anyway. During our in-season process between the March and April meeting, and the process was not very well defined in Chapter 5 previously, and so the effort was here to make sure that we had a clear and concise process to deal with that in the event it was needed. One of the elements in there is if there is a change that's going to be requested, the process needs to be complete by April 1st to inform our process here when we get to our April meeting. That deadline, that April 1 deadline, had not been in the chapter's language previously. So that's an important date to remember in the event that the flexibility of changing an exploitation rate in a particular year is needed. The second action that I wanted to call to your attention is that the commission took on and was regarding the Southeast Alaska aggregate abundance-based management, which we refer to as one of the three AABM fisheries. The annual catch limit for the Southeast Alaska Chinook salmon fishery will now be established using measures of Chinook abundance using the catch per unit effort from the winter power troll fishery in District 113 during statistical weeks 41 through 48 in combination with output from the PFMC model, Chinook model. This multivariate method for estimating abundance in the SEAC fishery is new, includes additional information, and was approved for use by the Pacific Salmon Commission on February 16, 2023. And again, this is for 1 year. We will continue to look at the methodology and potentially use something else in subsequent years. What I'm going to read now, this next sentence, is a little bit different than what you see in if you're reading along with me in my report. There are just some subtle changes, but they're important. A comparison of this new multivariant method with the existing methods that rely solely on the catch per unit effort or the Pacific Salmon Chinook model based estimates demonstrated that the multivariant method was more accurate and precise than the PSC Chinook model or the CPUE method. Catch limits for the SEAC fisheries are determined using a tiered approach. As per recent Pacific Salmon Commission decision, there are now 17 tiers that are defined by a range of abundance index values. A catch ceiling is associated with each tier. The previous method had 5, so we went from 5 to 17. With this new action, the Commission forecast and catch limit for the 2023 SEAC salmon fisheries will not be available until after April 1. So with the old method that had been used since the renegotiation of the treaty in 2018, we had that number by this time. We had it by mid-February, whereas because it is in part dependent on the output of the PSC Chinook model, it won't be available until the other AABM fisheries have been established as well, which are the Northern British Columbia AABM fishery and the west coast of Vancouver Island fishery. Finally, Congress has provided the Commission with $41 million in funding through the Department of Commerce for FY23. These funds will be used for critical management and enhancement activities, for example, Puget Sound Critical Stocks Program and new Chinook hatchery production to augment the prey base for southern resident killer whales. Funds for ocean sampling programs in Alaska, Oregon, Washington, including travel fisheries, and a number of other activities associated with sound science and management are also funded with these. A couple of key pieces, $4.13 million to support Puget Sound habitat restoration and habitat protection programs. There's $3.12 million for Puget Sound hatchery conservation programs. There's another $6.27 million for new hatchery production, doing again increase the food available for southern resident killer whales. And we also, in our spend plan, included $6.66 million to increase strong sound science foundation necessary to meet conservation objectives and meet the data intensive provisions of revised agreements under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. So that completes my report. Would certainly welcome any of my colleagues around the table that participate in the Pacific Salmon Commission process to add any additional items that I may have missed in my report. Happy to answer questions as well.
Thank you, Phil. Questions for Phil on the report? Oh, Pete Dassenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Phil, for the report. Just wondering off the top of your head, when you talked about the modifications to the aggregate abundance model, do you recall what area District 113 is and those statistical weeks, what they comprise? I'm just trying to get a sense of when and where. And I suspect somebody down from you might have that also.
Yeah, I would be foolhardy to take that question on when I have Danny sitting to my right, so I'll defer that to her.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Anderson, for a very complete report to Vice Chair Hassemer. So District 113 is the area just outside of Sitka and beyond. And so it's an outside fishery where we tend to see more effort in the winter, where there's consistent effort across weeks. Stat weeks 41 to 48 is from when the fishery starts on October 11th by regulation and runs 8 weeks from there. So that should give you a full idea of that. I will add that Alaska in particular views this as a positive change to the catch limit. Anytime we can tighten the screws on our forecasts and improve accuracy and precision, is a good thing. I would also add that it doesn't really affect our management. We're going to manage to whatever catch limit comes out. So we'll see the same general configuration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Further questions for Phil? Thank you, Phil. Great report. With that, we'll turn to the NIPS report and Susan Bishop. Susan.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Bishop. I'm with the National Marine Fisheries Service, and I will be speaking to NIMS report, agenda item D3B, supplemental NIMS report number 1. This is a long report. I believe it's grown to about 20 pages at this point. So I will be hitting the highlights, so to speak, anything new that's been added in this guidance letter from the past, but I'm happy to answer questions on anything in the guidance letter itself. So starting from the top, the guidance letter will address both ESA related stocks, but also additional topics that are of interest to the Council Fisheries and relevant to the Council Fisheries. Starting with obligations under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. Mr. Anderson's report that preceded this one provided the background and in fact has additional substantive detail in it with regard to the PFC coho provisions. This was something we added a couple of years ago, so I won't go into detail there other than to highlight the timeline that Mr. Anderson highlighted, and that any changes proposed would need to be brought forward in writing by March 31st. Similarly, for Chinook, there are a variety of Chinook provisions in the new PSC agreement. We just wanted to remind the Council of those, in particular, the requirements that the fisheries stay within their CYER limits. Any changes or expectations that the fisheries would exceed those limits should be noticed to the Council as quickly as possible. Moving into stock-specific recommendations, starting with Sacramento Falls Chinook. As the Council knows, in 2018, Sacramento Falls Chinook escapements declined to the point that the stock was determined to be overfished, and was one of 5 salmon stocks that the Council identified in that status in 2018. A rebuilding plan was subsequently developed and adopted in 2020. In 2021, after a couple of years of higher escapements, NIMS determined that in fact the stock was rebuilt. However, now that the stock is considered to be rebuilt, escapements since that point have once again been low, and caution is warranted to reduce the chances that the stock becomes overfished again. Spawner abundances have declined by an order of magnitude from over 200,000 in the mid-20s to 2000s to just 61,850 in 2022. Spawner abundance has been below the escapement floor of 122,000 associated with the FMP objective in 6 of the last 8 years. This pattern is a function of both fishery and forecast performance. Escapements of Sacramento Falls Chinook were 105,000 and 61,850 in 2021 and 2022. That includes both hatchery and natural fish. Those years are well below the maximum sustained yield escapement of 122,000, which is the floor of the escapement goal range. And those are among the lowest escapements in the 1970s. We're also looking at the 3-year geometric mean of the spawners is now only 96,613, and that is just above the minimum stock size threshold of 91,500, at which the stock would be considered to meet the criteria to be overfished again. The forecasts of Sacramento Index have been higher than the postseason estimates in 6 of the last 8 years by an average of 41%. And as well, the exploitation rates estimated postseason continue to be consistently higher than projected preseason by an average of 31%. It is not only a function of the forecast and fishery management performance. However, we've been clear that the Sacramento River has experienced low flows and high temperatures in recent years associated with the ongoing drought and some poor marine survival conditions, and these conditions have adversely affected the stock. And so this combination of factors has had a very significant and detrimental effect on the stock. The table included in this section outlines the data on which those summary bullets were based. By just applying the control rule that's in the FMP directly, which specifies a range of 122,000 to 180,000 combined hatchery and natural adult spawners, the harvest control rule describes a maximum allowable exploitation rate at any given level of abundance. However, the FMP also allows the council to recommend a lower exploitation rate as needed to address uncertainties or other year-specific circumstances. The preliminary 2023 Sacramento index forecast is 169,767, which is below the upper end of the conservation objective range. Direct application of this forecast to the harvest control rule results in a maximum allowable exploitation rate of 28.1%. And result in a minimum escapement of 122,000 adults projected to escape. So NMFS's recommendation is that given the status of an overfished stock in the recent past, the pattern of low recent year escapements combined with much higher than anticipated exploitation rates, chronic over forecasting, and continuation of poor in-river environmental conditions are a cause for concern in 2023. As we heard yesterday, the stock now meets the criteria of at risk of approaching overfished and also had exceeded its ACL in 2022. So the assessment is that adherence to the control rule itself is currently failing to ensure achievement of the conservation objective that it was designed to provide. There is significant amount of uncertainty between what we target preseason and what we are realizing postseason. The 2023 forecast is below the upper end of the escapement goal range, as I mentioned. So therefore, extraordinary measures are needed in 2023 to address these circumstances to ensure that fishery management is not a contributing factor. Just a couple of additional points. For a stock that is approaching an overfished condition, the council must take measures to ensure that that stock does not become overfished. Based on the information that we have at hand, to not achieve an escapement of about somewhere between 117 and 122,000 fish next year would put that stock in an overfished condition. Several people have asked me for further clarification on what extraordinary measures are needed. NMFS would expect that at a minimum, the council would take into account what we are observing in the data, which is the level of uncertainty we are seeing between what we are targeting preseason and what we are actually seeing postseason. So an application of that would mean that with a forecast of 169,000 fish this year, if you took into account the 41% on average over forecast that we've observed in the data, that would result in a number of spawners of just over 100,000 fish. That would put the stock in under the de minimis rule in the FMP. So basically from the 28% by direct application of that rule to about 25% or less. So our recommendation and our expectation is that in putting together its fishing regime and alternatives going forward, that uncertainty will be explicitly taken into account in order to meet the needs of the FMP. And I will continue to roll through the guidance letter if that's okay and come back for questions.
Please. Yep, I'll see. Yep.
With regard to Klamath River Fall Chinook, the Klamath River were declared overfished in 2018. The council adopted a rebuilding plan in 2019, and that stock is continuing to meet the criteria to be overfished. Natural area escapement of Klamath River Fall Chinook in 2022 was 22,000 adults, well below the projected 2022 escapement of 38,000, which was below the floor or the escapement goal conservation objective of 40,700. Again, I presented a table that provides the data on which the information that I'm presenting is based. The Klamath River Harvest Control Rule specifies a maximum allowable exploitation rates that vary with abundance, but generally seeks to provide for an SMSY escapement level of at least 40,700 natural area adults. When the Klamath River Fall Chinook potential spawner abundance is projected to be less than 54,267 natural area adults, fisheries are managed under the de minimis portion of the control rule, which allows for some fishing opportunity, but results in the expected escapement falling below 40,700, which is the conservation objective for the stock. The 2023 KRFC potential natural area spawner abundance prior to fishing is predicted to be 26,238 adults, so well below that 54,267 threshold. The application of this forecast to the Klamath River Fall Chinook Harvest Control Rule results in a maximum allowable exploitation rate of 10%. And a minimum natural area adult escapement of 23,614. Just to emphasize a couple of things, the 10% again is many of our control rules specify an ocean harvest rate. This is a total exploitation rate similar to the Sac Falls, so you would need to take into account any harvest that occurs in the rivers as well. The FMP also requires the council to consider the following set of factors in setting an allowable de minimis exploitation rate. The potential for, and I've listed these 8 factors here. Those are directly taken from the fishery management plan. And I believe the STT generally later this week or first part of April will be providing a report that's responsive to each of these factors and to help further inform the council. The stock is currently in overfish status. Spawner abundances have been on average 38% below the escapement goal of 40,700 associated with the FMP objective in 7 of the last 8 years. I believe in the last 3 to 4 years, the council has been operating under de minimis regime for this stock. Similar to Sacramento Fall Chinook, the pattern is a function of both fishery and forecast performance, as well as the very poor environmental conditions described for Sacramento Fall Chinook, also those that the Habitat Committee has provided the council reports on. So to summarize, the forecast abundance was higher than the postseason estimates in 5 of the last 8 years. The estimated postseason exploitation rates were substantively higher than projected in the most recent years and above the de minimis levels allowed by the FMP and or the rebuilding plan for those years. The postseason escapements have been well below the preseason expectations in 6 of the last 8 years. And in the years since the rebuilding plan was developed, the habitat conditions have been mixed, but have trended towards worsening. And brood year 2020 smolts experienced very poor stream residence conditions. The poor stock status, pattern of low escapements, combined with higher than anticipated exploitation rates and poor in-river environmental conditions, and extremely low 2023 forecasts are a cause for concern. Again, consistent with the provisions of the FMP, the council may recommend lower exploitation rates as needed to address uncertainties or other year-specific circumstances. The control rule this year applies the lowest tier of the de minimis fishing regime, which is not something that we have experienced since I believe the mid to late 2000s. The recommendation is that the council ocean salmon fisheries in 2023 will be managed consistent with the rebuilding plan for Klamath Fall Chinook, which incorporates the harvest control rule. Applying the forecast abundance to the control rule results in a maximum allowed exploitation rate of 10% and a minimum expected natural area adult escapement of 23,614. Given the overfish status, underperformance of the stock in recent years in terms of returns, forecast abundance and exploitation rate, and the outlook for the stock in 2023, and I might add 2024 and 2025 based on the Habitat Committee's report of yesterday, NIMS believes that a precautionary approach is warranted and underscores the need to carefully consider the factors described in the FMP in setting the exploitation rate. Moving on to California coastal Chinook salmon, salmon evolutionary significant unit. Recall the California coastal Chinook salmon ESU is listed as threatened under the ESA since 1999. We have been operating under a consultation standard for the ESU based on a 2000 biological opinion that set the conservation objective at a 16% Klamath River Fall Chinook age 4 ocean harvest rate. There's not enough information to determine a specific objective for California coastal Chinook ESU, so we use the Klamath as a proxy for that stock. In 2022, the ocean fisheries exceeded the take limit for this ESU. The council had been taking a range of actions prior to that point to try to update the model. We'd seen increasing catch rates in the ocean fisheries, and adjustments were made to the model to try to bring it up to date, consistent, but with both those higher catch rates and also the distribution of those rates that we're seeing, particularly in the troll fishery. We made a substantial changes last year to that model that resulted in constraints. In addition to that, looking at the uncertainty that we had observed in the difference between the preseason targets again and the postseason exploitation rates, which were much higher than those targets, as well as higher than the take limits. We also put a buffer on the rate that the council targeted in its fisheries last year. And instead of the 16% consultation standard in terms of a target for the fisheries, the fisheries were managed not to exceed 10%. And I believe, in fact, that the rate might have been 8% at the end of the day in terms of what the fishery regime resulted in. However, unfortunately, the preliminary postseason estimate for the 2022 Klamath River Fall Chinook age 4 ocean harvest rates was 38%. So well above what we had predicated the fisheries preseason on. The magnitude of those deviations in recent years are of great concern, both with respect to the management of the Klamath River Fall Chinook harvest and spawning escapement, as well as that of this particular California coastal Chinook ESU. Again, the table provides the information on which the summary was based. So with regard to the council guidance, the council salmon fisheries in 2023 should be managed consistent with the consultation standard evaluated recently in the recently completed 2023 biological opinion. So again, we had reinitiated last year because take had been exceeded. We evaluated the consultation standard to see that if the council fisheries could achieve that standard, would that be sufficient to protect the ESU? And the results of the consultation were, in fact, that that level of exploitation rate would be protective. The problem in recent years has been sort of on the execution side, which is we plan as much as we know to meet that objective, but the catch rates have been much higher in the fishery than we have anticipated. So given the pattern and magnitude of exceedance in recent years, in order to ensure that the ocean harvest rates do not exceed the postseason 16% age 4 Klamath River Fall Chinook harvest rate consultation standard, NMFS's guidance is for two things. One, that we would once again manage the 2023 ocean salmon fisheries for a buffered preseason age 4 Klamath River Fall Chinook rate of 10%, no higher than 10%, but also that managers should implement in-season management measures to ensure impacts remain those projected preseason. So in other words, to directly monitor and manage the catch rates in season that seem to have been the reason for the exceedance in these most recent years. I'm going to sort of move on through the guidance letter. The next, the Sacramento Winter Run control rule is sort of a direct application. It's very similar to recent years. It's the direct application of the control rule to the abundance, which results in the council salmon fisheries in 2023 should be designed to not exceed a 20% age 3 impact rate on Sacramento Winter Run Chinook. So there's nothing new there. That's the council application of the control rule the council has adopted. For Central Valley Spring Chinook, recall beginning, I believe, last March, NIMS had raised concerns about the strength of the brood year, the returns in 2023, returning from the 2020 brood year, that all the information that we had indicated that the strength of that brood year would be very poor. And we indicated at that time that we may be bringing additional action, or requesting additional action from the council this year to protect the returning brood year. All the information that we have indicates, supports that the strength of that brood year is expected to be very, very weak. However, given the outlook of the council ocean fisheries to protect other stocks that I covered, or I went through, reviewed in the previous sections, our assessment at this point for the 2023 fisheries is that the fisheries will be so constrained as to provide protective measures for the Central Valley Spring Chinook ESU, and that additional specific measures for 2023 are not necessary. However, given the poor return and the timing of that stock relative to other stocks, NIMS recommends the council consider shaping early season fisheries to provide additional protection for Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon, or where those fisheries are being shaped to protect other stocks, it might be valuable to note the additional protection that would be offered to Central Valley spring Chinook this year, given the anticipated weak status of the 2020 brood year. For the next several ESUs, Lower Columbia River, Chinook, Snake River ESUs, again, those are direct applications of the current control rule. There's nothing really new there. I'm happy to answer questions about them, but I'm not going to spend time covering them in detail. For the Puget Sound Chinook salmon ESU, just something new to note there. In previous years, we have indicated that the co-managers were continuing to work on a long-term resource management plan, a harvest strategy for this ESU. That was extensive and very difficult work, but I am happy to report that the co-managers in Puget Sound were able to reach an agreement on a harvest management framework. NIMS has found the agreement sufficient initially to meet the requirements of the ESA, and so we are in the midst of evaluating that harvest framework against the requirements of the ESA. And so for 2023, the objectives that are reflected in Table 5 reflect the objectives in that long-term framework. So that is, at least would like to make sure we call that out. It's a significant advancement, and we hope to complete that work this year, report back to the council next year. Just scrolling through the remainder of the guidance letter, there is, again, pretty much routine, so to speak, application of the control rules to the various ESUs. So there's nothing new or surprising there. Just to reiterate, as it's relatively new, that at the very last one was the resident killer whales, and that during the March meeting, the council should follow the process outlined in the FMP through Amendment 21, Section 6.68 of the FMP, to estimate and report the pre-fishing adult Chinook salmon abundance based on the 2023 forecasts for each of the 5 spatial areas defined by the ad hoc work group. In particular, the council should compare the 2023 abundance estimate for the north of Falcon area to the recommended low abundance threshold. And if that abundance estimate is less than the threshold, the council would adopt the management measures as described by the FMP through Amendment 21. We also acknowledge the state's commitments as described in the FMP in that same section to implement management measures in state waters through state regulatory processes when the projected abundance is below the critical or below the threshold. In addition to the evaluation of the Chinook salmon low abundance threshold, NIMS will use the pre-fishing abundance estimates across all 5 spatial areas, provided the council in ongoing monitoring of available Chinook salmon abundance as it relates to available prey and killer whale spatial distribution. And that concludes my review of the NIMS guidance letter, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Questions for Susan on the NIMS report? Okay, it is what it is. All right, with that, I'll turn to Joe, but I believe you have, you have some report here. You read something record? Or is that? It's on my tracking log here, so.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So we do have a number of travel reports that we'd like to share. So now is the appropriate time to call them up.
I believe, yeah, you have one with WDW next, but this, tribal report, I believe.
Go for it.
We're good? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So we have a couple of tribal supplemental reports. The first report that we would like to proceed with would be the supplemental tribal report number 2. This would be the statement by the Columbia River Treaty Tribes. So we have a number of representatives here. I believe that Bruce Jim will be providing that report. And we have a number of other commissioners from the Columbia Tribes that will be here as well. So James Marsh, Eric Holt, and Wilbur Slockish. And they will have travel staff, Stuart Allison, Kate Self. So if I could, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to invite them up to deliver their supplemental report.
Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
I guess, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to see you again. You know, we've been working at this many years. And many times I spoke to a lot of you guys. Some of you guys are new, some of you guys are not so new. You know, before I make my statement here, you know, we all look at this as a resource. In a way, our tribes, our nations have always looked at the salmon as a food and a law that the tribes have to follow through our beliefs. And that's why we continually make these statements as the 4 nations, the 4 treaty tribes of the Northwest. And, you know, we all have to share this resource. But the sad thing about it is we don't share building the resource. Everybody wants to catch the salmon. Everybody wants to fish. But they don't look at the burden that the tribes, all tribes have to carry. Is supplying this product for you. I'm going to read the statement right now. Good day, members of the council. My name is Bruce Jim Sr. I am the chairman of the Warm Springs Fish and Wildlife Committee and the commissioner for the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. I am here today to provide a statement on behalf of the four Columbia Treaty Tribes, the Umatilla, Warm Springs, Yakima, and Nez First Nations. The Columbia River tribes and the Salmon have existed together and depended on each other for thousands of years. And we cannot exist without each other. We depend on the fish to meet our needs, our religious, cultural, subsistence, and economic needs. In the 1850s, our people signed treaties with the United States government. Within these treaties, all four treaties, we specifically retained the rights to hunt, fish, and gather food, roots, and berries throughout all our usual and accustomed areas. We reserve these rights for our future generations. The license privilege of fishing by non-Indians cannot supersede our rights. Our treaty rights held by the tribe are the supreme law of the land under the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution. The language of the tribal treaties must be understood as bearing the meaning that the tribes understood it to have. As the government developed the hydro systems in the Columbia, the United States made promises to the tribes that there would always be fish for the tribes. These promises have not been kept, but we are continuing to work to ensure we have fish for the future. The dams were built on historic fishing sites, village sites. The dams and flooding also covered the spawning areas. Besides the dams, there have been many other kind of developments that have driven salmon populations down. The government has never fully made up for these losses. These are some of the sacrifices that we have made. We come to you today to provide some thoughts on the Council's process as it makes recommendations regarding the 2023 ocean salmon fisheries. The Upper Columbia, Summer Chinook, and all the various upriver fall Chinook and upriver coho stocks are fish that are both caught in the PFMC fisheries, and which we also depend on for our fisheries. While we are forecasting returns that are reasonably sized, or at least similar to the last few years, we note that these are simply forecasts. Simply forecasts. Forecasts have always have some level of uncertainty. Unlike in river fisheries, which can be adjusted depending on actual runs, ocean fisheries cannot be adjusted if the run size are different than the forecast. This makes it especially important to set ocean fisheries cautiously. We plan on reviewing the output of the ocean models and will likely have additional comments through March and April meetings. The tribes do not want to bear the conservation burden alone. We expect ocean fisheries to do their part to ensure we have enough fish to meet our summer and fall fishing needs. The tribes work hard with our co-managers and recover and rebuild our salmon populations. As we continue this work, it is important for all us to manage fisheries affecting the Columbia River stocks cautiously and responsibly. We must continue to make progress towards restoring salmon runs to healthy and harvestable levels. And that's all I have on the statement. I don't know, Wilbur.
Okay. It's on? Okay. Yes, there's some words I heard that I've never heard here at this table before. And that's rebuild salmon stocks. I've never heard that statement. It's always increase harvest. There's more fish, so we can catch more. Not thinking that those extra fish can replenish the runs. And my fear is that the demise of these salmon runs are going to be because of, I always hear best available science. Well, these salmon aren't dumb because they've survived lava flows, they've survived landslides, they've survived dams. Like us, we've survived everything that has been thrown at us. And I hear those words and I wonder, the best available science, what is it for? Is it to increase the harvest for the recreational benefits of people that play with those fish? They're not toys, they're food. They've always been our food. We don't play with them because we've never had to go to a drugstore and get tablets now for vitamins because our natural foods provided us all the nutrients that we need. And this best Western science has led to elimination of a lot of our food sources. So when I hear that, that's what I wonder, is it to increase recreational, commercial interests? But what about the salmon? I hope it's meant to sustainable levels that they can rebuild. And I want to hear more of rebuild all of the stocks. Because I'm not afraid to say that when our science was running these rivers, there was millions of fish. And look what your science has done to the decimation of the runs that were plentiful. Up to 30 million fish. When the sockeye runs were large, was in that Columbia Basin. Now they celebrate 1 million fish. Just the sand that was there. So I hope that you understand what I'm trying to say, because, you know, a lot of this stuff isn't put in history books because it's your story, but you need to listen to our story because we didn't abuse our natural foods that were gifts given to us by our Creator. Not to play with, shake them off and they don't have that fin cut. That's mutilation of these fish, in my viewpoint, because he's not a whole fish. But that clip is so that, oh man, there's more fish and we can increase harvests. So it's not hard to say these words because they're true. A lot of you don't understand that we've survived the fish wars, the imprisonment of our people for trying to harvest our natural foods. So be mindful of that. These are also some of the sacrifices that our people have made. I got started in this in 1953 when the state of Washington was arrested my father and my uncles for fishing on a Klickitat River. So this isn't a new issue. It's been a long time. But you don't see that in the history books because it's your story, not our story. So you need to learn some of these things and listen. And one of these days, I'm going to find enough time that maybe I will write a book on all the struggles that our people have endured at the free market system, what it has done to our natural resources. I don't like to call them resources because they're not resources. Resources is a word that you can exploit it and abuse it. But our natural food supply. So I hope that you understand this, and I hope it's taken in a good way, because I'm not giving it in a bad way. I'm giving it as an education tool. And it's not just our people on the Columbia River. It's everywhere there's a river and a dam put into it. So with that, I'll save some for the next time, because you guys are going to lose interest and not pay attention. So with that, I will conclude my statement. And thank you for listening. But please put it here, not back here in your wallet. Thank you for listening. That's all.
James.
Thoughts, Maywe, council people. My name is James Marsh. I'm an enrolled Cayuse Indian from the Northeast Oregon Tribe Umatilla Reservation. And again, what these elders here talked about is all true. My concern is, getting fish back home up Northeast Oregon. My tribe depends on this resource. And of course, we're all facing global warming, warm water temperatures, and that's probably gonna get worse as years start going by. When I was younger, we had lots of salmon in the Columbia River. Now we're just barely breaking even, getting fish over the dams and getting fish back up in the Northeast Oregon tributaries. And, there for 3 years there during that COVID era, none of my people got to fish the Northeast Oregon tributaries because we didn't have enough fish to allow for a harvest up there. So, but yeah, I got compassion for we got to have compassion for these fish and try to help, rebuild these stocks the best that we can and get along with each other and work and try to work for the same goal. You guys want fish, the tribe need fish. We also need clean water too. We need to hold some people responsible for the clean water in the Columbia systems, and all our systems throughout California, Washington, Oregon. We got warehouses. We got these paper pulp mills up on the Upper Columbia. We got the DOE, Department of Energy, Hanford, and so yeah, our fish face a drastic times. And again, our weather is getting warmer and warmer and warmer as each summer goes by. So, but thank you guys for listening. And we'll be here the rest of the week, listening to the whatever other people has to offer to the council. Thank you.
That's Bailey. Iyum Tamalukt, aka Eric Holt. I'm an Espers Fish and Wildlife Commission chairman. My Indian name is Next Grizzly Bear in Line. I come here today to speak on behalf of something I think is intertwined with our connection to salmon. And I was fortunate to go back to DC 4 or 5 years ago. And also 3 years ago, I was able to sit in a meeting with Senator Simpson talking about the dam removal of the 4 dams on the Snake River. And one of the things that as Nez Perce, and I don't speak for the tribe in general, but I do speak from my point of view, having that meeting and seeing what that would encompass, is a huge task and one that we may not see in our lifetime, but it's one where we see other tribes have done that, the dam removal, and seeing what the effects of those dam removals have done to restore those salmon back into the headwaters and estuaries that have long since been gone. And so I just wanted to share something that I shared. It was during the Salmon Orca project, and it was called Fishing Without Fish. And if you think about that quote, fishing without fish, it's something that we as tribal folks have been trying to grasp and trying to understand and absorb those losses and understand why. And, there's a lot of many factors that have came into the diminishment of salmon. And I just wanted to read you something that I wrote about it. And I think it fits what we're speaking to today. And, I speak this in a way that, and Mr. Oatman here that sits at this table, the Nez Perce, we brought this report forward that talked about quasi-extinction. And quasi-extinction means that we're at the threshold of criticalness where we're losing our fish. And so we've seen where we've done studies and brought the data back to show where the runs of these salmon, the wild stocks, the natural stocks are diminishing below certain critical thresholds, and we're at that quasi-extinction level. And so when they asked me to speak about fishing without fish, it really hit me that, we're talking about something that's in my lifetime, in your lifetime. And I just wanted you to understand what we're coming from in terms of where we've seen this come to. And it says here, we, the Nez Perce, have been intertwined with Chinook salmon since time immemorial. Chinook salmon was the first, in our legend story, was the first one to give themselves to us. The humans we weren't worthy. We were pitiful at the time when we came onto this earth. But the salmon came to us first to offer himself to us. And that's why it's so important to us. He's the first food that came to us. And that's why it's so important to us, is we're intertwined with him since time immemorial. It's sad to see our precious first foods get depleted in this manner. In such a short period of 247 years, after coming back year after year into millions of fish, this was the past. This is now. We are in a place where we've never been before. We need to act fast and now. We are at the tipping point. Tough decisions need to be made. Do we squander salmon runs for the future tribal generations and generations of your people as well? Because our treaties not only are the betterment for our people, but also for the people that we are in common with. And we use that term loosely now, in common with, because we want to make sure that, as co-managers, we all do everything collectively, collaboratively. And do we tighten our belts and do what's right? We, the Nez Perce, are here at this table speaking for salmon. Salmon has no voice, but we do. If the salmon could speak today, the salmon would say, we are hurting. Our future is at stake. We ask you, human brothers, fix our waters from the oceans to the headwaters. Please don't be the generation to rub us out and make our people fish without fish. Our treaty with the U.S. government is a binding contract. They know what needs to be done. Treaty tribes who have rights to these fish need to come together. Our input needs to be on the same page. We've been in conservation mode since the treaty signings. We are at the front lines of this to defend the salmon. And maybe the orcas are also in this fight with us, as they've all been come to the plate for the treaty tribes as well. And I say this in a quasi-extinction mode, meaning that, time is right now. And so I say this in a good way, that we need to collectively come together, because quasi-extinction is real and the threshold's here now. We're at the 11th hour. And I just come here to you as a concerned tribal member and one that wants to be a part of that collective effort going forward. So cuts you out, yeah.
I'm thankful for my colleagues here and for bringing out their statements and stuff. And I think that's something that the commission really needs to hear, really need to pay attention to. it's not something that we just want to talk about. It's something that's actually happening. Things we see, the declining runs of salmon and everything that was once plentiful in our rivers, not only in the Columbia, but in the Pacific coastal areas, coastal rivers, and the people that have made treaties with the government and the promises that were there. You know, just like your beliefs and what the Bible says on this and giving you dominion over the creatures of the land and everything. To us, it wasn't a dominion over them. It was that we were to take care of them, to see that they would always be here to take care of us. And that's something that we really need to open up on there. It's not something as an economic benefit in a sense, because like he said earlier, the salmon, when the Creator brought the animals forward, was the first one to step forward and say he was going to take care of us. That's why he is honored in our ceremonies as being the first food on the table, then the deer meat and the roots. The roots and berries in that order of which we had to obey the Creator's law. We just got done with the ceremony Saturday. We had over 300 people there, and drumming services and everything. It's something that you need to see, something that you need to really feel the power, the spiritual power of our people have. And I'll tell you something that some of the lower river fishermen, Columbia River gill netters, attended this ceremony, where we opened up this land so the foods would grow. We opened up this land so the salmon would come up. All of these are in our songs, in our prayers. So we're really strict on the laws. And the tribal people have the most strictest laws there is pertaining to their people. And that's what we need to do, is get that strength in all of us and make a decision that is best for the resource, best for the salmon. We've faced many hard times. You see, the 4 nations sitting here. There's other nations that are in here have faced very hard times just from the loss of the dam building eras. And before I end here, standing on the Dalles Dam, my grandfathers, all 3 of them, from the Salida, Rock Creek area. And they were in full regalia with the war bonnets, the buckskin outfits, and everything. I was about like 13, 14 years old. And he told me, Kayamalak, Winam. I thought he wanted water or something. So I went over to him. And then he told me, you remember, you see that man with the uniform? You see that man, the president? I want you to remember what he said today. Because in time to come, you are going to remind him of his words, remind his children of his words, of what was spoken to us and what was said there today. Not thinking that I would be bringing these words up to you, bringing the words up to the representatives that decide the fate of the salmon run. You guys got a big responsibility. but so do we. You guys have to look out for the trawlers and guide services and everything else to make sure they get their fair share. I think it's about time that they start putting in their fair share for helping rebuild these salmon runs. Our hatcheries are like us, getting old. We don't have, over 60 years, we've had those hatcheries. Very few upgrades, very few. But still yet the government comes to us and says, we need you to raise more fish. We need 10 million more. For what? That's a question, that you guys need to think about. We're getting so old now, we're gonna get bionic. Gotta have hearing aids and false teeth, eyeglasses and pacemakers and everything else. And pretty soon we're gonna be kind of a bionic people walking around here. So let's get busy. Let's really look at the resource and where it stands. Let's get busy all together, all of us. Let's get together and try to rebuild and sacrifice a few things that we don't really need. This resource is vitally important to all the people, not only the tribal nations. The tribal nations were overseers of the resource, overseers that the Creator placed us for. So that's why we need to make our voices known. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Questions on the tribal report? Okay. Just like to say thank you for coming. It's we'll do our best, and it's always great to see you come here for us. And anyway, thank you very much. So,
sir, if there's one thing I could share with the table and everybody in the room,
please.
This Thursday at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock at North Seattle College they're honoring Billy Frank Jr. Day. So for you that remember the salmon activist himself, Billy Frank Jr. Day is this Thursday, 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock at North Seattle College. So during the same time as this, kind of a ironic thing that it's during this time. So I just wanted to share that to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up will be the WFW. WFW tribal report. So yes. So Kyle, look to you first. And
thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be speaking to agenda item D3E, the supplemental WDFW Tribal Report 1. I won't read the report in its entirety. I'll just steer your attention to the two tables in that report. Table 1 is the Puget Sound Primary Natural Coho Management Unit exploitation rate ceilings that will be in place for 2023. These are consistent with the 2009 Puget Sound Co-Managers Comprehensive Coho Management Plan. They're also consistent with the Council's Salmon Fishery Management Plan. Just to highlight a couple of the stocks here, the Strait of Juan de Fuca stock remains under a rebuilding plan, as was noted yesterday during the STT report. It is it's rebuilding, but it is not to the rebuilt status yet. A change from last year, the Skagit coho stock is at a lower abundance tier, so there's a lower total allowable exploitation rate ceiling for that stock in place this year. And then also note that Snohomish, which last year was also flagged as under a rebuilding plan, is now rebuilt. Moving on to Table 2, the Puget Sound Chinook Management Unit exploitation rate ceilings. As we heard during the NIMS report on the guidance letter, I appreciate Ms. Bishop's acknowledgement of the long-term Puget Sound Chinook Resource Management Plan that was agreed to by the Puget Sound co-managers last February. The objectives in this table reflect that plan, and they're also consistent with the management ceilings that were noted in the NMFS report for Puget Sound. Also appreciate the work NMFS has done over the past year and will be undertaking in the upcoming year to move that plan through the ESA authorization process. And just to highlight some of the management objectives in this table, the Nooksack Spring Chinook Management Unit, the Skagit Summer Fall Management Unit, and the Snohomish Management Unit are all below their low abundance thresholds this year and will be managed to their critical exploitation rate ceilings. There are a number of other stocks that remain at low abundance. Stillaguamish is one that plays a big role in planning our inside fisheries in Puget Sound, but the Puget Sound co-managers will be watching the council process and managing our fisheries in aggregate, both in the ocean and in Puget Sound marine and freshwater areas to meet all of the objectives in this table. That's all I have. I don't know if Mr. Oatman wants to add anything, but thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Kyle, for providing that overview of the joint report. Did want to draw the council's attention. So the table one that Kyle just walked through with respect to the Skagit River coho, as noted in the table, those fish are forecasted to be at a lower abundance level this year as compared to last year, and as well as relative to these other stocks. So I think from a travel perspective, Skagit coho will likely be the constraining stock for this year. So I just wanted to point that out, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Questions on the WFW tribal report? Okay. Next, we'll go to we have the Colville tribal report. Cindy?
It's on. White Tilhas and Chocony squeezed capitals. Excuse me. I'm suffering a cold. I'm here today as the Fisheries Chairman of the Colville Tribes. I have with me Carissa Eichmann, in-house counsel for the Colville Tribes, and also Senior Research Scientist Casey Baldwin. And we appreciate the council's allowing us to speak on record today. And so I'll get to making comment. The importance of salmon to the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation in the Upper Columbia region cannot be overstated. As one of the many tribes who have federally recognized fishing rights for runs managed by PFMC under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, the CTCR has participated in this forum for the last several years. The Colville Tribes participates in many salmon recovery forums, are actively engaged in salmon restoration actions, and have commented in a variety of venues due to the importance of fisheries and how they occupy a central role in the lives of the Colville tribal members. Salmon fisheries form a key part of regional culture, history, and identity, and provide tremendous economic benefits. The Colville Tribes includes 12 tribes and approximately 10,000 enrolled members. The reservation is located at the terminus of anadromous salmon migration on the Columbia River in north central Washington. Our waters include both healthy runs of summer-fall Chinook and sockeye salmon, as well as ESA-listed stocks of spring Chinook salmon and steelhead trout. The salmon runs that used to support our subsistence and cultural needs were nearly lost and are currently a fraction of what they were, due in part to the construction and operation of the Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee dams. The hatchery operations from Chief Joseph Hatchery produce approximately 3 million Chinook for the system when at full production. Summer Chinook and sockeye salmon comprise the majority of our harvest, and in recent years, our harvest has improved from a few hundred fish to a few thousand fish each year for our tribal membership. However, this still does not meet the cultural or subsistence needs of the Colville tribes. As you know, Colville Tribes is working with many tribal, state, and federal partners to restore salmon to the once productive habitat upstream of Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee dams. This project will increase harvest opportunities from Southeast Alaska all the way to the Spokane River and the Transboundary Columbia. Perhaps more importantly, it will begin to restore ecosystem function and providing cultural, social, and ecological benefits throughout the Columbia River. We have spoken to you about this project in the past, and we appreciate Council's support for continued studies in the Upper Columbia. We intend to update your Habitat Committee Salmon Advisory Subpanel during the upcoming meetings about the recent progress we have made on this project. And we would be happy to speak directly with the council about our progress when the time is right. We do not have a commercial salmon harvest because the basic ceremony and subsistence needs of our tribes are not fully fulfilled by contemporary salmon runs. Although the run forecast this year is above the recent average, more work needs to be done to continue this improvement. Where there is little to no harvest of spring Chinook for the Colville tribes, it is critical impairment to our ceremonies and subsistence use. The lack of spring Chinook also alleviates the importance of summer Chinook to our people. Therefore, we urge you to be conservative in your approach to setting the salmon seasons for 2023. The Colville Tribes wishes to thank the other co-managers and members of the Salmon Advisory Subcommittee for their continued willingness to work with the Colville Tribes toward common goals and taking the Colville Tribes' views and concerns into consideration. The Colville Tribes will continue to meaningfully participate in the PFMC process and look forward to continuing to work together towards our common goals. The Colville Tribes appreciates the opportunity to provide our perspective to the PFMC and look forward to continuing to work together with this body to ensure the fisheries of the future. I appreciate your time today. Are there any questions or comments for the Colville Tribes?
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Yeah, questions for Cindy on the Colville Tribe report? I think we're good. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yep. All right. Next up will be the Stuart Ellis Critvic. Stuart, can you have a presentation? That's something we just added. Okay. Is Stuart Ellis here? You give a tribal report also? No? Okay. No. Okay. So with that, we'll go to the CDFW report. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't have a written report today, but just a few remarks in response to the NIMS guidance and some details on some elements contained within there. Just wanting to highlight some of the factual information that Susan presented in her guidance today. Escapement and pre-fishery abundance forecasts for Klamath Fall and Sac Fall are at historically low levels. The 2022 Jack escapement, under 7,000 fish, and that's what feeds the abundance forecast for Sacramento Fall. That's the third lowest since 1970 when records began. And the adult escapement, similarly, of just over 61,000 fish is the third lowest on record. The Sac Fall forecast of 169,000 roughly adults is the third lowest since models began relying on the Sacramento Index in 2008. Turning to the Klamath, The 2022 Jack escapement, which drives a primary driver of the forecast, is the 10th lowest on record since 1978, and the adult escapement of 46,000 is the 9th lowest on record over that same time period. Totals are below the long-term average, and similar to sac fall, the forecast in 2023 of Klamath Fall adults of 103,800 is the 3rd lowest on record. Meanwhile, Klamath Fall are overfished and continue to be overfished and meet the status determination criteria with not a lot of optimism that we'll be out of overfish status. NIMS mentions in their guidance that neither Sacramento Fall nor Klamath Fall have performed very well under the harvest control rules that govern our fishery management plan. And in light of the fact that Klamath Fall has yet to achieve rebuilt status, it's clear that a more conservative management approach is warranted. Thinking back to 2008, which was a full closure of all fisheries off California, which was then almost close to full closure, again repeated in 2009. We're in a similar situation in 2023. In addition to these low forecasts, we've also seen the forecasts of abundance be over what was then realized postseason. Given those over forecasts of abundance and then under forecasts of escapement and failure to achieve those escapement targets warrant an abundance of caution. And the extraordinary measures that NIMS is calling for, the department certainly agrees are warranted. Even small margins of error in these levels can have significant consequences for the long-term health and sustainability of these stocks. Thinking about the escapement that we're hoping we'll see in 2023, those numbers will carry forward with us for 3 years. The status determination criteria is based on a 3-year window. So it's very important in light of where we've been in 21 and 22 that we plan accordingly for 23 to maximize returns using the fishery management tools at our disposal. Turning to the Habitat Committee and the Habitat Indicators work, I really want to thank that committee for including a standalone report under their agenda items this week, showing that for both Sacramento Fall and Klamath Fall, there really are very few signs of optimism over 20 some indicators. I think the final sentence in their report says it best, which grab me. Basically suggests that there's not, we're expecting to continue to be in a state of very low abundance for at least the next 2 years, looking at those indicators. But with all of that said, there is reason for some optimism. Salmon are resilient and short-lived, and we've regularly seen low periods of abundance, and a few years following, we've seen recovery. So we're hoping that that happens again in our near future. We have seen some historic precipitation events this winter, and in response, we're hoping to see our stocks rebound. I want to turn to one item in the guidance that Susan mentioned but didn't get into any depth on, that the department has recommended and continued to recommend. We encourage the use, that the council employ the use of in-season management measures in our sport and commercial ocean fisheries in order to keep catches in line with what models project. Ocean and river fisheries are planned based on expected performance, and that those expectations are both in terms of harvest and in terms of escapement. We do have fishery management tools that exist that can help assure that catches will remain within the projections. Back in November, you might recall that we brought recommendations to the council in advance of the preseason process. And one of the key recommendations in that report was to develop tools for use in season management. So I want to take a minute to thank National Marine Fisheries Service and the West Coast region staff. We've been working very hard on developing proposed regulatory text that would allow us to take in-season action based on active monitoring of fisheries in 2023, should those fisheries be scheduled. We've looked at mechanisms, we've looked at regulation, draft regulatory text, and would expect to be using that type of a management regime beginning in 2023. We expect that in-season management tools would assist with achieving conservation objectives, and again, would also assist with ensuring that the negotiations that are made between the sectors in the preseason process are more likely to be realized. In postseason reviews of ocean fishery performance over the recent years, there's been better than predicted performance of the California troll fishery, with harvest between 2 to 3 times higher than predictions. The high catch rates might suggest that there are more adult fish in the ocean than the forecasts initially indicated, but then we've seen repeated ocean sport performance and repeated escapement and repeated in-river fisheries not meeting the preseason projections, and in fact, in many cases, falling very far short of those expectations. Further, of substantial concern to the department is that California's largest Chinook salmon stocks in the Sacramento River have failed to attain the minimum escapement goals. In the last 6 of 8 years, we've fallen below the 122,000 minimum floor that's required. For Klamath, we've failed to meet the conservation objective for natural area adults in the last 7 of 8 years. And repeated and significant exceedances of the age 4 Klamath rate cap have occurred, and that constraint's needed to protect our ESA-listed California coastal Chinook. So we do believe that an in-season monitoring and management strategy would help rectify the pre versus post relationship that we've seen in recent years and failing to attain the goals. Regarding monitoring programs, we have robust monitoring programs. These same monitoring programs are used in our groundfish fisheries. We have a statewide creel census program, our California Recreational Fisheries Survey, where we employ up to 70 samplers statewide to collect information on catch and effort. We feel fairly confident that our monitoring of recreational fisheries can be done real time with some degree of accuracy. We've been successful in managing our Pacific halibut fishery to a very small California quota. So we do believe that we would have the ability to employ an in-season tool in recreational fisheries to keep catches within projections as needed. For the commercial troll fishery, We would recommend the use of vessel-based trip limits with the ability to adjust those trip limits in season so that trip limits could be reduced and the fishery closed if the catch estimates exceeded preseason expectations. We had plans for the trip limits to be determined after the season dates were proposed by the SAS, allowing for analysis of what an appropriate trip limit level would be. An additional recommendation that we'd make is that in any regulatory language that is developed to employ in-season trip limit management measures, we'd ask that the federal regulations specify that submission of any commercial landing receipt that has salmon listed be submitted to CDFW within 24 hours, which is a requirement that's similar to those that we already have for bluefin tuna, sabelfish, and fish landed as part of our West Coast Groundfish individual fishery quota program. So again, those recommendations with regard to in-season management are being brought forward to the council with the in anticipation of having planned fishery seasons, but just wanting to acknowledge that those recommendations are long-lasting and intended to bring us forward into the future. So they may not, in fact, be necessary for 2023, but I just want to acknowledge the work that's been ongoing over winter to develop this type of a management process in season. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Questions for Marcy? Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Marcy. I would like to put my appreciation back to Marcy and her staff. They were incredibly proactive last year, even before the season even started, in reaching out to us and starting to explore options. Her staff did a phenomenal job in providing us analysis to help shape the conversation, to explore alternatives, and to frankly do contingency planning given what we had seen to happen. So we were to ensure that we were in a good position, whatever the outcome this year. I think I mentioned that we will be reinitiating consultation on California coastal Chinook ESU, given that the ocean fisheries exceeded their take limit last year. So we will be working with CDFW and the managers to incorporate the aspects of an in-season framework into that consultation. So we'll be part of the proposed action that we plan to finish that consultation going forward next year, and we'll be in a good position to going into the season next year for ESA coverage. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Susan. Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Marcy. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think I'd like to add that, that when I look through the sections of the guidance letter from NIMS and pertaining to Sacramento and Klamath Falls Chinook, you see a lot of comments like caution is warranted, the stock remains overfished, extraordinary measures are needed, adherence to the control rule is failing to meet conservation objectives. And the data provided, shows a pattern of overforecasts, under-escapements, and exploitation rates that exceed expectations, and poor river conditions, which are, they're not good trends. So I think, although their written guidance from NIMS for this year was not ultra specific, I think their message is, which is that additional action is needed to reverse these trends. And that same message is captured by the words of our tribal representatives today. And also listening to our SAS members throughout the early parts of this meeting, I think they also understand the difficult situation south of Falcon, and they're willing to do what they can. So, and I do appreciate Ms. Shearing Urenco speaking to the intent for in-season management steps. And that's, I think that's really important, and it's also a step in the right direction. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay. No, okay, no one else will move to the SAS report, and they would come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Council, and staff. My name is Jim Hurnell. I'm the California Sport Representative, and I will be addressing Agenda Item D3E, Supplemental SAS Report 1. Given that conditions are somewhat unique this year, the SAS thought it would be appropriate prior to reading our season alternatives to give you a brief statement on of explanation of those alternatives. So I'd like to read this prior to us giving you alternatives. The SAS membership appreciates the good working relationship we have within the advisory body and with other council participants in our task of shaping salmon fisheries for the Pacific Council. The collaborative and supportive spirit of the group makes the extremely challenging and frustrating years such as this easier to bear. It is in that spirit that the SAS drafted this report to help provide clarity on the salmon season alternatives being presented to the council today. The SAS has submitted 3 alternatives with nearly no directed Chinook fisheries south of Falcon. The information provided on the status of Sacramento Fall River Chinook, California Coastal, and Klamath River Fall Chinook stocks showed that they are in a depressed state. Each of these stocks have on the average been over forecast for the last 10 years, and despite efforts to address the biases within the models, we have not realized preseason expectations. National Marine Fisheries Service provided guidance for each stock, and it was immediately apparent that given the status of the 3 stocks mentioned above, fishing opportunity will be severely constrained. For Sac Fall, the Sacramento Index estimated an ocean abundance of 169,000 fish. This is below the 180,000 spawning escapement target in 2022. Our 2023 guidance was that we need to take extraordinary measures to meet the spawning escapement goal, and the harvest control rule dictates 122,000 to 180,000 and account for the average model error observed over the past 10 years. The minimum escapement for Sac Fall is 122,000. If you account for an approximate 40% average over prediction in the last decade, this reduces the 169,000 to approximately 100,000 fish. So even absent fishing, we will still not be able to meet the minimum escapement needed to maintain a sustainable population, let alone a sustainable fishery. Additionally, if Sac Fall escapement is below 117,000, the recently rebuilt Sac Fall stock will return to an overfish status. The details regarding the California Coastal and Klamath River Fall Chinook may differ, but the overarching story is the same. Given this information, both California and Oregon representatives from all sectors recommend a full closure of all Chinook-directed fisheries before September 1. Oregon maintains alternatives that incorporate a coho fishery and also include a fall credit card fishery to allow harvest of healthy Oregon stocks while the impact to California stocks are minimal or absent. The SAS feels that the only responsible action for this year is to close all Chinook-directed fisheries south of Falcon, and that is reflected in the season structures we have recommended. Thank you. Any questions on that statement?
Thank you. Questions for the SAS? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jim. You mentioned Oregon's credit card fishery that I see shown in the alternatives. Given that this is the preseason process is when we plan our fall fisheries. The council doesn't have any new information on stock status to consider whether fall fisheries should be prosecuted. They're part of the regulations that we're building here in the preseason process. I'm just wondering if the SAS considered the input from the Habitat Committee on the likely abundance levels for Sacramento and Klamath fish for 2024, given that fall fisheries will be fishing on next year's forecast. Thank you.
Yes, we did consider that. And again, this is early in the process. This is the first submission of alternatives. And so we recognize that there is some flexibility, but the fall fisheries, based on the last couple of years at least, there have been some years that they have impacted California stocks, but in the last couple of years that the Oregon fall fisheries have been extremely clean fisheries in regard to California stocks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jim. You mentioned very clean. I'm assuming then that you took a look at the prospect of offering fall fisheries for California and found that it was too risky, that the potential for too much harvest was there. But I'm hoping you can elaborate a little for us on that subjective determination that it's okay to offer fall fisheries in Oregon, but not in California. So I'm just hoping to understand the lens under which you examined this alternative.
Again, I'm a sport rep, so you're asking me to comment on the commercial side, but the little bit that I do know is if you looked at the credit card fisheries from last year and the previous year when the Oregon did have fall fisheries on Klamath or fall fisheries, the impacts on Sacramento and Klamath fish were very reduced or non-existent. That compared to the fall fisheries in California, which had a much higher impact on those Klamath and Sacramento stocks. But again, I am not the one here that's ultimately familiar with this information on the commercial side. Thank you.
Okay. Marcy?
Thank you. I'll follow up with the SAS when they present their alternatives.
Very good.
Okay, at this time, I would like to invite the commercial representatives on the SAS to read their season alternatives in, starting north to south and followed by the recreational seasons. So
please.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Ryan Johnson. I'll read the north of Falcon options. Alternative 1, the overall non-treaty TAC of 85,000 Chinook and 200,000 coho marked with a healed adipose fin clip. Non-Indian commercial troll TAC of 42,500 Chinook and 32,000 marked coho. A trade may be considered at the April council meeting. Overall, Chinook or coho tax may need to be reduced to meet ESA FMP north of Falcon and upon expectations of northern fisheries. May 1 through May 15, see 2022 management measures, which are subject to in-season change, and the 2023 season described below. May 16 through the early of June 29th, or 28,300 Chinook, no more than 7,500 of which may be caught in the area between the U.S.-Canada border and the Coetes River. No more than 6,570 which may be caught in the area between Leadbetter, and Cape Falcon. May 16 through June 21, open 7 days per week. Then a period of June 22 through June 29th. And this is largely just the traditional landing week doesn't match the calendar in that time period. In the area between the Canada border and the Queets River, landing and possession limit is 70 Chinook per vessel per landing week on a Thursday to Wednesday schedule. And then the period from June 22 to 29. Landing limits will be evaluated weekly in season. In the area between the Queets River and Leadbetter, the landing and possession is 200 Chinook per vessel per week. Landing limits will be evaluated weekly in season. In the area between Leadbetter and Cape Falcon, the landing and possession limit is 60 Chinook per vessel per landing week, and they will also be adjusted in season. All salmon except coho, Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches total length. When it is estimated that approximately 50% of the overall Chinook quota or Chinook subarea guideline has been landed, in-season action may be considered to ensure the quota or subarea guidelines are not exceeded. If the Chinook quota is exceeded, the excess will be deducted from the all salmon season. In 2024, the season will open May 1, consistent with all preseason regulations in place in this area and subareas during May 16 through June 30 of 2023, including subarea salmon guidelines, quotas, weekly vessel limits, except as described below for vessels fishing or in possession of salmon north of Leadbetter Point. This opening could be modified following council review its March or April meeting in 2024. And then I think rather than flip the page, I'll go to just alternative 2. And alternative 2, the overall non-Indian TAC of 75,000 Chinook or 185,000 coho marked with the healed adipose fin clip. The non-Indian commercial troll TAC of 37,500 Chinook and 29,600 marked coho. And the next 2 paragraphs are the same as alternative 1. May 1 through 15, see the 22 measures which are subject to in-season change to 2023 described below. May 16 through earlier of June 29th, 25,000 Chinook, no more than 6,630 of which may be caught between the U.S.-Canada border and the Queets River, no more than 5,810 of which may be caught between Leadbetter and Cape Falcon. In the area between the U.S.-Canada border and Queets River, the landing and possession is 60 Chinook per vessel per week and will be evaluated weekly in season. In the area between Queets River and Leadbetter, the landing and possession is 100 Chinook per vessel per week. In the area between Leadbetter and Cape Falcon, the landing and possession limit of 50 Chinook per vessel per week. The remaining paragraphs there are the same as alternative 1. Alternative 3 would be an overall non-Indian TAC of 65,000 Chinook and 170,000 marked coho. Commercial troll TAC of 32,500 Chinook and 27,200 marked coho. May 1 through 15, 22 management measures subject to in-season change in 2023 to match below. May 16 through the early of June 29th, there's 16,250 Chinook, no more than 4,310 of which between the Canada border and Queets River, no more than 3,770 of which between Leadbetter and Falcon. Alternative 3 is open 5 days a week on a Friday to Tuesday schedule. In there between the border and Queets River, 50 Chinook landing and possession limit per week will be evaluated weekly in season. Between the Queets and Leadbetter, possession limit of 50 Chinook per vessel per week, evaluated weekly in season. In the area between Leadbetter and Cape Falcon, landing and possession of 40 Chinook per vessel per open period, Friday to Tuesday, will be evaluated weekly. Move to the summer time frame in alternative 1, July 1 through the earlier of September 30, or 14,200 Chinook or 32,000 marked coho. Open 7 days per week. All salmon. Chinook minimum size of 27 inches total length. Coho minimum size of 16 inches. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. No chum retention north of Cape Alava in August and September. Landing possession limit of 100 Chinook and 150 marked coho per vessel per week on a Thursday to Wednesday week. Landing limits will be evaluated weekly in season. When it is estimated that 50% of the overall Chinook quota has been landed, in-season action may be considered to ensure the quota is not exceeded. An impact neutral, non-selective coho fishery may be considered through in-season management action later in the season. Alternative 2, July 1 through the earlier of September 30th of 12,500 Chinook, 29,600 marked coho. Landing and possession limit of 50 Chinook and 100 marked coho per vessel per week. Landing limits will be evaluated weekly in season. Alternative 3 is July 14 through September 30, or 16,250 Chinook, 27,200 marked coho. This next paragraph is the same as alternative 1, except this alternative is a 5 days per week, Friday to Tuesday. Landing possession limit of 50 marked coho per vessel per open period. Landing limits will be evaluated weekly in season. The bottom box here is traditional conservation and closure areas. Requirements to deliver within 24 hours of closure. Cannot land east of the CQ River or east of Astoria-Megler Bridge. And then there are regulations and instructions, call-in requirements when moving between management areas north of Falcon. And that completes north of Falcon.
Okay, thank you. We've been going 2 hours here, and I should have stopped us before we had you come up. So I think we probably all could use a break, and I apologize for that. But, I missed the break. So if we could just pause public comment for the SAS report, and they come back and start with the Oregon commercial, if that would be good, I think. So again, I apologize. I should have nailed that, but I didn't. So if we could, we'll have you come back in 12 minutes, 10:15.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
If you take your seats, we'll start shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hydrated.
Yeah. Okay. We're back after the break, and I'm looking to Oregon Commercial, I believe, right?
Thank you, Mr. Pettinger. Good morning, council members. My name is Mark Newell. I'm the Oregon Salmon Troll Advisor on the SAS, and I'll read out our alternatives for Oregon from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, September 1st through October 31st. Open 7 days per week, all salmon through earlier of September 30th or reaching the 10,000 non-marked selected coho quota. All salmon except coho thereafter. Coho minimum size limit of 16 inches total length and Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. The big gear restriction definition C2, C3. No more than 100 Chinook allowed per vessel per landing week, Thursday through Wednesday. Vessel limits may be modified in season. Coho quota of 10,000 non-marked selective, no more than 50 coho allowed per vessel per landing week, Thursday through Wednesday. Vessel limits may be modified in season. Any remainder of non-marked selected coho quota from the recreational fishery in Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis. In 2024, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length. Gear restrictions same as 2023. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2024 meeting. Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border, KMZ, closed. In 2024, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length. Gear restrictions same as 2023. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2024 meeting. Alternative 2, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, September 1st through October 31st. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. Gear restriction definitions. No more than 75 Chinook allowed per vessel per landing week, Thursday through Wednesday. Vessel limits may be modified in season. Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border, closed. In 2024, same as Alternative 1. Alternative 3, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, October 1st through the 31st. Open 7 days a week per week, all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size of 28 inches total length. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. Gear restrictions and definition C2, C3. No more than 75 Chinook allowed per vessel per landing week, Thursday through Wednesday. Vessel limits may be modified in season. In 2024, same as alternative 1. Humbug Mountain to Oregon, California border, closed. In 2024, same as alternative 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. California, George?
Yeah, thank you, Council. My name is George Bradshaw. I'm the California Commercial Troll Rep. I'll be reading in our 3 alternatives. Alternative 1, California-Oregon border to the Humboldt South Jetty, the California KMZ, is closed. In 2024, the season will open May 1 through the earlier of May 31st, or a 3,000 Chinook quota. Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches, total length, landing possession limit of 20 Chinook per vessel day, open 5 days a week, Friday through Tuesday, all salmon except coho. Any remaining portion of Chinook quota may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis to the next open quota period. All fish caught in this area must be landed within the area within 24 hours of any closure to the fishery and prior to fishing outside the area. See compliance requirements and gear restrictions and definitions. Climate control zone closed. Humboldt South Jetty to latitude 4010 is closed. Latitude 4010 to Point Arena, Fort Bragg is closed. In 2024, the season will open April 16th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches, total length. Gear restrictions, same as in 2023. This opening could be modified by the council review at its March 2024 meeting. Alternative 2 on the same page, Oregon, California border to the Humboldt South Jetty, California KMZ, closed with the same appendages as alternative 1. Humboldt South Jetty to the latitude 4010, closed. Latitude 4010 to Point Arena, Fort Bragg, closed, same appendages as alternative 1. Over into alternative 3, California, Oregon, state border to the Humboldt South Jetty, California KMZ is closed. Same appendages as the other 2 alternatives. Humboldt South Jetty to latitude 42, closed. Latitude 42 to Point Arena, Fort Bragg is closed. Same appendages as the other alternatives. Turning the page, alternative 1, Point Arena to Pigeon Point, San Francisco Cell is closed. In 2024, the season will open May 1st, so all salmon except coho, Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches, total length. Gear restrictions, same as in 2023. The opening could be modified following council review at the March or April 2024 meeting. Point raised to the Point San Pedro fall area target zone, also closed. Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border, Monterey zone, is closed. In 2024, the season will open May 1 for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit, 27 inches, total length. Gear restrictions, same as 2023. The opening could be modified following council review in the March or April 2024 meeting. Alternative 2, same page. Point Arena to Pigeon Point, San Francisco Cell is closed. Same appendages as alternative 1. Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border, Monterey, is closed. Same appendages as alternative 1. Point Arena to Pigeon Point, or alternative 3, this is Pigeon Point, Point Arena, San Francisco zone is closed. Same appendages as the other alternatives. Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border is also closed. Same appendages as the other alternatives. That finishes my report.
Okay. Questions for the commercial alternatives? We move to recreational. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My questions are for the Oregon rep. I'll just note, I'm a little surprised seeing all 3 alternatives contain fall fishery options for Chinook directed harvest. I'm wondering if you can explain to me why the approach is different in the area from Falcon to Humbug versus Humbug to the Oregon-California border or the Oregon KMZ. As I see the northern area alternatives, all that offer Chinook fisheries, direct Chinook fisheries and credit card. You don't have any similar fisheries for the Oregon KMZ. And in both cells, you're showing 2024 openers, which are contingent on council review at the March 2024 meeting. So fall fisheries don't have that ability to be reviewed at the March 2024 meeting where we have new forecast information. So I'm just very curious what the difference here is in strategy between Falcon to Humbug and then versus the Oregon KMZ. Thank you.
From Humbug North, we're primarily fishing on Oregon stocks, Elk River stocks. And at least last year, our impacts on Sacramento were very minimal. And I think there were 0 for Klamath in the commercial fishery.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And forgive me for not knowing all of the ins and outs of how the state of Oregon and its regulatory authorities work, but I know historically the state of Oregon has authorized fisheries inside state waters that are consistent with the impacts that are determined through the federal process for federal waters, and that Oregon has proceeded with authorizing those fisheries so long as the state fishery impacts stay within those established in the federal analyses. So in other words, it has allowed in the past for state Oregon waters fisheries to have a different season structure than might be prescribed in federal waters off Oregon. So I'm just wondering if you've considered that as an alternative to scheduling fisheries in federal waters.
I guess you're talking about a bubble fishery off certain areas. That is a much smaller area, and it would discourage boats from traveling up and down the coast. So that's pretty much up to ODF&W to determine those bubble fisheries.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess then I would ask ODFW, would you consider bubble fisheries in lieu of federally scheduled fisheries?
Oh.
This is part of council discussion.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. I will, I'll hold that question for later. Thank you. I appreciate your response.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions for the commercial portion of the SAS? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Now the rec.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Dave Johnson. I am the Washington Sport Rep. I will be reading from Table 2, pages 14, 15, and 16. Alternative 1, north of Cape Falcon. Overall non-Indian TAC, 85,000 Chinook and 200,000 marked coho. Recreational TAC of 42,500 Chinook and 168,000 marked coho. Various daily limits and species combinations of 1 and 2 salmon will be considered, including 1 fish, 2 fish only, one of which may be a Chinook, and 2 fish only, one may be a coho. No trade scheduled at this time. No Area 4B add-on fishery. Buoy 10 fishery opens August 1 with an expected landed catch of 40,000 mark coho in August and September. Overall Chinook and coho tax may need to be reduced or fisheries adjusted to meet NIMS, ESA guidance, FMP requirements upon conclusion of regulations in the North of Falcon Forum or upon receipt of preseason catch and abundance expectations for Canada and Alaska fisheries. U.S.-Canada border, Cape Alava, Nia Bay subarea. Open June 17th through earlier of September 30th, or 17,470 marked coho, with a sub-area guideline of 9,490 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except no chum, beginning August 1. 2 salmon per day, of which only 1 may be a Chinook, plus 1 additional pink salmon. All coho must be marked with the healed adipose fin clipped. An impact-neutral, non-selective coho fishery may be considered through in-season management action later in the season. Beginning August 1, Chinook non-retention east of the Benilla-Tatoosh line during council-managed ocean fisheries. See gear restrictions, pages C2, C3. In-season management may be used to sustain season length and keep harvest within the overall Chinook and coho recreational tax of north of Cape Falcon. Alternative 2 in the Nia Bay subarea open June 24th through earlier September 30th, or 16,160 mark coho subarea quota with a guideline of 8,370 Chinook, open 7 days a week, all salmon except no chum, beginning August 1, 2 salmon per day, only one of which may be a Chinook, all coho must be marked. Alternative 3 in the Nia Bay area, July 1 through earlier September 24th, or 14,850 mark coho subarea quota with a subarea guideline of 7,260 on the Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except no chum, beginning August 1, 2 salmon per day, all coho must be marked. Moving south to the Cape Alava or Queets River, La Push subarea, June 17th through earlier September 30th, or 4,370 marked coho and 1,740 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except no chum, beginning August 1, 2 salmon per day, of which only 1 may be a Chinook, plus 1 additional pink salmon. All coho must be marked with the clipped adipose fin. October 3rd through earlier October 7th, or 150 Chinook quota, table C5 in the area north of 4750 north latitude and 4800. Open 7 days a week, Chinook only, 1 Chinook per day. Alternative 2 for the La Push subarea, open June 24th or earlier September 30th for 4,040 marked coho subarea quota with a subarea guideline of 1,530 Chinook. 7 days a week, all salmon except no chum, beginning August 1. 2 salmon per day, only one of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked, same as alternative 1. Alternative 3 in the Push subarea, July 1 through earlier September 24th, or 3,710 marked coho with a subarea guideline of 1,330 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except no chum, beginning August 1, 2 salmon per day. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Moving south to the Queets River, Ledbetter Point, otherwise known as Westport subarea, open June 24th to earlier September 30th, or 62,160 marked coho subarea quota with a subarea guideline of 18,750 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit in this area is 22-inch total length. An impact neutral, non-selective coho fishery may be considered through in-season management action later in the season. Gear restrictions and definitions, C2, C3. Alternative 2, open July 1 through earlier September 30th, or 57,500 marked coho subarea quota with a sub-area guideline of 16,550 Chinook, same as alternative 1. Alternative 3, July 2 through earlier September 30th, or 52,840 marked coho sub-area quota with a sub-area guideline of 14,330 Chinook. Open 5 days a week, Sunday through Thursday. All salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. And again, Chinook minimum size limit of 22 inches. Moving south, Ledbetter Point, Cape Falcon, or the Columbia River sub-area, June 24th through earlier September 30th, or 84,000 marked coho sub-area quota with a sub-area guideline of 12,520 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook in this area is a 22-inch overall length. An impact-neutral, non-selective coho fishery may be considered through in-season management action later in the season. Columbia Control Zone, C4, in-season management may be used to sustain season length and keep harvest within the overall Chinook and coho recreational tax. Alternative 2, open June 24th through earlier September 30th, or 77,700 marked coho with a sub-area guideline of 11,050 Chinook, same as alternative 1. Alternative 3, open June 26th through earlier September 24th, 71,400 marked coho quota with a sub-area guideline of 9,580 Chinook. And that concludes north of Falcon, recreational.
Okay, just a pause there. Any questions for north of Falcon? Okay. Proceed, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Mike Sorensen, Oregon Charter Representative on the SAS. I'll be reading from the same document on 17 and 18. We'll start on 17 and go straight across the board and go to 18. Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, September 1st through October 30th. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, except as provided below during the all salmon marked select coho fishery and the non-marked select coho fishery. 2 fish per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches, and see all the gear restrictions. And in 2024, the season will open March 15th. Alternative 2 is the same as alternative 1. And alternative 3 is the same as the other 2 alternatives, except in alternative 3, there is only a 1 Chinook limit. Moving over to page 18, Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, marked select coho fishery, June 17th through the earlier of August 31st, or 110,000 marked coho quota. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except Chinook, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must have a healed adipose fin and the other gear restrictions. Any of the remainder of the marked select coho may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis to the Oregon Troll quota from the non-select coho fishery from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, non-marked coho fishery, September 1st through the earlier of September 30th, or a 25,000 non-marked select coho quota, open 7 days a week, may be modified in season, open 2 fish per day, size limit is 16 inches, and other gear restrictions. And then Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border is the same as I just read above. Alternative 2, Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border. Mark Select Coho Fishery, June 17th through the earlier of the 31st, or 100,000 Mark Coho, same as alternative 1. And then any remainder of this fishery will be rolled over to the non-Mark Select fishery for recreational. Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, non-Mark Select Coho fishery, September 1st through the earlier of September 30th, or 20,000 non-Mark Select Coho quota, open 7 days a week. And same as alternative 1. And then I did make a mistake over there on alternative 1, where I said that from Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California is the same as I read above. There's no non-Mark Select fishery in that one. And in alternative 2 on Humbug Mountain, they are going to join us in the Mark Select fishery without the non-Mark Select fishery. Moving on to alternative 3, Mark Coho fishery, June 17th through the earlier of October 31st, or 90,000 Mark Coho quota, and same as alternative 1, and that the remainder can be rolled over. Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, the non-Mark Select Coho fishery, September 1st through the earlier of September 30th, or 15,000 non-Mark Coho quota, open 7 days a week. And then Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border, closed.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike from Oregon? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I heard you make a few corrections to what's printed here. But I think I'm trying to understand, if I'm looking at alternative 1 and the language from Cape Falcon to Humbug in your non-Mark Select Coho fishery, I see open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day.
Thank you, Marcy. Correction, I am not the vice chair. I'm just the Oregon charter rep. We have our vice chair that is not here right now. But in that, it says open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, 2 fish per day.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All salmon except coho?
Or also, it says all, I said that, it says all salmon except Chinook is what it reads. I misread it.
Okay. Okay.
The Chinook thing has all the SAS thrown up in the air, sorry.
Me too. Thank you. So just to clarify, alternative 1, from Cape Falcon to Humbug.
I read it right this second.
September 1 through the earlier of September 30th.
Can you repeat that? I was not paying attention. Thanks.
Of course. Thank you. So Cape Falcon to Humbug, non-Mark Select Coho, September 1 through September 30th. The language on the page in the copy I'm reading from says open 7 days per week, all salmon. I think what you just told me is that it's all salmon except Chinook.
Yes, it's all salmon except Chinook.
Yeah, right there it should say.
That should be corrected down below where it should say all salmon except Chinook. 2 fish per day.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about. We'll add that.
We will correct that.
Thank you. So I accept that answer. I think that's what I was looking to hear, but just to hear it in words, I'm not seeing that you're proposing Chinook retention in any of these alternatives south of Humbug to the Oregon-California border. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I should do a correction there too on alternative 3 at the bottom there for our non-Mark Select fishery in September. It's a 2 fish limit, but only 1 may be a Chinook.
Mike, is it possible, could you read the the corrected paragraph. In the
Corrected
record,
paragraph, yes.
please.
It should read open 7 day, and this is alternative 3 from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. Open 7 days per week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, of only of which one may be a Chinook, and then see gear restrictions.
Is that the one you? Well, I mean,
that was alternative 3.
The one that Marcy was referring to, the corrected the
the corrected version of alternative 1 should be open 7 days per week, all salmon except Chinook, 2 salmon per day, and then see gear restrictions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yep, appreciate that. Thank you, Marcy. Marcy?
Yes. Then the summary question I asked you was, are you showing in all of your alternatives, or I asked in all of your alternatives, are you intending to show that no retention of Chinook is allowed? And then now I see in alternative 3, you're allowing retention of a Chinook in the non-mark select coho fishery.
That is only going down to Humbug Mountain. It's not going down to the Oregon-California border. From Humbug Mountain to the border is closed in the Oregon KMZ.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I follow you. I'm just asking why you are showing in this third alternative the authorization for Chinook retention from Falcon to Humbug.
If you go back to page 17 on our first one, that is our alternatives for, thank you. That's our alternatives from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. We have Chinook fishery in all 3 of those. And when we included to do our non-mark select fishery, which there's no Chinook fishing in any of those, except for in the month of September, and then in September we have it. We are not including the zone for that.
Right. Thank you for clarifying. So this is a fall fishery.
Yes.
This alternative would propose Chinook retention.
Yes.
And I guess I'll just ask the question that I asked your commercial counterpart. Did you consider the Habitat Committee's thinking about the likely stock abundance for 23 or for 24 and 25 for the Klamath and Sacramento stocks in light of their analysis of the habitat indicators and the likelihood that the forecasts are not likely to be abundant next year?
Well, the SAS altogether has considered all these factors and many more that we were going through in the last 2 days. And yes, we have considered that. And looking back, I can give you the numbers that in our fall fisheries for 2022 that we affected the Klamath in the Sacramento, if you'd like that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have nothing further right now.
Okay, very good. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Okay, California. Jim?
My name is Jim Yarnell, and I'm a California Sport Rep, and I'll be reading off the same document, Table 2, the Oregon-California border to 4010, the California KMZ, and I'll be reading across. It is closed. In 2024, season opens May 1 for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 20 inches. This opening could be modified following council review at its March or April 2024 meeting. Alternative 2 is closed. Alternative 3 is closed. Moving south now, latitude 4010 to Point Arena, Fort Bragg is closed with the following language: in 2024, season opens May 1 for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size of 20 inches total length. This opening could be modified following council review at its March or April 2024 meeting. Alternative 2, closed. Alternative 3, closed. Point Arena to Pigeon Point, San Francisco, closed. In 2024, salmon season opens April 6th. For all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length. This opening could be modified following council review in March 2024. Alternative 2, closed. Alternative 3, closed. Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexican border, Monterey, closed. In 2024, season opens April 6th for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2024 meeting. Alternative 2, closed. Alternative 3, closed. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Questions for California? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jim. You might have caught in the exchange I had with the Oregon representatives. I'm interested in knowing what you looked at with regard to impacts and the prospect of scheduling de minimis fisheries or even fall fisheries in California. I see there are no alternatives at all for any recreational fishing in the ocean in California pre-September 1 or thereafter. I'm just wondering if there was a possibility for scheduling a very short season, a day, couple of days, Labor Day weekend, frequently is the type of request or suggestion that we might have in an alternative. I'm hearing the discussion from Oregon and the consideration of likely low forecasts in 2024. And so I'm just wondering why a decision was made in the California alternatives to show them entirely closed for the entire year and then into the next season after September 1st. Thank you.
Yes, we considered having a fall fishery on the recreational side. Even for a brief period of, we specifically discussed Labor Day weekend. However, we reviewed the credit card fisheries debt that was accrued on the last year season, 22 season, and it was significantly higher on those Sacramento and Klamath stocks, both on both stocks, and we elected not to take the risk for the resource given the habitat committees and the poor returns. We just didn't want to take that risk reward, and we thought the risk was too high for the reward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Bush Smith. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A little latitude, if you may, and if I may, and I'll take my flogging at lunch if it need be. I just want to point out that I've been in that very same chair that the South of Falcon people are sitting on, and it's not fun. And even at de minimis fisheries, it's going to be a disaster for sure in 2023. But, you know, human nature sometimes comes to play where everybody in this situation polarizes and tries to fight for their own by pointing finger at others. And I just want to point out this time the 4 representatives from California on the SAS, including George back there, he's not up at the tables, have done a marvelous job hanging together and not pointing those fingers. I've seen either YouTube or Facebook films of James Stone promoting the need to work together to find solutions to these issues where solutions need to be found. And when you do that, you find those solutions working together. It's hard to find those solutions when people are working in different directions. And I want to commend those 4 for sure on doing that. And it is hard. These are industry leaders, and we all have a few chuckleheads in our particular industry that still like to throw rocks and stones. But as leaders, you know, you have to know working together is much better, and things get accomplished much faster than working apart. And I just want to thank them for that and recognize that what they have done to keep their coalition together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you much, Jeff. It's important to acknowledge that for sure. Anyone else? Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's our reports. We'll now move to public comment. I believe there's at least 5, I believe. We have a presentation, I believe. We'll probably start off with that first, which would be James Stone.
I've got a PowerPoint for you all today. If we could cue the PowerPoint, please. Good morning, Council. My name is James Stone. I'm the Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. I represent over 4,000 sportsmen and women throughout California, as well as over 600 licensed guides and charter boat operators east of the Carquinez Bridge, which is still in Coast Guard and anadromous waters. Next slide, please. I'm here today to talk to you about the collapse of the Sacramento stock and why we're here. The state of the fishery is fully collapsed. Our model data is biased, and we're inputting state reporting bias data into our federal model, which is causing major inaccuracies on forecasting, escapement, and on our harvest numbers. Until these numbers are fixed and until we address these numbers, we are never going to have a correct, accurate model. We must do this. It is imperative, and I will get into that. Our natural spawning component is collapsed and is causing the model to react to past times rather than what we are currently seeing in realistic measures on the poor water management in the river. There has been zero water allocation for the fall run, major dewatering, and bad water management is the primary driver of why we are not seeing our stocks rebound. Our low hatchery production and low survival and high mortality, pre-spawn mortality, and low adult returns have caused a full collapse of the industry and recreational enthusiasm inland. In 2022, we only had 61,850 adults, 6,996 were jacks, and that's highlighted in red so that you can understand in a couple more slides that that number is biased. 6 of the last 8 years, according to the NOAA's guidance letter, we have missed the minimum floor escapement of 122,000 fish. That is a 75% failure. That is an error rate that we cannot take this year. The PFMC set the floor escapement of 122 minimum to 180,000 in 1984. It has yet to be revised, but in 2011, according to the FMP, it was supposed to be revised when the Red Bluff Diversion Dam was removed on the Sacramento main stem. And once that Red Bluff Diversion Dam was removed, we adopted harvest control rules that allowed us to harvest more stocks in de minimis fisheries, which was designed for short-term allocation to keep our fleets functioning and alive after the last collapse. But it was not for long-term management, because the long-term management of the harvest control rule has got us to where we are now. And the exploitation rate last year was exceeded, which was a maximum of 70%, and we ended up at 75%. Next slide. This is the chart. You've all seen it. I don't need to explain it time and time again, but you can look at the pattern. You can see where we're at. Next slide, please. This slide shows the main stem natural spawners. Where I want to highlight, if someone could put a cursor, is 2015. 2014, 15, we decided to truck all 12 million smolts out of Coleman because of drought and because of 100% predicted mortality by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And if we could move the cursor now 3 years later, those returning numbers, we had a 99% stray rate according to the Codewire tag recover data from Coleman. That means all of our fish strayed to other rivers. And now in 17, you look and you can see how many natural spawners were left. I believe in the natural areas, the number was around 1527, 1572. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was the lowest in the history of the Sacramento River. Salmon have a 3-year life cycle. You jump 3 years, 2020. Jump 3 years, you're sitting in the seat that we are today. Next slide, please. The upper left chart shows that the last year's guidance, our state of California said that 180,000 was the minimum necessary escapement to ensure that we got 122,000 back. That was not trying to get 180,000 back. Our state said, let's try to put the number at 180 so we get 122 back. We got back 61,000. The preseason, postseason difference was 145,000 fish. That is the number one piece of data that is erring in the model. And that's why our model is off. The other is for other issues because we're not controlling harvest and other numbers as it's been pointed out by everyone. The 169,000 that you see above you is a number that is calculated by the ocean harvest model based on 6,996 jacks. Next slide. This is a chart that shows the differences between preseason and postseason forecast, erring at a 41% rate. Next slide, please. This is the McCollum River. The McCollum River sits right below the American River, and there's a Delta Cross Channel, which is how we ship water from the State Water Project from north to south, moving water to the lower section of the California people. The problem is that when that Delta Cross Channel opens up in November, December, when it's allowed to, that our McCollum fish from a completely different watershed are straying into that river, and they are inflating the number of escapement by 11,000 plus adults this year and 1,500 jacks, which that jack number is now being reported. 50% of the fish, maybe more, are coming into that river. And now we're using that jack number to forecast our harvest abundance in the SI. We can't be doing that. We know it's wrong. And I've had multiple people call me and tell me that we're right on that. I'm running out of time. So next slide. This is the harvest control rule. It says that we can harvest at 28.1%. And I also want to highlight that last year's preseason abundance was 396, which gave us about a 70% rate, and we went over that. Next slide, please. This is a flow chart that is in the methodology review, and I encourage you to read it based on the Sacramento Conservation Objective needing to be done. This work was done by Will Satterwaite and others. And it basically says that the floor escapement of 122,000 to 180,000 in 2011 should have been raised up to 240,000 to 380,000. But we need to base our abundances based on flow. On low flow number years, we need to have a forecast that is adjusted according to the natural spawn. That's where our error is in the model. Next slide. This is the methodology review table 4 and shows you all of the numbers based on peer-reviewed science and documents that are all in the council forum that show you that 122,000 floor is unacceptable number to manage this stock moving forward. We must do a cohort reconstruction and understand the necessity of accurately predicting these stocks. Next slide, please. This is a spawner recruitment relationship chart. I want you to look at this. I could talk to you all about this for 8 hours, just this one chart alone. But this chart basically shows you how water influences salmon abundance on a 3-year cyclical cycle. This was done independently by scientist Tom Cannon. And if you look at the number, that shows you anything that's red, it shows you poor water years. And anything on the dot shows you the out-migrating water for those juveniles 2 3/4 years prior. And the outer ring signifies what the water was when the recruits 3 years prior returned to. Using this model, which is basically like using the Habitat Committee report built into the model, science shows that the true abundance is only 75 to 95,000 absent fishing. based on environmental factors. Next slide, please. This is the chart that I put together that shows you every year, and I encourage you to read it tonight. It goes all the way from every year. The left column shows you the preseason versus postseason escapement numbers with an error rate of 55% historically, 55%. The next line shows the models where we implemented 2006 CFM. We had a double closure, 8 and 9. HCRs came into 11. And then down, we started using autocorrelation, I believe, in the model in 2014. The next is the SAC abundance, and that shows you a 41% error rate. If we go down to the bottom, 2023, and you remove 41% off of 169,767, you only have 100,000 fish to start the season. If it's only a 31% error rate like last year, we have only 117,000 fish to start the season. Both of those put us in an overfish status, absent fishing. The next is the harvest chart and the inland chart. And you can see the discrepancies are 24% off on off years where we're under and 46% on over years. And inland harvest has been off historically and consistently because 14% of the total escapement is added to that number and added to the escapement number for inland harvest. Last slide, please. So NCGSA is asking you to support proper species management by using non-biased data for the corrupted modeling. Request the PFMC Council to implement the raised sac floor escapement by adopting the new Sacramento Conservation Objective and cohort reconstruction. Discuss model reconstruction on other external modeled factors like the Habitat Committee report. Support all fisheries equally. And my last comment is, it's a sad day to sit here when the fishermen and women of the industry and of the sport fleet have to advocate for closure to protect our fisheries for our kids and our grandkids so that we have a future to fish. And it seems like there are certain individuals that are trying to open fisheries, which to us feels just as greedy as the almond farmers south of the Delta sucking up our water. Are we going to take every last drop? Thank you.
Thank you, James. Question for James? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, James, for being here, sharing this, and clearly putting a lot of time and energy into the work that you showed us today. My question is in regards to straying. Just wasn't quite understanding everything you were saying there, so I was hoping you'd give us a little bit more background and understanding about the impacts of that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for the question. I was trying to rush because a 10-minute time limit. Thank you for the question. So the McCollum River Hatchery is in the Eastern Delta, and it is in a direct area to where we transfer water from the State Water Project and the CVPIA around the Delta down to the Tracy South pumps, the state and federal water projects. And what happens is that the average water that's coming out throughout the season is drawing in our normal stocks, our SI stocks, right? Our American, feather, Yuba, and Sacramento mainstem and hatchery fish. But what happens is that there's very little water that generally comes out of the McCollum River. And so those fish stage in the Eastern Delta and swim around and get lost, and they don't know where to go. And if you look at the Codewire tag reports, the stray rates are rather high in the 40, 50, 60% range because there's no water for them to come back to. As soon as water gets open and released, or we have a big rainstorm in the American River drainage out of Folsom, that water comes down the system, and those fish are natural. They're going to go to where there's water because they're swimming around dying in super hot heated water. So they shoot up into the American River. And so these fish could be argued that they are contributing to escapement. This year, over 11,000 jacks. So if you took that number off and they didn't stray this year, we would be under 50,000 fish really returned. We would be overfished right now. But a lot of people say, as long as they contribute, they're still considered a part of the stock, which is a correct statement, according to the FMP. But if they are taken in the hatchery and their eggs are then transferred to another hatchery, providing contribution to a different watershed, Why do we count them into the stocks of the SI abundance forecast? And then the jacks is the biggest thing. We have a jack fish that is there that is our primary driver of our linear regression SI index. So when that number gets reported to Dr. O'Farrell and he inputs that number, it spits this number out of where it's at. And I've asked for some modeling reviews just to be done as mock trials of where is those discrepancies. If you reduce the 1,500 jacks at a minimum stray rate that actually happened this year, our SI drops from 169 down to into the 140s. Just taking that one piece of bias data out of the model. And that's why the industry, based on the forecasting, based on the stray rates, based on the natural spawning component and the escapement being wrong, are heavily concerned that we are going to overfish a stock if it opens.
Okay, Corey. Great.
Thank you.
Chair Grolick.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks, James. I think you make some really valid points about the lack of water flow. That is not only contributing to straying, but has resulted in effectively the loss of natural spawning in the Upper Sacramento. And the Upper Sacramento has traditionally been our richest source of fish for the fishery and as well as for escapement. And unfortunately, no one here can turn the spigot. I want to go to the slide before this where you have the colored columns, and this guy, it's the labels are truncated. So is the first column is here. The second column, is that the preseason SI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the postseason SI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the percentage you're applying is the error based on the postseason SI. When you come up with 40% or whatever the number was you came up with.
So Chair Grelnick, if you were to look at 2022, we started with the preseason abundance of 396,458 fish last year. And once fishing was done, and I'm sorry I didn't have enough time to explain this chart, but when you calculate the SI, so everyone knows, it is inland harvest plus escapement plus the proportional rate of ocean harvest that is sac fall. So you take the proportional rate of sac fall ocean harvest, add it to inland harvest, add it to escapement, and that gets your postseason SI abundance. So we modeled last year's seasons based on 396,000 fish out in the ocean, and we went fishing. The commercial fleet, the rec fleet, everyone went fishing according to the guidance of this council based on 396,000. But the truth was at the end, we were at 251,000. So it was about a 32% error rate last year.
Okay, so I guess those columns I asked you about, I think those are pre and post escapements. Okay, so yes. Moving over, we've got the SIs. And I'm looking at starts at 87% and ends at 63%. And so if you just take the reciprocal, so to speak, of that, you get a 13% error. Those would be the errors. And I'm looking at the column above, and are you averaging that column to 59%? Is that where that 59% comes from?
So that 41% came from NIMS guidance when we looked at comparing the rates for all the way back to, I believe it's 2012, not on this chart, but from 2012 to forward, the last 10 seasons, it came to a 41% error rate.
So that 59% is not a number you calculated. That's a number you adopted.
That is a number that we were showing that the numbers had a 41% error rate historically. So if we took 41% off of this year's forecast.
So it's a number you adopted, not a number you calculated.
No, we calculated that number.
And that calculation comes from the table above?
And including years previous.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Grolick. Anybody? Oh, Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was wondering, James, how does pre-spawn mortality because of low water flows and warm water add into this, add to the soup sandwich that you have currently going down there? Do you have any idea? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Smith. We did watch pre-spawn mortality very heavily this year in the Sacramento and Feather River at the confluence of Verona, which is the main area that we saw pre-spawn mortality. We saw on average, the numbers are right off the top of my head. I can give you the total number was around 6,000 to 8,000 was the estimate of pre-spawn mortality that we saw and witnessed personally. We do not know how bad the pre-spawn mortality was south in the actual estuary area or the bay west of Carquinez Bridge to the Golden Gate Bridge. You have a 46-mile path that these fish must go through in order to get to Rio Vista, where the mouth of the Sacramento River starts, and then it's a 300-mile journey from there. So it's a total of 346 miles. There's very little monitoring done by our department, and there's very little analysis. The SAS has asked, I believe, for 3 years at least for that data on the fall run, and we have not yet received that data. We don't know what that number is, and it's very encouraging. And one of the SAS members, Captain Johnny Atkinson, has been volunteering and participating in a new study that has been acoustically tagging fish outside the gate and then tracking them as they monitor in towards the system and whether or not those fish are moving in between pings. And what we noticed on one of those stocks that was very interesting was that a McCollum fish, correct? Yeah, it came all the way up to Sacramento, pinged at the Sacramento Tower Bridge, returned and went all the way back down to Benicia, traveled 50 miles back out towards the ocean, and then was caught in this study. So I encourage you to look at that, and I encourage you to understand that there are some major factors going on that I think that are unknown with pre-spawn mortality. But in the upper river, if we are not holding them to the temperature requirements in the BO, which is 68 degrees at Wilkins Slough in Sutter County, we have problems with pre-spawn mortality.
Butch?
So this question for Marcy or you, James. There are different factors to pre-spawning mortality, obviously. Pollution factors, warm water, low water. It'd be nice to know at some point in time if there is a possibility to see what the blame exactly is, what the cause is for, that's a pretty substantial amount of adults getting back to the river that are, didn't do what they were intended to do. And so at some point in time, that would be a nice thing to know, to show, the water users of California that, it's just not fish dying because they spawn or not, they're dying full of eggs. And that's a tragedy in itself. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Butch. Further questions for James? Okay. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Council.
Yep. And next up, I believe, is, I'll wait till I see his name. George Bradshaw. George? Followed by David Bain.
Hello again, Council, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm George Bradshaw, president of PCFFA, and come to testify at this moment, in support of our fleet that I represent. This last testimony is going to be a tough one to follow up. It was full of great slides, lots of information. I'm going to come here and talk more from my heart and my feelings. There's been a lot of conversation today about, the poor status of the fish and the poor status of the environment that the fish rely on, and, where this is going. Unfortunately, I'm sitting in this chair again today after last April's council meeting. At that moment, I gave public testimony again before all of you guys with the concerns that we had and the outcomes that we perceived was going to happen, which is exactly all that information that James just shared of the inaccuracies. Unfortunately, we've realized that, and now we're sitting in this position. And people like myself have donated thousands of hours trying to advocate for fish, trying to advocate for the environment. The organization that I am now president of has spent decades advocating for fish and for the fisheries. For environmental reasons, for water reasons, trying to ensure that there's sustainability. We work with tribal counterparts, we work with recreational counterparts to try to ensure that we have sustainability so that there is a future. My testimony last April before we took final action was that there was going to be overperformance, and I listed a plethora of reasons why. And unfortunately, I was instructed in the off season, right, while I was out trying to prosecute my business and have a family and live my life, to then partake in more meetings to try to express my viewpoint of what was incorrect or why they were missing the mark. What ultimately happened was I spent, again, countless hours and we didn't get to the solution. And real quickly, I'll explain, in my view, and as an SAS member, I find that I'm not just here to advocate and give my opinion or my knowledge on just setting the season and leaving this process. There's far more to it than, just picking dates and leaving. And what we have and what James demonstrated through a lot of his presentation is the abundance forecasts are reading off, right? We start with this forecast of a number, right? And we set our seasons in this process off of that number, assuming that that's there. And we set all of our time area places off of that number. And the effort and the number of days are allotted off of that original number. And we've been missing that number by what he said, 31%, 40%. I'm not great with those numbers. I can't pull them off the top of my head like him. But ultimately what ends up happening, first off, right, is now we go prosecute fisheries on that inflated number. Postseason is not realized, right? That's number one, the issue that I see. Number two is on the harvest side, right? The harvest model, the overperformance that has been happening. Ultimately, over time, the model, in my mind, my understanding of it, was built over an average over time, area, place, and data put in, right? And as we started missing those objectives, we started shrinking the time frame of that model, trying to modernize it. And, through the modernization of that model, trying to capture the differences in the fleet's performances, right, that we're trying to do, we ultimately missed two things. And this is what I gave public testimony to last April, and why I feel that I'm here and how I could help this process. I understand my fleet really well. I understand the fish and why and where they are in the ocean really well. I spent my life doing that. My father spent his life doing it, and my grandpa as well. What is going on is, now that we've shrunk those time periods, right, the model charges by time, area, place, and that day costs the same anytime through that time period, right? It doesn't matter if it's the first, the middle, the end of the month. But in reality, when it was built, in the history of it, we had open seasons. They were all open. So there's peaks and valleys of catch was averaged over time. That's how it predicted. But then now we've truncated those times to try to, lower harvest, right? But what ultimately happened now is when the fleet goes out and the fish aren't actively being fished on, they school up, and then the fleet goes out and goes fishing, and catch rates are really high the first couple days. All of a sudden, the two things that I mentioned earlier, right, is either statistically or habit of the fish. Statistically, if you take fish out of a school, statistically catch rates are going to go down because there's less fish. If you couple that with habit, right, those fish over the time of their evolution, they scatter out and they go deeper and they move away from prey so they could survive. That's the habit side of when the fleet comes out and goes fishing, right? So if you couple those two, statistically and habit, that's where catch rates then go down. And over a period of time, say 6, 8, 10 days, those catch rates, bloop, all of a sudden hit that average the model was built on, and the model reads and sees. So what we've ultimately done, no fault of our own, right? I've warned of this. I've tried to help, through this process and through meetings, explain this, and I'm doing it again. But what we've ultimately done is just captured, those high catch rates before they fall and average out. And it is my feeling that that is why, these harvest rates are higher than what we historically see. Do I believe that the fish are just more? Do I believe, the fleet is better at what they do? I find it hard to tell my predecessors that I'm better than they are. I have the same gear. We run the same flasher, the same spoon, right? I mean, granted, we have cell phones, we can probably call each other. They had radios and everything else as well. Realistically, that is the missing piece that is leading to the problem, right? And if we could honestly take the time, dedicate the workload to fix it, I think we wouldn't be in this position. And I say that in a sense that ultimately is going to take opportunity away from me. It's going to take opportunity away from the people that I represent, because those time periods are going to be more expensive, right? They're not going to be diluted over time. I say that though, because again, to wrap up more, I'm running out of time, but the federation that I represent, in our logo is stewards of the fisheries, stewards of the resource, right? We have to do what's best. We have to do what's right. We have to ensure that we have the time to do that, right? That's what we're asking. We're asking to ensure that we get this process right, because our futures depend on it. The fish depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Questions for George? Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, George, for sharing that today and previously. One question or a couple questions, I guess, that are related. Talking about sort of this, what I'm going to probably incorrectly call a mismatch, but which is we have this life history trait of the fish, and then we also have the way that we're fishing. You talk about trying, I think you said, try to understand and do the workload around this. So thinking about what that might look like. Does this, in your mind, mean we should be thinking about the way the season is structured or ways that we do modeling to incorporate this mismatch that we're missing right now?
Thank you for the question. I don't know if I have a really direct, clear answer. There's been guidance given from our state of a path, which may or may not get to that same solution. Until then, I haven't really put a lot of thought into how it could achieve what we're looking for. I do know, though, at least I do feel that if we gave the opportunity to look into what I just explained in the models, we would get to where we were wanting to go.
Gordon? Hey. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. George, thanks. Thanks for that, all the comments, and thanks for all the hard work over a long, long period of time you've done. You bring a lot of clarity to all this. I appreciate it. I heard earlier there was a suggestion, I believe, by Marcy about maybe in-season management to when we have these inaccuracies of prediction that we can monitor it on an ongoing basis. Would that, in your opinion, would that help a lot to do that and keep us in line so that maybe we don't suffer these huge unforeseen, I won't call it that because I think you guys did predict it, problems?
Again, thanks for the question. I think until we can take the time and the workload to address the inaccuracies in the models, it is probably the only approach. I personally don't think that, giving up on the way that a fishery has been managed for a short-term gain because we can't take the time to address, the management that has been flawed, is also the best approach. And also, when we have healthy stocks, right, and historically healthier stocks, the margin of error isn't as pronounced, right? Because there's more of them, right? The margin of error, you could have a little error. Models have error, right? But as we've come from higher abundances down to below floors and, below the requirements, now margin of error is really highlighted, right? We can't have it now, or we get into overfished and we get into depleted and, we close fisheries. And that's the problem that I see right now. And, our habitat report did an excellent job of highlighting the issues, right? The issues that are driving this. And, it's been stated already in the conversation this morning, the main issue is not in this room. The main issue is where the fish live, how they reproduce, and what's causing that to break apart.
Thank you, George. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Bob, Chair Grolick.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks, George, for your testimony. It's really heartfelt, and I appreciate that. Leaving aside the harvest model issue that Bob Dooley raised, do you have any suggestions for improving the accuracy of the abundance model?
Thanks for the question. I think the presentation that we just heard, which, there was a whole lot packed into that. Going through the presentation that the previous person gave testimony for, there's evidence of why it is off, right? And again, there's recommendations that I have, recommendations that I feel could help. And to directly answer your question is, if we could take that Sacramento system and turn that into a age-based model like the Klamath, right? I think we'd have more accuracy. We wouldn't depend so much on the jack return that, there may or may not be strays that are inflating, that abundance forecast. Again, though, that's going to take some workload and time to address.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. What else? Phil?
Nat Bingham would be proud of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Okay, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. George, I just want to thank you for your heartfelt testimony, for speaking your truth to us. Personally, I want to thank you for always bringing solutions to the table. It would be very easy to complain and to blame others, but you consistently engage. You consistently are productive. I can only imagine how hard this must be. And you also are forward thinking. So you think not only about at least what you've expressed to me, not only about the current situation, but you think about what this means for your children and for the future. And I appreciate all of that you bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Okay, anyone else? Okay, thanks, George.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to David Bain, followed by Werner Wilson. David?
Hi, I'm Dr. David Bain. I'm Chief Scientist for Orca Conservancy. Orca Conservancy is a nonprofit organization with tens of thousands of members dedicated to the conservation of orcas worldwide, where our focus is trying to recover southern residents. Southern residents are an endangered subspecies of killer whale with only 73 individuals left. The main threat to their survival is lack of prey. Disturbance and toxins are other main threats. The primary prey from November through August are Chinook. In September, they shift to coho, and chum are important in the fall. Most of the year, most of the population feeds in the Pacific Ocean. Part of the population feeds in the Salish Sea most of the year, where all of the population spends part of its time. However, Salish Sea use has declined as Fraser River returns have declined and Columbia runs have increased. They've been in a genetic bottleneck for 4 to 6 generations, so inbreeding depression will increase jeopardy even if numbers do not drop further due to resource management policies. Reducing disturbance and modifying harvest are the two actions that would provide immediate benefits to the whales. Other actions like increasing hatchery production and improving flow management can provide benefits after a few years. Habitat restoration and removal of migration barriers can provide benefits in 1 or 2 decades. Addressing toxins takes many decades to be effective. Amendment 21 helps, but does not go far enough. The assumption that a given number of fish support a fixed number of whales is demonstrably false through analysis of carrying capacity as a function of prey abundance. Current conditions support only 73. Washington is beginning to implement a series of actions to promote recovery, but the fixed threshold in Amendment 21 allows the additional fish produced, quote, for the whales, unquote, to be taken in fisheries instead. Another issue we're facing is there may be selection for sex ratio at birth, with females in poor condition being more likely to produce males. If so, this reduces the reproductive potential of food-limited populations. In essence, the number of reproductive and pre-reproductive females, or more rigorously, the cumulative reproductive value of the population, provides a better measure of population status than census number. Our census numbers include males and post-reproductive females, in addition to the ones who will potentially be contributing directly to future generations. We request that you increase protections for winter and spring runs on the Pacific coast for lactating females who need 2 to 4 times as much prey as pregnant females. The production of calves surviving to July 1 has been less than half over the last 30 years than what it was previously. Whales feed from Central California to Southeast Alaska. This requires coordination among the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, your council, and Canadian fishery managers. When returns are down in any management area, other areas need to step up and reduce fishing pressure to preserve numbers available to the whales. Biomass, not just numbers, are important. Older juvenile salmon are an important food resource between runs. Fishery harvest and hatchery policies affect body size and age at return, and hence the available biomass. I urge you to take a precautionary approach and incorporate buffers to ensure prey will be adequate. Reducing bycatch will also increase prey available to whales. Also like to acknowledge that overfish means depleted due to habitat and fishing pressure, not fishing pressure alone. Habitat restoration and habitat access improvement offer more potential benefits than harvest regulation, meaning that shifting harvest riverward of where whales feed is a way to manage for escapement while making more prey available to the whales and maintaining higher levels of fishing. In summary, we ask that you shift fishing without place-based rights riverwards as a means to maintain harvest levels while making more fish available to the whales. Selective harvest, such as in-river fish traps that allow natural origin fish to be released unharmed and hatchery fish to be retained or redirected to other watersheds where they will not interbreed with wild fish, is a way to increase the proportion of hatchery fish at sea without exceeding the proportion of hatchery fish on the spawning grounds that would impose unacceptable risks to wild populations. Reducing bycatch is another means to increase prey availability. Finally, we ask that you add a buffer to the threshold in Amendment 21 to be precautionary and increase it as recovery actions justified in the whale's name are achieved, and that as the whale population grows and requires more prey, that threshold be increased as well. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, David. Questions for David on his testimony? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next up is Werner Wilson, followed by Brian McLaughlin.
Hi, sorry. My name is Werner Wilson. I'm Senior Oceans Campaigner for Friends of the Earth, and I'm also a tribal member of the Tiliung tribe in Dillingham, Alaska, part of Bristol Bay. I'm Finnish, Central, and Siberian Yupik with ties to St. Lawrence Island and the Bering Strait. As my mom would say, Oyalkamsi Kamachlusi, or nice to see you all, in Siberian Yupik. First, I want to thank and commend James Stone's, George Bradshaw's, and David Bain's comments previous to mine. I'm a commercial sockeye salmon fisherman of Bristol Bay, and I have an environmental management master's degree and studied environmental sciences, including ocean sciences. This Chinook and other salmon issues are an environmental justice issue. I testified yesterday and a few years ago and thought that Chinook crashes might happen. Unfortunately, it did because of the environmental conditions. I'm from Alaska, and we're experiencing huge fish losses such as snow crab, king crab, Bristol Bay, Yukon, Kuskokwim, and king salmon in the Nushagak as well. This council, I believe, owes it to future generations to have a precautionary approach when it comes to fisheries management, especially when it comes to Chinook salmon. Specifically calling this body out because we are overseeing these Chinook runs that are dying, but continue to do so. And the same thing is happening in Alaska. We usually have the largest king salmon run on the Nushagak River, usually the third largest by numbers behind Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. But as I said yesterday, in 2022, we only had half of the escapement goal for a king salmon fishery. 45 out of our, only 45,000 came back to Nushagak out of a 90,000 escapement goal with a historical average of 300,000. And that's despite us not having the industrialization of the Pacific Northwest like here. So I just think that you need to have a precautionary approach to your Chinook fisheries. I testified yesterday about the take of Alaska groundfish for king salmon bycatch. Almost 12,000 are bycaught. Sorry. and the groundfish fisheries up here. And I hope you cite that in your letter to NIMS and the Commerce Secretary, trying to put a stop to that because it's having a pretty big effect on your fisheries here on the West Coast. And that's heartbreaking to me. That's the least you can do because while you may not think it's in your jurisdiction, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and NIMS has done letters, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council has done letters against the Pebble Mine in my region in Bristol Bay, Alaska, which the EPA has put a stop to it, thankfully, partly to fishery and regulators who actually took a stand and wrote letters. So I understand NIMS is in a lawsuit right now because of the harm the groundfish fisheries are creating to king salmon fisheries and endangered orcas here in southern resident. That's why we're hoping we'll take other precautionary measures. Pre-fishing needs to compare to low abundance thresholds through amendment 21 at the very least. The expected Chinook numbers are not performing well, obviously, as we've heard from many reports. So I would encourage NIMS and this council to take a more precautionary approach for fishing regulations. The agency has previously relied on flawed data and hasn't performed well for pretty much anyone except those who are trying to get a short-term gain. The salmon outlook on the West Coast, sorry, I started saying best, but not to say west, is bleak, and it's not fun for any of us. Further, the southern resident is a sacred animal, and I heard that from many fellow Indigenous people prior to this that have been in this region for thousands of years. This agenda item is related to Agenda 7.2 on Pacific whiting salmon bycatch and 7.5 on electronic monitoring, which look at the broader picture of this huge problem. The Pacific whiting fishery and the electronic monitoring program have a lot to do with our salmon numbers. Phil and Burden, excuse me. Phil, these promises are going to be a burden to our whales and fish and future generations. This process needs to be improved. Congress is considering reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation Act, and this process is an example of what needs to be readjusted as it's not working for our fisheries. As I said yesterday, almost 12,000 of our Chinook are being taken by Alaska groundfish fisheries like the Pollock fleet. So I hope this body will urge NIMS and the North Pacific Council to reduce this number and reduce bycatch of salmon significantly. Thank you.
Thank you, Werner. Questions for Werner on his testimony? Okay, thank you. Next up is Brian McLaughlin.
Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Good morning, Chair and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to offer comments. I wasn't planning to provide comments this morning, and I'm not as well prepared as I'd like to be. So if my comments are a little disjointed or off base, I hope you'll forgive me. I'll try to be brief. I recognize the extreme challenges faced this year by the council in crafting salmon seasons for the South of Falcon area. And I very much appreciate and respect the honesty embodied in the recommendations submitted today by the SAS. I have submitted for the council's consideration written comments I earlier submitted to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Oregon delegation of the SAS with my recommendations for recreational alternatives for the Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain area. While I respect the SAS's recommendation, the National Environmental Policy Act requires that the Secretary, i.e. NIMS, consider and evaluate a reasonable range of alternatives. The SAS's recommendation with respect to recreational fisheries between Cape Falcon and Humbug Mountain, in my view, does not satisfy that requirement. My concerns include the recommended across-the-board closure of recreational salmon fishing in the Falcon to Humbug area during the spring and early summer period, and the closure of Chinook retention except in October and September. If I've misunderstood the recommendation, I apologize. Now, I'm not suggesting today that the SAS's recommendation should not be the preferred alternative, nor what the council ultimately adopts in April. But I do believe that NEPA requires consideration and evaluation of other reasonable alternatives that satisfy the purpose and need of the proposed action, which is to allow the harvest of abundant stocks while meeting conservation objectives. Based on information provided to me this morning by ODFW, a recreational fishery with the same regulations as last year in the Falcon to Humbug area under the 2023 model would result in impacts of 0.4% on the current 2023 forecast of Sacramento fall Chinook. And even if that run size were reduced by 40% to take into account recent forecast errors, last year's regulations would result in 0.6% impact on Sacramento fall Chinook. With regard to Klamath fall Chinook, it appears that there are only approximately 2,624 impacts available under the applicable control rule. Reducing that by 50% to account for the tribal share results in 1,312. This is an incredibly small number, I realize that. Yet, based on the information provided to me, it appears the recreational fishery from Falcon to Humbug could be open under last year's regulation, except with the Chinook retention closure in August, and incur only 37 Klamath River fall Chinook impacts, and with a little bit more for incidental impacts due to the coho fishery. And in the mid-March to mid-June period, when the SAS has recommended that the Falcon to Humbug area be closed completely to recreational salmon fishing, if it were open, the info ODFW provided to me shows only 5 Klamath River fall Chinook impacts. My point here is that there appears to be a way to structure a recreational fishery in the Falcon to Humbug area that allows for at least some Chinook fishing and retention opportunity, especially in the early season when coho fishing is closed, while at the same time meeting conservation objectives. Now, I'm not a scientist, and anytime I start doing math and reporting numbers, you and everybody else should be skeptical. And especially here, because I've made these calculations very quickly this morning while listening to council proceedings. So I'm sorry if I've messed them up. But nonetheless, I urge the council to request that the SAS develop and the salmon technical team evaluate alternatives with the season provisions set forth in my comment letter, or at least something similar. That way, we can all take a look at the model numbers to see if the alternatives are indeed reasonable to adopt for public review, as is required by NEPA. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Questions for Brian on his testimony? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Next, we'll move on to Heather Mann. Heather.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I work with and for the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We have 32 members, 25 of which participate in the at-sea and shoreside whiting fishery, or both. We also have 17 vessels that fish pollock up in the North Pacific. I wanted to take this opportunity to express my deep concern for all those people who will be directly impacted by the reduced or eliminated salmon seasons this year, both on the recreational and commercial sides. I also want to reiterate to my salmon colleagues, to council members, and to the public, MTC's continued commitment to do our very best to minimize our incidental harvest of Chinook salmon while we're prosecuting our whiting fishery. I'd note that over the last 8 years, the 3 sectors have averaged about 40% of the 11,000 Chinook hard cap, and only 22% of the overall Chinook cap of 20,000 fish, which was identified in the last biological opinion. And since a former testimony brought up the pollock fleet, I wanted to share with the council that as of last Friday, the MTC fleet had caught over 37.8 million pounds of pollock and incidentally harvested 648 Chinook. That's one Chinook for every 26 metric tons of pollock. So we continue to abide by a number of voluntary measures that the co-ops take. They're voluntary in terms of they're not in regulations, but they're mandatory in terms of co-op membership. These are closed areas, hotspot reporting, time and area closures, restrictions on night fishing, self-imposed harvest guidelines in order to move, and constant information sharing, test tows, all of those things. I'd hate to see the cooperative relationships that we've been able to develop between the trawl, groundfish, and salmon troll sectors eroded based on misinformation that's meant to divide us. We have made promises to our colleagues in the salmon sector, and we've delivered on those promises. And as our colleagues struggle through the current challenges, we will continue to be mindful of our fishing activity and our impact. I was quite moved by Mr. Bradshaw's testimony. I know he has given his heart and soul to this process, along with other SAS members who live in my community, all who I admire greatly. I just thought it was really important to reiterate our commitment to not only be good stewards of the marine environment, but that we want to be good partners and continue to be good partners with our fellow fishermen from other sectors. Mr. Vice Chairman, council members, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Heather. Okay, that finishes up public comment. And I'd like to see if we can finish up before lunch. We good, potentially? So with that, I'll open the floor for discussion and see where it goes. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate the public testimony and the SAS presentation of the alternatives. I guess summing things up, I would say that I have concern with scheduling any Chinook fishery opportunity south of Falcon or allowing any Chinook retention until we have new forecast information in 2024. We need to be extremely risk averse in light of the 2023 abundance forecasts and the 2022 escapement data that's driving those forecasts. We've seen the deficiencies in the harvest model forecasts. George spoke in great detail about the consequences of being wrong. So I see some disconnect with scheduling pre-March fisheries, meaning fall fisheries, when it will be at that time we have new forecast information. I have concerns that I share with many of the folks here today that indicated that there are limits in our harvest forecast modeling, and that means the modeling about how many fish might be taken in open fisheries and the stock composition of those fisheries. So I'm also concerned with potential effort shift into Oregon fisheries where Chinook retention might be authorized. So I'm viewing the harvest models and the output suggested by them with a great deal of precaution in light of the forecast information. So This is the first step today in our development of our alternatives, but I'll be looking forward to working with Oregon over this week to talk about the proposed fall fisheries that are among the alternatives recommended by the SAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And if now is the appropriate time, I'd like to provide some comments regarding NMFS's guidance letter.
Please.
And at a later point, I do have some travel alternatives for the treaty trawl for SCT analysis once we get to that point. Okay. Well, first, I'd like to state that, I appreciate the information from the NMFS 2023 guidance letter that summarizes the consultation standards for ESA-listed salmon, steelhead, and southern resident killer whales that are affected by council fisheries. With respect to the southern resident killer whales, the council is requested to compare the 2023 abundance estimate for the north of Falcon area to the recommended low abundance threshold for these whales. I would like to provide some comments on behalf of the Puget Sound Treaty Tribes so that the council is aware of their perspective as we consider this guidance for southern resident killer whales, especially as it relates to areas other than north of Falcon. So the Puget Sound Treaty Tribes note that the pre-season, pre-fishing FRAM abundances for the 5 regions referenced in the guidance letter contain values for areas outside of council jurisdiction, including the Salish Sea, which is not in federal waters. The Salish Sea is under the jurisdiction of state and tribal co-managers who have not reviewed the values in the table as the best available estimate of Chinook prey abundance available to southern resident killer whales. This distinction is important because the co-manager's Puget Sound Chinook harvest plan is currently under ESA review, including the impacts to southern resident killer whales. Therefore, it should be noted that the Salish Sea value reported in the NMFS guidance letter does not represent the best scientific information available for estimating prey in Puget Sound until that ESA and any government-to-government consultations are completed to determine the impacts on southern resident killer whales in that region. This should be reflected in the southern resident killer whale prey abundance numbers reported in Table 5 in both Pre-2 and Pre-3 SGT reports. That will be published following the March and April meetings, respectively. We can assist with crafting some language that could help address this issue as it relates specifically to the Salish Sea spatial area. So appreciate the opportunity to provide those comments on behalf of the Puget Sound Treaty Tribes.
Thank you, Joe. Okay. Maybe a motion? Oh, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Joe, for those comments. I guess I would just make we are very happy to engage in those discussions and welcome that opportunity with regard to language for the Pre-2 document. I would push back a little bit, I guess, on the characterization of that science as not the best available science. From NMFS's perspective, it is the best available science with regard to the information that we are using to evaluate effects on PFMC fisheries. I very much understand that the conversation is ongoing with regard to the Puget Sound fisheries and that we need to be very careful about choosing the appropriate tools that are relevant to the fisheries that occur in the various areas. So tools that may be used in one area, let's say the Pacific Fisheries Management Council context, and maybe the appropriate for how the fisheries are conducted there, and the information that we have relevant to those fisheries may not be the most appropriate tools or information to consider for other areas. So I just wanted to at least clarify from NIMS's point its perspective on that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Okay. So with that, we have a motion. Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion which Sandra should be able to put on the screen. I move that the council adopt for STT compilation and analysis the proposed initial salmon management alternatives for the 2023 non-Indian Ocean fisheries as developed by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and described in Agenda Item D3E, Supplemental SAS Report 1, March 6, 2023.
Thank you, Kyle. Is the language accurate?
Yes.
Very good. Second? Second by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Please speak to your motion, Kyle.
Thanks again, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just speak briefly to North of Falcon Fisheries. Every year is a unique set of challenges for all of us, and I recognize their very big issues south of Falcon that have taken up a lot of time. Am thankful that we have some North of Falcon fisheries that we can put on the table this year, and we'll be hearing some treaty troll alternatives, I believe, that reflect that as well. Just want to thank the SAS for all their work, both north and south of Falcon. I know it takes a lot to coordinate everybody and get these alternatives to the council, and appreciate that work.
Thank you, Kyle. Open the floor for discussion on the motion, if need be. And if I don't see any hands, I'll call for the question. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Kyle. And Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I think Sandra has the motion. If we can get that on the screen. Thank you, Sandra. As I move, the council adopt for STT analysis the following initial treaty troll salmon management measures. For alternative 1, that would be 50,000 Chinook and 62,000 coho. For alternative 2, 40,000 Chinook and 52,000 coho. For alternative 3, 30,000 Chinook and 42,000 coho. The alternatives consist of a May 1 to June 30 Chinook directed fishery and a July 1 to September 15 all species fishery. The Chinook quota should be evenly split between the 2 time periods.
Thank you, Joe. Is the language accurate on the screen?
It is, Mr. Vice Chair.
Very good. Second? Second by Kyle Addix. Thank you, Kyle. Please speak to your motion, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the treaty tribes have been engaged in the North of Falcon process to arrive at these management measures that are being proposed here for ST analysis. The 2023 projected abundance of salmon and coho stocks and the corresponding management objectives determine how much fish can be available for fisheries. Recognizing that, these considerations are complex, and getting treaty troll management measures figured out, can be a challenging process. Based on the forecast, the tribes think that fisheries, this year could be similar to last year. So what is being recommended for the treaty troll is similar to those alternatives that were offered in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Joe. Discussion? Okay. I see a hand, so we'll call the question on this one too. So all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Abstentions? Okay. Motion passed unanimously. Thank you, Joe. All right. Well, I'll look around for any other motions. I don't think we're good, I believe. So I'll turn to Robin and see how we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you've finished your work under this agenda item. You've adopted some alternatives that the STT will run some analysis and get back to you tomorrow. We've heard from the states and we've heard from the tribes and we've heard from our constituents. So I think with that, we have done our job under this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Tough agenda item for sure. And just to thank everybody for hanging in there. And with that, I will pass the gavel back to Chair Grelnick.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. It appears that we survived the first salmon agenda item of this meeting, and thanks in no small part to Greg Hez's music at our break. We'll take our hour lunch now, and we'll come back at 1:10 to pick up Groundfish. So we'll see you back then.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
All right, welcome everyone. I hope you had a delicious lunch, and let's grab our seats so we can get started with our afternoon's festivities, Groundfish. I'd like to welcome Caroline McKnight and Keely Kent to the council table, and welcome back Lynn Mattis. Let's see, do we have everyone? I think we have Mr. Oatman. Heather Hall has joined us. Who's Heather? Oh. And Heather, welcome back. All right. As we get settled, maybe we can get started with our overview. So Todd Phillips, take us away.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. Before you, you have National Marine Fisheries Service Report for Groundfish. It is item F1. So similar to other National Marine Fisheries Service reports, today the West Coast region will be providing some information regarding rulemaking, notices posted to the Federal Register, as well as updating the Council on its current workload. As well as the Northwest Fisheries Science Center is here to discuss groundfish-related science and other research activities with the Council. Looking to your reference materials, you have two reports from the region. You have a presentation from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and you do have a supplemental gap report before you. Your action, as always, is Council discussion and guidance. And with that, my overview is concluded. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, let's see if there are any questions. And I'm not seeing any. So we will get started with reports, and I'll turn to Keely Kent of NIMS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, council members. For the record, Keely Kent, Groundfish Branch Chief for the NIMS West Coast region. I'll be speaking to two different NIMS reports, as well as providing a couple of other updates for the council. The first report is NIMS Report 1. This is our typical rulemaking and workload report that we provide to the council. In there, we have the recently published rules, particularly since the last time we met. You'll note, as it is March, we've published a number of things that were effective at the beginning of the year. All of the links to the Federal Register notices are in there. The one item that I do have new information on is the row in that first table for the correcting amendment for our harvest specifications. That rule did publish and was effective on March 1st. And that correcting amendment included 7 different changes. These were corrections that were found after the specifications final rule published. The 7 changes that were included in that, there was a clarification to some of the new declaration codes that help fishermen understand that they can fish inside and outside of the non-trawl RCA under what we call the 12E provisions, which are the non-bottom contact fishing in the non-trawl RCA that was implemented as part of specifications. Correcting amendment also corrected some coordinates that define depth contours. It corrected some formatting issues of the way that our Sabelfish North tables showed up in the ECFR. Corrected the list of IFQ species allocated through specifications. Clarified that our new directed open access sector, vessels in that sector may fish inside and outside on the same trip, but may only carry one legal type of non-bottom contact hook and line gear on board while doing this activity. Correcting amendment also clarified the gear definition for non-bottom contact hook and line gear, such that it does not need to be specifically attached to the vessel, but could be a rod on the vessel. And then the 7th change was there was an error in the mandatory instructions for the final rule, and that accidentally deleted part of the recreational regs. We have reinstated those. Those were for the recreational fishing regs seaward of California for the rockfish, cabezon, and greenling complex. So that correcting amendment, like I said, published and is effective. I'm happy to answer questions on that. I'll do a quick pause.
Not seeing any hands, so please carry on.
Otherwise, I won't speak to the other specific rules in this report, just noting that under the next agenda item, you'll hear about Pacific whiting. So we do have that in our table that we are working on that proposed rule now. The second page of that report has our typical workload chart, just showing all of the ongoing actions, who's assigned to them, and our expectation of that workload throughout the next year. I have a couple other verbal updates, and then I'll turn to our second NIFS report under this agenda item. We recently issued a public notice announcing that we will accept applications for EM service provider starting on June 1st, 2023. That's in order to start the regulatory program on January 1, 2024. We also have a number of logbook updates that we'd like to give to the council. We first like to start with some thank yous. So on January 1, 2023, the federal non-trawl logbook requirement became effective. We'd like to extend our thanks to Dave Colpo and Aileen Smith at Pacific States for their dedication and hard work in getting both the electronic logbook application and the paper logbook form complete and ready for use by January 1, which was certainly an expedited timeline. We'd also like to thank the various state representatives for their assistance in getting the paper logbook form distributed to the ports. This includes Brenda Irwin with Pacific States, Justin Ainsworth and Cameron Sharp from ODF&W, and Donna Downs from WDFW. And lastly, we'd like to thank the many GAP members, in particular Harrison Ibach, for their early attention to and assistance with beta testing the electronic logbook application. We continue to work on the electronic logbook application. At the moment, Pacific States is undergoing some testing work to improve the utility of the application and create the ability for fishermen to work across smartphones, tablets, and laptops on that application. That will allow them to start a logbook entry on any of those platforms and finish it later with seamless movement between those three platforms, and hopefully make it easier, continue to provide more options for fishermen to be able to fill out that logbook app. A reminder, and that should be ready sometime soon, early in 2023. Early 2023, we expect to make the decision about whether paper logbooks will be allowed for 2024 off of Washington and California. We had already made the determination that the paper logbooks would be allowed for 2 years off of Oregon because of the state's existing reporting requirement and the need to ensure a smooth transition. By regulation, we'll issue a public notice 90 days prior to ending the paper logbook option, and things that we'll think about in terms of making that decision would be whether there are any ongoing issues with the app, whether we're hearing from fishermen that they're having challenges with the application, or hearing from Pacific States about major revisions needed. We'll look for feedback from states, enforcement, fishermen, and make sure we take that into account when making that decision. The next item to update the council on, at the November meeting, we notified the council that we had reinitiated our southern resident killer whale consultation for the Groundfish fishery. We reinitiated in response to a revised critical habitat designation. That rule expanded the southern resident killer whale critical habitat to include habitat along the West Coast. It's a pretty pro forma reinitiation trigger. So we did reinitiate. We completed that informal consultation on December 7th, 2022. A copy of that consultation in the form of a letter of concurrence is available on our website. While it was an informal consultation, so there are no terms and conditions, there were some conservation recommendations from that consultation, and we will be bringing those up under some of the other agenda items at this meeting for Groundfish. A quick update on EFPs for 2023. We have reissued the Trawl Gear EFP, the revised Emily Platt EFP, and the CDF&W Cowcod Rec EFP. WDFW decided not to seek renewal of their recreational EFP for 2023 at this time. And at this time, we have not renewed the Real Good Fish EFP because we were waiting on some additional information in 2022, trying to get some depth data from that gear to help inform seabird impacts. No EFP trips were taken in 2022 from that gear. And so at this moment, we're at a standstill with being able to potentially revise that EFP similar to how the Emily Platt was revised and move forward with it. So I'm happy to talk about that further, but at the moment it's paused. That's all the updates I have right now. Before I turn to the second NIMS report, that's probably a good place to stop and see if there's any questions.
All right. Looking for hands. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you. Through the Vice Chair. Keely, did you say that the SONC BIOP would be coming under agenda items at this meeting or future meetings?
Thanks for the question. Not the SONC BIOP, but the Southern Resident Killer Whale.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, that.
Yeah. So under, sorry, I'm not getting my numbering right. Under F3, we will bring it up, as well as under F8.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
talk
you.
a little bit more about the conservation recommendations from that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions at this stage of the NIMS report? Bob Dooley?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keely, just question on the new logbook. Have you got any sense yet of what kind of usage as opposed to paper logbooks it's getting, or questions or desires to, you know, are we getting a good percentage of people wanting to use it?
Thanks for the question. It's a great question. So right now we have a number of folks who have been using the electronic app. The way that the paper logbook is set up, it's a monthly reporting requirement. So I think right now we would just be getting in some of the first paper logbooks. I don't have a number for you, but I can tell you that there's been a lot of work by my own Lynn Massey, as well as Pacific States, answering questions about the app. And so we are seeing a lot of fishermen that are engaging with that app, trying to understand how to use it. And, you know, we're able to give them some help on navigating it. There are a few questions that have come up that have been bugs in the app that we've been able to pass to Pacific States, and they're working on fixing. But a lot of it's just navigating how to use it. And so it gives me good hope that a lot of fishermen are trying it out, seeking help when they need to, and we'll continue to try to provide that help as needed as that comes up.
Thank you. That's really encouraging. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other questions? I don't see any other hands, so please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the second NIMS report that I'll speak to is Supplemental NIMS Report 2. So this report answers a term and condition of the humpback biological opinion. So in that report, I'll summarize it. NIMS reviewed and considered measures for maximizing the utility and benefit of electronic monitoring with respect to gathering information about any future bycatch events of humpback whales if they were to ever occur. We concluded that adjusting existing camera placement or adding cameras to electronic monitoring vessels would probably not adequately capture characteristics of interest up close. It's unlikely worth the added cost to implement. In assessing our review protocols, we've identified the need to develop a clearer procedure for notification and review of interaction events involving EM footage. And as we develop that procedure, we will look for ways to incorporate direct conversation with fishermen into the review process where appropriate. We see an opportunity to take advantage of supplemental documentation where it to be included in the interaction event review process, and we would like to convene discussions with EM industry participants in order to develop any possible supplemental documentation. So I hope the take home of that report is it's a short and sweet, but really the take home is that we intend to talk further with fishermen about any changes to any protocols. And we don't have a timeline for that particularly, but we will start reaching out soon to figure out when is the best time to have those conversations. Happy to answer questions.
All right. Any questions on humpback? All right. Thank you very much. So next we have a presentation from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I'd like to welcome Craig Russell and Jim Hasty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Craig Russell, Director of Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And I am joined today as well with our esteemed colleague, Dr. Jim Hasty. I'll be providing some updates on our groundfish surveys and some related activities, and Jim will speak to a few other updates. Next slide, please. Okay. And one more, please. So as you know, the Northwest Fisheries Science Center fields a broad range of surveys, and today I'm focused just on our groundfish related surveys. Next slide, please. In short, we are on track for planning and executing our FY23 groundfish surveys. This includes the full 4-vessel groundfish bottom trawl survey, the joint US-Canada Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Hake survey in support of the Whiting Treaty, as well as the Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line survey. Next slide, please. Just a few more details on each of these. As many of you know, the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey is a cornerstone survey for us and a long-term time series for over 90 species in the California current ecosystem. It's its 24th year this year and will be conducted over 2 passes with 2 chartered vessels each pass from Cape Flattery to the US-Mexico border. Next slide, please. Okay. We've got several vessels lined up for this. In pass 1, we've got the Last Straw, Miss Julie. On pass 2, we've got Noah's Ark and Excalibur. And we're looking at 5 legs per pass with 3-day port calls in between. A total of 752 sites are expected to be sampled. And again, this ranges from the US to Mexico to US-Canada border. Also wanted to note that the 2022 survey data is now available in our online FRAM data warehouse for those interested, as well as our permit reports are in progress and applications for 2023 are in progress. And again, we are on track for planning and execution this year. Next slide, please. Okay, the next survey is this 2023 Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line Survey. This is the 19th year in this time series. And as you know, it's an ongoing cooperative research partnership with the Northwest Center, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and the sport fishing industry. We've got 3 sport fishing vessels lined up for this year, the Aggressor, Mirage, and Tornado. And the survey is expected to take place September 17th to October 6th, over 2 7-day legs and roughly 201 fixed sites. Next slide, please. And the other survey planned for this year is the 2023 Joint US-Canada Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Hake Survey. This biennial survey is conducted jointly between our center and DFO Canada. Northwest Center this year has 75 days on the NOAA ship Shimada from June 16th to September 12th, and DFO has 30 days on the Canadian Coast Guard vessel Franklin, August 16th to September 16th. This slide or the image on the right, I should say, shows the extent and the coverages of the vessels. It's a little hard to see from this distance, but the grays indicate the Shimada and NOAA activities, and the blue lines, transects, indicate the Franklin with some overlap in northern Washington. This survey plan was presented at the Hake Treaty Scientific Review Group meeting in February, as well as the Joint Management Committee meeting, I think it was just last week in Vancouver, BC. So as you know, things can change. We may encounter weather, staffing conditions, or other factors that might influence and force us to reevaluate our surveys. We also are continuing to monitor the NOAA fleet for any potential NOAA ship availability concerns, and we'll keep you posted if we learn of any specific concerns to any of these surveys moving forward. And next slide, please. And now I'll share just a few more updates on some additional activities. So members of our Groundfish survey team and the assessment team will be meeting with captains past and present from the Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey in a workshop in Bend, Oregon, March 15th to 16th. And the goal of this workshop is to identify cells in our current Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey that we currently attempt to sample, but cannot sample or may not be able to try to improve our survey efficiency, primarily due to untrawlable habitat. So if you look at the figure on the right, perhaps it's a little bit difficult with this resolution. There's some red squiggly lines which show our unsuccessful searches for trawlable habitat in Monterey Bay. And so by removing these cells in these untrawlable areas and getting the knowledge of the captains and our team and the data that we've got, we'll be able to reduce the time that we spend searching for towable cells in our survey, reduce the time transiting to those surveys, as well as decrease the incidence of unsuccessful tows. Also to note that as we identify these cells that are considered untrawlable, this will be good information for us as we consider potential future sampling with other methods on a potential new survey in the future. And I especially want to thank the captains who are taking the time to participate in this workshop. Next slide, please. Okay. And previously we mentioned efforts of the Northwest and Southwest Fisheries Science Centers to integrate the joint US-Canada Ecosystem and Pacific Hake Survey and the CPS survey in partnership with Canada and Mexico, looking towards a goal of 2025. The integrated survey planner effort is envisioned to ensure that we provide the key stock assessment deliverables for Pacific Hake and CPS, while also providing opportunity to explore ideas for innovations and improvements in those surveys. Recently, we issued a request for information on sam.gov to help us identify consideration for nets, platforms, and any other ideas for an integrated survey. This RFI, in short, is an opportunity for all to comment and closes March 17th. Now, this was an open call for information and not a contract or solicitation. And is the first and importantly not the only opportunity for industry and other stakeholders to provide input in the planning, design, and implementation. We understand the concerns that created among industry and stakeholders that this RFI created and are working to address those. We're still planning to host an industry stakeholder workshop and hope to get that on the calendar soon in the next few months, and we'll share more details once known. As hopefully you know, industry and stakeholder engagement is something we pride ourselves on trying to do well, and look forward to trying to create more opportunities for that moving forward. And we'll provide more updates as planning unfolds and work on improving communications there as well. And I'm going to stop there, and Dr. Hasty is going to share a few more updates on pre-assessment workshops and a few other things.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. It's been exactly 3 years since I was last at a Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting, and it's great to see all of you again. Lamentably, gremlins seem to have crept into my closet in the ensuing 3 years and shortened my jacket a bit. Just a couple of reminders of one workshop here that will be coming up. We had a workshop last month, or now, well, just about a month ago, that was well attended to serve as an opportunity to share information about the data and approaches that would be used for copper, canary, and black rock fishes in the assessments that will be reviewed this summer, but mainly wanted to draw attention to the fact that there's another pre-assessment meeting that'll happen in the afternoon of March 20th, and certainly anybody who is interested in learning more about the data that will be used in the upcoming assessments for petrale and wrecked soles and short spine thornyhead, we would certainly encourage you to attend. And of course, the meeting information for that virtual discussion will be available on the council website. Next. One other meeting that's coming up that I wanted to draw your attention to involves a national strategic initiative by our agency to explore the use of near-infrared spectroscopy as a way of expediting the aging of fish. Normally, the method involves breaking and burning otoliths and counting the annuli as one might count tree rings. And we've had some successful trials at trying to develop estimated relationships between the spectral data of those otoliths and the traditionally read age estimates. And so this is an ongoing effort that started a few years ago, although it was slowed a little bit when COVID hindered our access to lab facilities for a while, but things are progressing better now, and there will be a national meeting of folks involved in doing this kind of research at the Alaska Fishery Science Center in Seattle at the beginning of April, and representatives from both of our West Coast centers will participate in that. Next. We can go on. So the main reason that I'm up here today is to share with you some news that really is pretty hot off the press. Thanks to Dan Holland for wanting to discuss some of the Sabelfish figures that were included in the CCIEA document in the Groundfish appendix, in that drawing attention to some results that they had summarized from the 2021 survey regarding incoming sablefish. We had seen a spike in young sable or small sablefish in material that we brought forward during the prioritization analysis last June. But in part, those distributions of fish were couched in terms of proportions within a year. And since we had a lot of older fish in the population as well, we didn't get the full message really from that way of presenting the information. So thanks to Dr. Wetzel back here, we were able just on Thursday afternoon and Friday to look not only at the 2021 survey, but our more recently available 2022 survey. And that short analysis indicated to us that we may be looking at recruitment events in this 20 to 22 period that really are unprecedented, that are just incredibly large. And having seen that, we wanted to get that information in front of the council and also make the council an offer for consideration at this meeting and the next. Let's go to the next slide. So in this slide, on the right-hand side, we have a table next to the years. There are estimates of the age 0 recruitment numbers. And you can see in that column, the largest values are shaded with green, with the largest there being 2016. And these results are from the last update of the Sabelfish assessment in 2021. What we have in the 3 columns next to that are numbers from the surveys of fish that fall within 3 different length ranges from 0 to 30, 30 to 40, and 40 to 50, and noting that those generally correspond to age 0, 1, and a combination of age 2 and 3 fish. And then I've highlighted in those center columns by colors how we would expect to see some of those big year classes moving through those length bins. And then a final column on the right-hand side that's summarizing the numbers of everything that's less than 50 centimeters. And you can see there that the highest values were seen in 2017 and 18, driven by the large recruitments from 2015 and 16 primarily. At the bottom of this table, I have lines for the 21 and 22 surveys, both the numbers that we're estimating and the relationship of those numbers, the ratio of those to the largest observations in the columns above them. So if you can go to the next slide. So highlighting for a moment the numbers down in the bottom right-hand corner of the table for that sum total of fish that are less than 50 centimeters, what we saw in 2021 was 60% higher than the highest value we've seen previously. And the value in the 2022 survey was 3 times the highest value that we've seen over the 20 years of the survey. Now, as you'll recall, we were not able to conduct our survey in 2020. And I believe we had a conversation at one point after that about what the impacts of that might be. Well, one of the potential impacts was maybe not seeing signs of a recruitment event as soon as we might otherwise. And certainly in this case, if the aging data shows that some of this recruitment was from a 2020 year class, some of that information would have been available for a 2021 update of the Sabelfish assessment as was conducted a year and a half ago, but that was not the case. So now we're in a situation, and you can see pretty graphically displayed there at the right of the figure, where these total numbers of young small fish that are coming into the population are just tremendously large compared to, and especially in 2 survey years in a row compared to what we've seen in the past. So where does that leave us? As you're aware, we do not have a Sabelfish assessment scheduled to be conducted in 2023 coming out of our discussions last June. We believe at the Northwest Center and my program that we do have the bandwidth that we could conduct a sort of intermediate level update between now and July. That would require prioritizing the aging of the survey, a subsample of the survey bones at a level of sampling that would be comparable to what we would normally do. We would then take and add in those survey ages along with the abundance indices from 21 and 22 and update the fishing mortality numbers for 21 and 22 as well. But we would not add any new age data from the fishery, which in all honesty is not seeing normally in the landed catch sampling a lot of these young fish anyway. So the signal about what specific years these fish are coming from and what the magnitude is probably best going to be informed at this point in time by the survey data anyway. If the council did want us to do this, then this update we would envision coming forward and being reviewed by the SSC's Groundfish subcommittee in August. Updates are normally reviewed by the SSC and not by a STAR panel, so that part of this would not be out of the ordinary. But then those results would come in as if this assessment had been previously scheduled to the September meeting and be available for you to consider in making preliminary decisions about harvest specifications for the 25-26 biennium. And it is possible that, where we're looking at an OFL of around 10,000 tons right now, it is possible from our early preliminary looks that that OFL could rise to 20 to 30,000 tons by the 25-26 period based on all of these new fish coming in. That doesn't mean, of course, that the council would have to make all of those fish available given the uncertainty of this, but it would help accommodate bycatch issues to a greater degree than projecting future years from last year or the 2021 update. So I'll end there and can hopefully answer any questions you might have about that. And I guess as that last bullet said, we don't need to have your answer at this meeting. I know the SSC had, didn't really have time to consider this, especially with regard to their workload. We will need to do this aging, and our first priority is to finish doing the aging that's needed for all of the previously scheduled assessments that will be reviewed in just a few months. So we have to take care of that throughout most of March, but it's going to take us a couple of months probably to do this aging, so we have some time to consider whether this is a route that the council wants to go down. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see if there are any questions. Pete Hasmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Hasty, for the presentation. Just on your last slide, quick question there. The three bullets in the middle, it would add data from the trawl survey, but no new age data from the fishery. Any concerns or issues by not including data from the fishery and just using the trawl survey data?
As I said, I don't think that the fishery data would tell us much about those recruitment events. Certainly, we'd be missing the compositional information ages to characterize the removals that occurred in 21 and 22. But I suspect that the selectivity of those is going to be less dynamic than potentially the bycatch issues related to running into some of those small fish, which are more likely to be discarded, particularly as age zeros or age ones.
All right, Heather, followed by Lynn, followed by Vice Chair Brad.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and thank you, Dr. Hasty and Mr. Russell for your presentations. I'm going to start with the Sabelfish since we're on that topic, but just curious if you had an opportunity to talk with the SSC at this meeting about this.
Yes, I was actually able to talk to the SSC a little bit yesterday and spoke on Saturday with the GMT and the GAP. I didn't share this table and figure with the GMT and the GAP, but I did speak to the numbers and kind of gave them a sense for how much larger these recent observations have been. I did share this table and figure with the SSC, and we discussed a little bit about that, but that was during the end of their discussion of future workload, and they still had statements to finish editing, so there wasn't a lot of time.
Oh, thank you. And if I might, I see that you were hoping for a decision about this in April, and just wondering if there'd be an opportunity for the SSC to weigh in at the April meeting then on this. And one other follow-up question would be just whether you're concerned at all about an update assessment being able to handle what you're seeing in terms of this recruitment and anyway, just some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think there's always a question about how much, say, survey selectivity might have changed. One of the things that you might quickly consider is, are we seeing more young fish because for whatever reason they were more available to the survey? The fact that we see this in 2 consecutive years, though, provides more confidence that this isn't just some strange one-off. Additionally, I think the reports that we've heard from the fishing industry and many sectors of the fishing industry about it being almost impossible to avoid small sablefish, those pieces of information fit together in a way that I think provides some confidence that this is a very real phenomenon that is happening. I do think that we will urge caution in terms of how to move forward with results from this intermediate level update. We certainly, I think even before this, it was taken as a given that sablefish would be prioritized for a full assessment in 25. This certainly cements that in as perhaps the number one option for that year for a full assessment. But I think this provides flexibility in accommodating some higher levels of bycatch in a way that the council will still have control over how far to dial that up. As you're aware, it's a lot easier for the council to lower from a higher value than you were really much more constrained in going above an OFL of record.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Russell and Dr. Hasty for the presentation and the information. Unfortunately, I'm going to also focus on this sablefish piece. Not to say that the rest of the information wasn't good, and appreciate that work. Proposing this, and this may end up being a better discussion once we get to workload planning, but proposing this, if this goes forward, as an SSC Groundfish subcommittee review. I know last cycle we ran into some issues due to the short amount of time and the way that terms of reference are laid out. There isn't, in that process, there isn't a place for the GAP and the GMT to really weigh in. Any consideration for that, or an possible idea on another process, or somehow that the GAP and the GMT and the industry can be a little more involved rather than just the quick overview by the SSC Groundfish subcommittee?
That really, I think, would be a question for the SSC, but I do think that the fact that there's time for people to think about how this might move forward between now and April, that some of those types of questions could be discussed more broadly, and perhaps even just implementing some, at least one time, variation in the process to accommodate this is something that could certainly be considered.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hasty.
Vice Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you both for coming forward with this. I think it was in November when we finalized the stock assessments, and industry asked for basically what you're talking about doing here. And I understand why we couldn't go forward at the time, but I'm just want to thank you for having the flexibility to see this. With you now have the numbers to verify that what's happening, and obviously the council will make a decision here. But I just appreciate you having the flexibility because it is a big deal. It has been a big deal, and it looks to be like it's getting a lot worse. So it's nice to be a little more proactive. And I think that I can speak for the Groundfish fleet. I appreciate that. So anyway, thank you.
Yes, it's a shame that we have to, a part of us has to view a huge increase in sablefish abundance as carrying problems, but unfortunately that's the reality in which we live.
All right, Caroline McKnight.
Thank you both for the presentation. Very nice. Again, on sablefish, Dr. Hasty, I'm going to ask that I see your last bullet here says that we don't have to necessarily make a decision until April. And your comment regarding the current prioritized species and the work being done to assess them or age them would not be affected by this. Would it be possible by the April meeting to have a more comprehensive report on the status of all the other prioritized species? I think that might help provide some assurances that the species that we have as a council prioritized and we're meeting all of those goals first and foremost before we pick up more bandwidth for something like this. And then I'll just echo Ms. Mattis's comments that I think it'd be good to have a little bit more input from our advisory bodies, as the results of these then do affect the downstream and analytical work in the specification process for them. And so getting some input on whether or not they currently have the bandwidth as well would be helpful to understand the whole picture. But I'm supportive and understand. I very much appreciate bringing this to the attention now, which is great. So I'll pause and let you answer whether or not maybe a report in April on the stats would be good. And then I do have a follow-up.
Yes, we can definitely see that you have a summary of all of the aging that we've done to, excuse me, meet the needs that have been identified jointly with the stock assessment teams, and give you not only an idea about what we've done, but where that rests in the context of all of the prior aging that's been done for those species. So you can see sort of what the total aggregate picture is of ages that are available for all of these assessments that are going forward this year.
Very good. Thank you. And if I may, and then on page, I think it's PDF page 10 for Mr. Russell, I just wanted to, just for curiosity, you had mentioned the red portion of the map was areas that were untowable specific to Monterey Bay. Is that the only area that this exists? Is it in more areas across the coast? I was just curious if you could elaborate a little bit more on to the extent of maybe this situation occurring. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I don't have more information except to say it is beyond the Monterey Bay area. And that's why we're trying to bring in all the captains who've been involved in all the surveys from coast to coast.
Thank you.
Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for a great presentation here. My question's on aging. I think one of the previous times we met, it was right around the time Don Pearson retired from Santa Cruz lab. And I think at that time he said there was no more aging happening at that lab. I was just curious if that's still the case and what our bandwidth and capacity is for aging? Has it gone down, or have we made up for that some other way, and how that's progressing?
That we still haven't recovered that capacity at the Southwest Center's Santa Cruz lab for doing any aging there. Pacific States did identify some resources for us to add an ager to the lab that we work with in Newport that does most of the production aging for groundfish on the coast, and with the specification that that person work on California samples. And so that person has been, I think, started in November and has been working with another person from our shop on black rockfish. And so doing California black rockfish. That, the funding for that position is not indefinite. I'm not exactly sure whether it will continue beyond a year, at least from Pacific States. I know there's some hope that we can find resources to continue funding that position, because we were able to get somebody who had some aging experience coming in and seems to be working out rather well. So in the short term, we've compensated for losing Don and his experience. As I said, too, we were exploring these other alternatives for spectroscopy aging to try to find ways for at least some of our species to increase the rate. You know, for most of our stocks, we're maybe able to age about 50 fish a day. And just to get the spectral measurements from the otoliths, we can do about 50 an hour there. You still have to have the formulaic transformation between those spectral data and a set of previously read ages. But once you get that, then you can generate ages much more rapidly if we can establish that this is a reliable way of doing things, and we're still in that process.
Thank you for that. It's encouraging. I would guess are you still pursuing someone to take a place in Santa Cruz physically, or is that just gone?
You know, that's really outside of my or our area of expertise, since that's a Southwest Center position.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. And this is going back to the acoustic trawl survey and the integration with the CPS survey. And just, you mentioned that there will be a lot more opportunity for engagement on that. And I'm glad to hear that. And just, you know, making sure that that's, you know, fishery participants, whiting participants, scientists, and others, just to make sure that the integration of those two surveys doesn't bring down the results from the very effective whiting survey, create the efficiencies you want, but finds that right balance. So just wanted to offer that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I agree with all those sentiments, and that is our goal, to do that, and not just to make sure we don't degrade, but we also improve the survey and collect more of the information that we need to better understand how these stocks are changing in the changing ocean and different ocean uses, like offshore wind coming in.
Thank you.
Further questions of the Science Center? Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Hasty and Dr. Russell, for your excellent presentation. And thank you for bringing the Sabelfish issue to the council. Just sitting here listening to the discussion on the floor, there does seem to be quite a bit of interest in exploring this. We as staff have not had much time to really explore and talk through what this might mean for our process and how we would manage it. It certainly seems reasonable, and we appreciate your offer. If the council does want to consider this sort of last minute addition to our assessment process or assessment cycle, We do have an extra hour on the April agenda, and so I would recommend that we consider that as a landing place. And of course, we'd take that up under workload planning. But that's where my head is right now, and that does look like a possibility. And so I'll just offer that up for everyone as we are here at this agenda item.
All right, thanks for that. I guess we'll have further discussion and workload planning on that. I have a question actually on the slide we have right here. In the past, especially in the past year, with difficulties we've had in assessing some stocks that are of particular importance to recreational fishery because we don't have a coast-wide hook and line survey. So I guess it's really, I have two questions. One would be, to what extent does this slide address that issue? And two, has the Science Center made any preparations, headway planning, or whatever to implement a coast-wide survey of those stocks that we're not capturing in the trawl survey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the extent that the information gleaned here from this workshop will certainly go towards informing, I think, the scope and extent, be an input into the scope and extent of what a coast-wide survey might look like in these habitats. And in terms of additional progress in trying to look at that, this is something we can do that's in line with supporting our current surveys, as well as getting us information for future surveys. We're still not resourced to take on and plan and develop and execute another survey at this time.
Yeah, I know the resources are difficult, but many are pulling for you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much, Craig and Dr. Hasty. I wish you would have kept those gremlins in your closet. Some of them got into my closet. I'm going to have a few remarks on the integrated survey piece under the next agenda item under the Whiting report out. I'm hoping that you gentlemen will be around to potentially address some of the concerns that were raised in that forum or that may occur around the table. I assume you'll still be here.
I know I will be, and I'm anticipating that. Thanks.
All right, further questions on the report? All right, thank you, gentlemen, very much. Dr. Hasty.
Just to add, if there are questions that come up among council members or council staff, please don't about a Sabelfish update between now and the April meeting. I would encourage you to pass those along to Craig and me, and that will allow us to be better prepared to provide the information you need in April, since I'm planning on being somewhere in the vicinity of Kona during the April council meeting.
We would hate to make you cancel your Hawaii vacation to come to our council meeting, but all right, are there any other questions presently? All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. That completes the NIMS report, I believe. Keely, is that correct? So we do have one advisory body report from the GAP. And so I think Mike, welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my first official reading of a GAP statement, I guess. Rereading from agenda item F1C, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on National Marine Fisheries Report. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, GAP, reviewed the documents and received presentations from Mr. Craig Russell, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, Ms. Keely Kent, West Coast Region Groundfish Branch Chief, National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, and Dr. Jim Hasty under this agenda item and offers the following comments. Mr. Russell updated the GAP about several groundfish surveys planned for 2023. The GAP appreciates the effort to keep stakeholders, the GAP and the council informed throughout the year on these vital surveys for groundfish fisheries. The GAP recommends extending the hook and line survey north of Point Conception and into nearshore waters. Ms. Kent provided an overview of NIMF's rulemaking and workload and updated the GAP about implementation of electronic logbooks for non-trawl groundfish fisheries. The GAP appreciates the staff's efforts to communicate this new requirement with stakeholders. Dr. Hasty noted unusually large recent sablefish recruitment numbers and survey data has initiated discussion of conducting an out-of-cycle assessment and update in 2023 to affect 2025-26 biennial harvest specifications and management measure cycle. The GAP supports this effort as the survey data confirms anecdotal evidence of increased encounters across fisheries, depths, and coastal areas. And that completes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. Are there any questions of the GAP on the report? All right, Mike, complete job there. That completes all of the reports. I don't believe we have any public comment. So that'll take us to our council discussion on the NIMF's report. And I appreciate that some we're going to touch on in workload planning on day last, but let's see if there's any discussion here on the reports we received from NIMF's, including the Science Center report. All right. Thank you very much. Todd.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the council has heard both from the region and the Science Center, as well as had a GAP report. Your discussion was vigorous about those particular items that they brought forth for you, but I would say that underneath this particular agenda item, you have completed your tasks, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any last questions for Todd? All right, thanks, Todd. And so we'll move with a slight delay into Sabelfish pot gear. I think we have a change of, do we have a change of staff officer for F3? Oh, excuse me. Ignore that last comment. I lost my location on my cheat sheet. We are actually going to F2, implementation of the 2023 Pacific whiting fishery. That's what you get when I have the gavel. I'm sorry. So Todd, take us away there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that there's going to be a switch of seats here for the region, but I will do my overview for you now. So as the council is aware, Pacific whiting is managed through a joint treaty process between Canada and the United States. Under that agreement, they meet on an annual basis for review of the Pacific whiting stock assessment. Just recently, as in March 2nd, the Joint Management Committee and the advisory panel, which consists of U.S. and Canadian government officials, as well as industry members, met to finalize the process. So we were unable to provide the council with any type of TAC reports that meet the total allowable catch for whiting. However, both Mr. Anderson, sitting across from me, and Mr. Lockhart, who is sitting over here to the right of me, do have that information for you today. Looking at your reference materials, the only reference material that was provided for you was a draft submission of the status of Pacific hake stock in U.S. and Canadian waters in 2023. You do have two reports, one from the CPSAS and one from the GAP. Looking at your particular action under this item is to consider any other necessary actions for implementation of the 2023 Pacific whiting fishery. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, I would recommend moving to Mr. Lockhart here.
All right. Not seeing any hands. So Frank, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'll be tag teaming with Phil. I'm going to give an overview and then a couple of other details, and then it's going to close out with a report from Phil.
And I'm going to kind of go backwards of the way I normally do and start off with the conclusion and then explain how we got there. So anyway, we did hold our 12th annual meeting on February 28th to March 1st. It was both in person and then remotely via webinar. And we came to a conclusion of a coast-wide adjusted TAC of 625,000 metric tons for 2023. This resulted in, given the treaty split, an adjusted Canadian TAC of 163,250 metric tons and adjusted U.S. TAC of 461,750 metric tons. This is an increase over the 2022 TAC of 545,000 metric tons, and in large part because of the results of the stock assessment. It was a very positive increase in the stock. According to the stock assessment, the 2023 relative spawning biomass was estimated to be 104%. And this is in large part due to better estimates of the size of the 2020 cohort. It's a very large recruitment class. So going on in the stock assessment, just with a few more details, the median estimate of female spawning biomass at the start of 2023 is 1,909,550,000 tons. And this is 34% higher than this same estimate was for the 2022 female spawning biomass. So a large increase, a large difference from one year to the next. So the estimated probability that female spawning biomass at the start of 2023 is below B40, 40% of B0. Reference point is 1.9%. And the probability that the relative fishing intensity exceeded F at SPR of 40% in 2022 is 0.1%. And the joint probability of both these occurring is also 0.1%. So stock is in very good shape, and so the modest increase from 545 to 625,000 is well supported by the data. As you all know, the treaty does have a default harvest rate, and that default harvest rate is led to a conclusion that we could have set it under the treaty at 778,008 tons under the treaty. However, the JMC did not want to go to that level because there is still some uncertainty over the size of the 2020 year class. We will have a much better idea of the size of that year class with this year's fishery, and then also the fact that there will be a survey this year. So the increase was to 625,000 metric tons. Under this TAC, as you all know, we have never caught the entire TAC. We have come close sometimes, but for the most part, it is less. And the estimate that we have from our advisors is that the actual catch will be somewhere close to 422,000 metric tons. So anyway. The decision was to increase, and very well supported by the science. And there were a couple other things that I wanted to go into a little bit of detail. So an important part of kind of our considerations of the past several years has been the development of a management strategy evaluation. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but there's been a lot of great work on this by Dr. Kristen Marshall and the rest of the technical team to get it to this point. But we do believe we're kind of at a turning point in the development of this management strategy evaluation, in that up to this point in time, we've been developing the model itself and kind of beginning to get a better idea of how to use it.
And the JMC is now going to be using the next 6 months to discuss a transition from using using the MSC as an operational tool rather than just considering developing the model further. We're going to be having these discussions, including obviously the JMC themselves, plus the advisors, as well as the technical team. So it'll be kind of an iterative back and forth discussion to kind of get there and how we could potentially use this MSE. So before turning the report over to Phil to continue, I did want to mention a couple of kind of administrative things, but they're important administrative things. And so first is that Colin Sayer, who is behind me here, was hired by the region and also appointed to be the Whiting Treaty Coordinator, if I can speak. And he's doing a great job, and I'm very excited that he's on board, and he'll continue to play a very important role in the treaty implementation process. Also, we did have a opening on the scientific review group, and that Dr. Will White from Oregon State has been appointed to that. Unfortunately, we were not able to get the contract done in time for him to actually participate in this SRG, but he will be on board and able to participate in just a few weeks. So we're happy to have him on board. And then also wanted to point out, due to some openings on the AP, Trent Hartle and Lori Steele have been appointed to the AP. Lori is also going to continue to serve on the SRG as well. So she's doing the double duty for us. So finally, just wanted to, in kind of the same vein, we are potentially going to be losing a lot of institutional knowledge in just the coming months. There's a lot of people, their terms expire in September, and NIMS will be announcing nominations for these positions late spring, early summer timeframe. So that should give people time enough to put their names in or put others' names in. And so there's the people that are losing their terms, just to let you know, it's on both the AP and the JMC. And they are Joe Bursch, Bob Dooley, Tom Libby, Michael Koneski, Brent Payne, Dave Smith, all of the AP. And then Dan Waldeck and Steve Joner on the JMC. We have hopes of convincing some of them to re-up, but not all of them. So we do need to do a good job of working to replace these folks. In particular, I just wanted to highlight one person a little bit, and that is our AP chair, Joe Bursch. He was instrumental in getting the treaty completed at the very end, and he was also just crucial to every single negotiation since beginning of the implementation of this treaty. And so I don't know how successful we would be in trying to convince him to come back, but I think not. But he's just been a great part of this experience. And I think maybe just to kind of close out everyone knows I love the council process. I participate in the MREP program because I really do think the council process is great. But let me tell you, the Whiting Treaty process is, I think, also a really good process. It's kind of like having two children, and both of them are my favorite. So I like them both a lot. And it is a very rewarding process. So for those people that we're going to begin reaching out to get on top of getting them nominated, this process is such a collaborative process. We have the highest level of scientific support. I think we have the highest level of industry support. And I would even argue, perhaps with the exception of me, the management folks are pretty good too. And that includes people on both sides. So it's this year approved it again. Just a really phenomenal process. We finished a day early this year, which has only happened one other time. And I think a part of that was the group of people that we have working on this. So anyway, with that, I think I will stop and then turn it over to Phil to talk about one of the other major points of discussion at the JMC meeting. But as up to you, Mr. Chair, if you wanted to have questions at this time or wait until Phil is.
I think we'll hear from Phil and then we'll bombard both of you with questions.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank, for that great report. And thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got a little bit of duplication in mind, but hopefully not very much. Most of it's right at the start. I've had the privilege of representing the council and the Joint Management Committee since 2010. And I really enjoyed my that opportunity and did again this year. I don't know that I hold it up quite as high as I do as my tenure here on the council, but it's been a privilege. You know, this is one of those situations where Frank and I get to report out on a great successful process that we have some role in, but there's a whole bunch of people that contribute as much or more than we do. And I just think it's important to recognize those, given the fact that the whiting fishery is so important to our West Coast groundfish fishery and the communities and everything. So if you'll bear with me, it'll just take an extra 60 seconds or so. So Frank mentioned our AP folks. The AP is specified within the treaty. Let me just run down the names. Joe Bursch, as Frank did a great job of explaining his importance to the process, and it's going to be a big loss when he goes off for the AP, which he intends to do. Bob Dooley, Brent Payne, Lori Steele, Tom Libby, Dave Smith, Trent Hartel, and Mike O have all been our advisors here. We have some folks that also helped this year by coming. Brian Blake coming from representing Ocean Gold. Mike Hyde, of course, came in and helped us along too. He was a longtime AP member, but those folks just really, they carry a lot of the load. They carry a lot of the responsibility relative to negotiating with their Canadian counterparts. So just want to recognize them. My colleagues on the JMC, Frank, Dan Waldeck, and Steve Joner, we've all been on there since the start, and it's been a great opportunity to work with those guys. And Colin did a great job coming in. I think fresh off being appointed the treaty coordinator, but it went without a hitch, and he got us stuff. He anticipated what we needed and just did a great job. Keely Kent joined us. I know I'm going to miss some folks, but David Moore from the State Department joined us this year. Of course, Kristen Marshall from the MSC, Stephanie from NOAA-GC. And then Aaron Berger on the JTC is just the stock assessment guy that really helps the AP walk us through and keeps us on the right track, helps us strategize and all the rest of it, as well as people like Dr. Hasty, who also has been there from the beginning. So just a really great group of people without which we wouldn't be able to be here and report successes. So the Joint Management Committee is, most of you, I don't know how many of you know, but I think most of you do, was established pursuant to the terms of the agreement, the treaty. It's comprised of the 4 representatives from each party. And the JMC is charged with the responsibility of implementing the terms of the agreement, including, as you know, setting the annual coastwide total allowable catch. The agreement formalized the scientific and stock assessment collaboration through the creation of the 2 science bodies we mentioned, the Joint Technical Committee, which does the stock assessment in a bilateral group, and And then we have the scientific review group to provide that peer review of the technical committee's work. And again, a bilateral a group of people that give us sound advice and review the work. And then finally, of course, the advisory group made up of the industry members to both advise and bring their expertise to both policy and technical discussions. Now to the meat of kind of what I'm going to be speaking to. The successful implementation of the treaty is fundamentally tied to the jointly administered U.S.-Canada Hake Acoustic Survey, its survey biomass index, its age 1 index, and the biological and oceanographic data. We appreciate that NOAA fishery officials recently brought to our attention their work and efforts to make a major change, what we're characterizing as a major change to the Hake survey in an effort to accomplish multiple species surveys at the same time, thereby making more efficient use of the limited ship time, particularly when ship time is limited due to maintenance requirements. Important changes include a proposed switch to a new single net to fish both in the midwater during the day for Pacific hake and at night at the surface for CPS without changing rigging, validation of Pacific hake aggregation identification acoustically during the day with the nighttime surface trawling. The survey team from NOAA Fisheries provided a presentation to our scientific review group on the planning currently underway at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and Southwest Fisheries Science Center to integrate the Pacific hake and coastal pelagic species acoustic surveys by the summer of 2025. This change has international implications since the 2003 Hake Treaty identifies the acoustic survey as a key component for the assessment and sustainable management of the offshore Pacific hake stock. The survey is currently conducted jointly with Canada, including a Canadian vessel completing a portion of the survey in the US and Canada. The treaty also states that the scientific review group is charged with reviewing survey methodology, and therefore the JMC expects the SRG, the scientific review group, to review the data and associated analysis supporting the change to the survey. What we're characterizing as an ambitious timeline proposed for implementing the new integrated pelagic survey is a concern to the JMC and the SRG and may be insufficient for the Northwest Fisheries Science Center survey team to address the challenges associated with changes to the Hake survey methodology and review by the policy technical, including the SRG advisors and other interests. In a report that the SRG provided the JMC, they recommended that the first step in the integrated survey process is to focus on maintaining the existing Hake survey methods of acoustic data collection coupled with midwater trawling with the Aleutian wing trawl during the day, while encouraging collaboration between the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, Southwest Fisheries Science Center on elements that are less likely to negatively impact either survey. In their report that we attached to our JMC letter, the SRG recommended that NOAA support a more careful and cautious modular approach to integration to avoid changes that could have long-term negative consequences to the Pacific hake stock assessment and management. We are also mindful that the opportunity to contract with privately owned vessels for survey purposes may well be more limited and costly, according to industry representatives. So in closing, with respect to our U.S.-Canada Whiting Treaty report, we wanted to make the council aware of this issue. We understand there are limitations relative to ship time. We understand that ships have maintenance intervals that must be adhered to and impact their availability for sea time. And we acknowledge and applaud the efforts being made by the science centers to increase the effectiveness of the limited ship time that is available. We want to emphasize and support that any changes that are made are done in a manner that include careful review by the appropriate scientific, policy, and public communities. So that concludes my portion of our report out from our session with Canada this year through the treaty process.
All right, thank you, Phil. Thank you, Frank. Let's see if there are any questions on the report. It was very thorough. So I'm not seeing any hands, but obviously you'll be here for council discussion. So, all right, thank you for that report. What we have next are our advisory body reports. And first, Dan Waldeck on behalf of the GAP. Welcome, Dan.
Chair Geralnik, council members, good afternoon. I am Dan Waldeck. I'll be reading agenda item F2B, supplemental GAP report on whiting fishery under the U.S.-Canada agreement. The GAP received an overview of the 2023 TAC determination by the Joint Management Committee from Colin Sayer and participants in the treaty process. The GAP is pleased that the JMC provided a consensus recommendation to the parties for a coastwide 2023 TAC. With the stock projected to be at 104% of its unfished biomass, a coastwide TAC of 625,000 metric tons was recommended for 2023. Whiting fishery participants highlighted for the GAP that the bilateral scientific research and analysis process that is the foundation of managing the whiting fishery is strong and working well. The whiting fishery is a critically important piece of the groundfish fishery portfolio, and the GAP very much appreciates the collaborative approach among scientists, managers, and fishery participants. The GAP also received information about NIMF's proposed plan to make major changes to the hake acoustic trawl survey by integrating it with the CPS survey in an effort to accomplish multiple objectives while seeking to optimize the efficient use of NIMF's resources. The GAP discussed with fisher participants that the hake acoustic survey, its survey biomass index, its age 1 index, and biological and oceanographic data is the scientific foundation of managing the fishery and the U.S.-Canada treaty process. Based on what NIMFS has presented during treaty meetings, fishery participants are deeply concerned that this effort to integrate NIMFS surveys will only serve to improve efficiency to the benefit of NIMFS and has the potential to weaken the survey, negatively impacting the fishery independent data time series and the hake stock assessment, with the likelihood that increased scientific uncertainty will further complicate management of this important treaty-managed transboundary stock. The GAP agrees with whiting fishery participants and JMC that more direct engagement with fisher participants, scientists, and interested parties is urgently needed to understand and clarify risks, opportunities, and benefits of any change to the hake survey prior to further development. The GAP recommends the Council consider providing guidance to NIMFS about how to proceed. Specifically, the Council could recommend that NIMFS collaboratively engage with affected stakeholders and hake treaty participants to ensure efforts to make the use of ship time more efficient results in improvements to the current survey rather than making modifications that risk weakening the survey. In addition, Mr. Sayer highlighted the imminent expiration of the terms of several whiting treaty AP members and 2 JMC members, that is, the JMC whiting fishery and tribal representatives, are expiring in September 2023. NIMFS will soon announce a request for nominations to the U.S. section of the AP and JMC. And then finally, it is the understanding of the GAP that the Council took action under in-season in November 22 to establish a 750 metric ton set aside for 2023 research and incidental catch, as recommended by the GMT in their November report. We continue to support implementation of the set aside amount in determining the 2023 whiting sector allocations. And Mr. Chair, if I may beg your indulgence for a moment, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Lockhart both spoke quite well to all of the other folks engaged on the U.S. delegation side. And I just want to acknowledge both Mr. Anderson and Mr. Lockhart I've always thought of Frank as more of an uncle figure than as a parent. But if we are one of his children, then we are one of his children. But in addition, I also want to add my voice, my companies, my member companies as well. Mr. Joe Bursch was instrumental in so many aspects of the whiting fishery, be it working with us here in council managed aspects, or working on the treaty development or implementation. And Joe has just been a stalwart friend and colleague, and I can't say anything more than thanks. So appreciate that extra indulgence there, and I'll answer questions on behalf of the GAP as best I can. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Dan. Are there questions for the GAP? All right, thanks very much, Dan. We have a report from the CPSAS. Mike is all prepped there. Welcome back, Mike.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading from Agenda Item F2B, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on the implementation of a 2023 Pacific whiting fishery under the U.S.-Canada Agreement. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel was recently alerted to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA Fisheries, bulletin that references a plan to consolidate the CPS and whiting surveys into a single research vessel, and is asking for suggestions from the public under requests for information that's posted there. The link is, this is a quote from that. This request for information, RFI, seeks input on 1, the design of a single trawl net capable of fishing both in the midwater and at the surface, either as a modification of an existing design or an entirely new design, including the net, rigging, and doors. 2, potential charter vessels to support sampling efforts in an integrated survey in coordination with a NOAA Fisheries survey vessel. 3, integrated survey design considerations and sampling protocols. Excuse me a second. Well, 2 members of the CPSAS attended the recent Whiting Joint Management Commission Advisory Panel meeting where this bulletin was discussed and concerns raised about the sudden announcement, short response timeline, and the shift in direction of their successful whiting survey. This also was of concern to the Canadian members of the JMC and AP. It is our understanding that both the US and Canadian JMC members were going to write letters to NOAA Fisheries and/or the Council expressing their concerns. Additionally, we were told the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel would be submitting a statement. The rest of the CPSAS was alerted to this bulletin and the JMC reactions at their brief CPSAS webinar meeting on March 3rd. As this survey affects the CPS fisheries, including stock assessments and harvest specifications, the CPSAS wished to make a brief statement to the Council. CPSAS members from California and the Northwest have worked 7 years in collaborative surveys with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center survey team led by Dr. David Deemer. This has been a transparent and productive process, and our fishermen and onshore survey teams have always been treated respectfully. We have spent time on the NOAA ship and have been asked for our advice excuse me, on potential improvements. It is a model working relationship. We understand the concerns the whiting industry has expressed. Perhaps the initial actions were off-key, but with a few caveats, we believe it is possible to have a positive outcome. Number 1, the first goal must be to not compromise the integrity of either survey. Both surveys are run professionally and are continually improving. There is too much at stake to lose that momentum. Number two, before advancing further, NOAA Fisheries should hold a hybrid workshop, bringing in expertise from the science community and the Whiting and CPS fisheries. This should establish dialogue baselines for development. Sudden action RFIs, excuse me again, sudden action RFIs may have a place for actual bids, but we first need to construct a plan of what we want to protect and achieve. This type of plan needs to be formed in a person-to-person communication and then structured from the ideas presented. A working committee may be one viable option. The RFI calls for ideas how to use one set of trawl doors and one net. This may work as there is advanced technology available, but we need to first have input from all connected scientists and experienced representatives of industry. Moreover, we should not commit to a one net, one set of doors process until this construct has been tested in sea trials and actively tested for both midwater and surface trawling. Experienced CPS and whiting fishermen should be involved in these sea trials. We know whiting is a foundational fishery for the Northwest and CPS directed fishing, including squid and live bait for recreational fishing that are foundational in California. In a report to Congress on the 2017 California recreational fishery, it was stated that the total economic impact of the California recreational fishery was $4.6 billion, driven by 2.795 million anglers. Live bait contributes heavily to these numbers. CPS is a staple of whales, seabirds, and other marine mammals, and higher trophic predators such as salmon. Each of these categories has Endangered Species Act or protected species that rely on CPS. CPS surveys must continue to be conducted on an annual basis. We strongly recommend that if we move to an integrated survey, that we continue to do annual surveys for CPS and move the whiting survey to an annual basis. Given the changes in recruitment for CPS, whiting, and the rapid changes in the location and the changes brought by climate change, it is an insurance policy on our management policy. We have expressed these thoughts so we can work together with NOAA Fisheries to solve a problem while ensuring we protect our successful surveys. And that concludes my statement. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. Are there questions on the CPSAS report?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. That completes our reports and takes us to public comment. I believe there are 2 signups, and our first speaker is Mr. Werner Wilson. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Werner Wilson. I'm Senior Oceans Campaigner for Friends of the Earth, U.S. And we are very interested in this issue because we've crunched some numbers about the Chinook that are being bycaught in the Pacific whiting fisheries. About 2,173 Chinook on average were taken as bycatch from years 2017 to 2021. I've mentioned that before, and that's compared to some other groundfish fisheries that are taken in Alaska, such as the groundfish trawl fisheries, that also showed upwards of almost 18,000 were taken in both the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands trawl fisheries. And then when you look at the numbers, this is all publicly available information of it. As I said, 90% of Gulf of Alaska Chinook bycatch were taken. So when you combine both the Pacific whiting and then also the North Pacific, it's about almost 14,000 as I've stated before. You've heard that earlier today. That's just numbers that are actually reported, though. And we support a robust electronic monitoring and observer program. There was a disturbing statement by one of the former trawling employees that made a statement at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council meeting that said, basically he said that these were not even numbers that are actual real, because a number of people go on those fisheries, like they basically say that they don't want to report that number, and they try to reduce the number in order for the observers to not be able to report the actual real number. So when you take all that into account, and when we're considering issues about the southern resident orca and tribes that depend on those fisheries, that's very disturbing. And so that's why Friends of the Earth is here, trying to reduce that number of fish that are taken, but also for you to consider that these bycatch, such as in the Pacific whiting fishery, they're not, it's not okay. So for some members of this council to paint a rosy picture about this, about these things, no, it's not rosy. So yeah, I wanted to mention those things, and thank you for taking my testimony. I'll answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Werner? Thank you very much. Next, Heather Mann, I think you're with us remotely.
I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, council members, again, for the record, my name's Heather Mann. I work with and for Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. As I said earlier, there are 25 MTC vessels that fish in either the at-sea or shoreside whiting sectors or both. MTC wants to lend our strong support to the GAP recommendations, specifically to the recommendation related to the joint survey being considered. In particular, quote, the council could recommend that NIMS collaboratively engage with affected stakeholders and Hague Treaty participants to ensure efforts to make the use of ship time more efficient results in improvements to the current survey rather than modifications that risk weakening the survey. I hope that the council supports this recommendation, and I think it was made with the best intent in mind for both CPS and for whiting, which I care deeply about both. I'm happy to answer any questions that council members or others have about the whiting sector, in particular the MTC vessels, and our incredible job that we've done minimizing our interaction with Chinook salmon. I think that you're all well aware of that, and want to make myself available to answer any questions there. And finally, at the risk of being accused of fawning over the participants in the whiting treaty process, I want to publicly thank all the people involved with the whiting treaty, from the JMC members to the advisory panel to the scientists, everybody. In particular, I do also, as my colleagues have, want to recognize Joe Bursch. It's no secret that Joe and I have certainly knocked heads over the years here in the council process, but I cannot say enough what a fantastic chair of the AP Joe has been. You know, the treaty process, if you haven't listened in or participated in one, is kind of a strange process. To have members of another country, you know, voicing their concerns and criticizing our participants, but in a sweet Canadian accent, is kind of like this weird otherworldly experience. But Joe never missed a beat. He was always able to tangle with the best of them and achieve success for all the whiting sectors, always based on sound science and always with conviction and tact. And I think that's important to recognize. So together with the JMC members, who really, those four are rock stars in and of themselves, we should all be really proud of our representatives in the whiting treaty process. And on behalf of MTC members, I want to thank you all for your efforts. They are much appreciated. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. Let's see if there are any questions for Heather. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Heather, for your testimony. I meant to make this statement in your previous testimony, and a squirrel ran by and I lost my thought, so I'm sorry about that. But I can't speak for what happens in the North Pacific because I'm a North Pacific Council person and I don't know much about other pollock fisheries that happens up there. So my comments are not aimed towards that, only what I know about in working with you and others in the other sectors of the trawl and the whiting industry is I truly appreciated when I was on the SAS, and I truly appreciate now as a council person, you're open and you're transparency in all sectors to provide the bycatch in salmon. I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank not only you but your co-sectors and partners in doing that. So, and I know the SAS appreciates that too. So I just want to say thank you and acknowledge that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right, anything further for Heather? Thank you very much, Heather.
Thanks.
That concludes public comment and takes us to council discussion. I don't know that we have any action here. We might, it's up to you, but let's see if there's any discussion on this agenda item. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have a couple comments to it. I agree with all of the praise that's been heaped on our joint management committee as well as our AP chair that's getting off. I think it's well deserved, Joe. I don't think we could do the job that gets done. I'm on the AP, by the way, and have been for 9 years. I think, it's going to be a tough person to replace. He's done an unbelievable job. He thinks really well on his feet, and he studies very well, and I think that's been good. But I would make the observation that, we had a really good result this year. There was a lot of hard work done by all and a lot of facts on the table, and we have a favorable stock assessment that got us to where we got. But however, that all being said, the last couple of years before that, we had trouble coming to an agreement. And when you're not in person, it's real easy to walk away. And I think a component of this that really needs to be recognized is the makeup of our advisory panel and our joint management team that are really well versed in the fishery. And there's a couple fishermen there that are active or have been active, myself included, for many, many years. And you bring an amount of credibility to that and the ability to reach across the aisle to the Canadians that are fishermen too, and really bond. And I think that's what makes this thing go around. So I hope when we get to the new appointments that we have a couple active fishermen there that can relate, because it's this personal relationships that make a lot of difference. I mean, if the science isn't there, we don't make it either. So I will go on to that on the integrated survey. For years now, my experience has been that there have been suggestions about the survey and the gear and all of these things and things that they could possibly change, but it's been ongoing that we can't change things because it changes the time series. Well, now we're at a place where there's suggested pretty major change. And I think we need to look at this from the holistic part of this, the whole part of it. And I welcome the change because I think we've been advocating for a while in different parts, like the size of the trawl doors and the new. I think there have been changes in that survey that maybe haven't been recognized, like the new ship with new bigger main wire and trying to spread a net with tiny doors. So I think if we could get the right expertise in the room, including the industry, and sit down and do this correctly and not rush it and get it and really do it, I think we could make some big changes. There have been a lot of technological advances. I've talked to some net manufacturers that actually enlightened me. I've been off the water for a few years now, and there are changes that maybe could work. But when we start changing the transects to 20 miles rather than 10, there's repercussions, and we could end up in a place with this really important fishery, understanding that we also work with the Canadians and their survey methodology. That trust is important, that assurance that we're doing things correctly. So I worry about the way we proceed with this. And I think we were informed at the meeting in Canada that this was pretty much a done deal for many reasons. One of them was the ship in Alaska that does the survey, the Oscar Dyson, is going for its midlife repair in a couple of years, and we're going to be short a ship, and they're going to have to spread the wealth here, and that's going to put us in a position that we all lose. And I'm concerned about that. I think we need to do this in a real thoughtful way, but you need all parties at the table, and they need to be participating in this. So number one, I'll reiterate, I think we really have to be thoughtful with the change of the guard here on the AP particularly, and also on the management team. And I think that, and make sure we pick people that have knowledge. And I think we really, really need to be in the room and be part of this iterative discussion of how to make our surveys better. I'm not a doom and gloom guy. I never look at the glass half empty. I always look at it half full. And I think we can make this full if we do it correctly. But when you're up against timeline and the deadline, that might be a hindrance. So I guess I'll stop there. Well, other than I really want to thank, and it's a great, great process. And I really encourage people to seriously think about this, because it is, the largest fishery on our coast, and we need to protect that. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Bob. Any further discussion on this agenda item or actions folks want to recommend? Mr. Lockhart.
I'm just going to point out something you guys all know, and that in the last agenda item, the Science Center pointed out that they do have current plans to do exactly what both the GAP and the CPSAS have recommended, which is hold workshops with a wide participation from industry, and so I don't know if that is all that is needed to note, and would welcome further conversation on that. But I just want to kind of make that specific linkage. So thank you.
Phil Anderson.
Yeah, before we leave this, the GAP had a recommendation. We had a recommendation in our JMC report, and of course those all came after Mr. Russell and Dr. Hasty, and we're up here, and I just thought it would be a good thing to ask them if they would like to come back up. I know Dr. Werner's here, and maybe just give us a little bit of a sense as to how they're thinking about moving forward, and what we might do, whether it's at the council here or we have an opportunity through our participation in the Whiting Treaty to collaborate with our colleagues across the border. So there's potentially a coordination role there that we could play. But I did want to give them I would like to give them an opportunity, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, to have them come up and just kind of give us any thoughts that they might have in response to what they've heard.
All right, folks, Mr. Russell from the Science Center, you heard Phil's question. So You've been here for it, so let's see. What say you?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson and others for the discussion around this. I appreciate the opportunity to comment again, and also to reassure you that as Mr. Lockhart reiterated, that we do plan to have a workshop here in the near future. Certainly help identifying who should best be there would be helpful. I also welcome any additional thoughts on other engagement activities that you think would be beneficial. We are in the business of producing the best science possible, and we're going to continue to take this in that approach with the timeline that we have, the information, the resources that we have, and we're really eager for that dialogue. I think our challenge to date, if it helps any, has been a resourcing challenge. And moving forward, I'm much more optimistic, as I said earlier, that we will have the resources to do this and to have more frequent engagements on this topic on all aspects of the survey. And in hindsight, if in keeping with the analogy of children here, maybe I'm the unwanted nephew, or the nephew that just showed up at the dinner party and people are wondering, why is he here? The RFI, again, I think created, it got ahead of us a little bit in that sense, and didn't create, I think, the dialogue that we really want to have. And so I would just ask that everybody understand we're trying to work towards the engagement and the dialogue that everybody wants, because that's what we need to make sure that we're producing the data for the stock assessments and collecting the additional data that maybe we're not collecting yet on the ecosystem or even on these specific stocks.
Thank you. While Craig Russell's up, are there any follow-up there? Thank you very much. Anything else for this agenda item from around the table? Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You have heard from Mr. Lockhart and Mr. Anderson regarding the outcomes of the joint JMC AP meeting, including the TAC for 2023 on Pacific whiting. You had a couple of reports and a couple of public comments. You did not take any action, but that is, of course, not necessarily under this particular agenda item. I would say that you have adequately addressed your task here today, and I can take your questions should you have any.
All right, not seeing any hands. Thanks very much, Todd. So good job, Council, on that agenda item. Before we get started on F3, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we'll be back at 3:19, and we'll take up Sabelfish bot gear marking. See you then.
Website. It's been 3 years since we launched the new design, and we wanted to take a moment to demonstrate some of the new features and enhancements that have been rolled out recently. As always, from the homepage, you'll be able to access the upcoming council meeting, as well as the previous meeting materials, which include things like the decision summary document or perhaps meeting recordings. We've also expanded under council meetings details on the upcoming meeting page. From this top level, you can now see the meeting date range and location, as well as have quick access to things like the agenda or e-portal as they become available. We go to our previous meetings section. You'll notice the new search functionality where you can drill down to specific meetings using the search, such as June. It'll showcase all of the June meetings in chronological order, or you can drill down even deeper by year, and it will bring up the specific meeting that you're searching for so that you can get to it faster than the previous way of paging through all of our old meeting records. We are also now populating quick access links for popular things such as decision documents or perhaps meeting transcripts here along the bottom. And by navigating over to the briefing book section, you'll notice the same search and year filtering functionality is available here as well. Navigating back to the upcoming meetings page, and specifically to the upcoming March meeting, we'd like to showcase the enhancements made to the meeting page itself. The date range and the ability to quickly add it to your calendar has been added here at the top. The location of the meeting, as well as when the advisory bodies and the council session is to begin, is listed here. And we now have all of the deadlines listed for public comment, as well as advanced briefing book and supplemental briefing book deadlines at the top of each meeting page for the entire year of 2023. And finally, below, we've now improved the visibility of how you may navigate around the council meeting itself. The council meeting pages are intended to be your one-stop shop of where you can access things such as the meeting agenda, the e-portal for public comment, how you might join an advisory body who's meeting remotely at that meeting, and then have access to things like our how-to and frequently asked questions section, which includes things like how to fill out an expense claim using Concur. These tiles are more visible than the previous button approach, and they also will update in real time as the meeting progresses. Back on our homepage, you'll notice that we have a hot link to our calendar down at the upper right-hand corner of any of our web pages that you might visit. Scrolling down to the upcoming events section, there's another quick link to the calendar there. And just a quick recap on how the recent news and upcoming events section displays information. Upcoming events is intended to show the next 5 events or meetings that are occurring in chronological order, whereas the recent news section is where we may make announcements that there's meetings that are coming up, or perhaps that the newsletter is available. And in this example of the Groundfish meeting, it was posted on February 13th that they have a meeting that's coming up on March 27th. But because there's so many other meetings that are occurring before the 27th, you're not going to see it on the upcoming events section unless you click the View Calendar link, which will take you to the calendar view. Here we can navigate to the next pane, which will bring us to the March meetings, and we can see that on the 27th, that Groundfish meeting is visible here. The next enhancement is around your ability to go back to previous meetings and listen to the meeting recording. Since 2020, we've been doing a YouTube live stream of all of our council meetings, and each meeting has its own YouTube playlist. We've linked those to our website under previous meetings. But one little known feature is the ability to expand the description field and show more, which will get you to the bookmarks for each agenda item to more quickly navigate through each day's agenda. The next enhancement is related to our public comment portal. From the homepage here, you can navigate to an old or current council meeting. You can now download attachments using the link at the top, and you have a few choices here. You can choose to select the top check mark to select all of the public comments. You can individually select specific comments that you might want to download and review, or you can use the search function on the right and specify which agenda item you want, in which case it'll showcase all the attachments under E1 in this example for you to select and then choose to download. Our final 2 announcements are that we've updated our Concur video. If you expand the Navigating the Council menu item and then navigate to Travel and Reimbursement for Concur, there's a brand new video here to showcase the new Concur interface for when you need to fill out your expense claim. The other announcement is that we've revived our newsletter, which can be found under News and Events, and then Newsletters and Press Releases. And there's the 2023 newsletter. I hope this overview was helpful in showcasing some of the new features and enhancements to the website. Thanks for watching. Have a good day.
When I got out of high school, I jumped on Dad's rig, and it just gets in your blood. I didn't have a problem getting up and going to work every morning.
I enjoyed being on the water. And when I found that the fishing regulations were so complicated, I was angry.
It is really frustrating to not have a say in what is happening to you.
It's not just, will the fish live or die? It's, will the fisherman live or die?
Well, why is this happening? Or why is this? Or why is that? Or they just want to shut it down. And
am I going to be able to survive?
It's hard.
I first heard about MRAP from 2 fishermen.
Got a hold of me and said, hey, I've got this great opportunity for you. It's a program that's by and for fishermen.
I was very skeptical going into that meeting and very enlightened coming out.
MRAP gives you the recipe.
Where does the data come from? How do people use the data, the laws, and the steps that one goes through to translate into a regulation?
I was afraid of the rulemaking process, but I think they listened to what everyone there had to say, including myself.
MREP was really helpful in how I can be an active participant in the management of my fishery.
Okay, our social quarter hour is over, so we'll get started in a moment here on F3. All right, welcome, Brett. Do you want to get us started here?
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. Yes, I will. This is agenda item F3, Sabelfish Pot Gear Marking Feasibility Report. I'll be brief. We have in the briefing book 3 NIMS reports. We have Mr. Brian Hooper here to present those reports. But real quickly, there's a situation summary here I want to quickly touch on. We've started this process back in October 2020 when there was a biological opinion finalized. So I think Mr. Hooper will touch on that. And so they've developed a report for you regarding the feasibility study that they've conducted using Sea Grant to do a workshop. And so there's some responses in there on the workshop. Some comments are provided in this report too. And then National Fisheries Service report will kind of go over their thoughts on the report and what might be the next steps. The council action here is just council discussion and guidance on next steps as appropriate. And that concludes my overview.
All right, thanks, Brett. Any questions for Brett? All right, Keely, do you want to start with the NIMS report and pass it on to Brian, or how you want to proceed?
I will pass it straight to Mr. Hooper.
All right, Mr. Hooper, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brian Hooper. I'm a fishery management specialist with NIMS West Coast region. I'll be summarizing the NIMS reports found in agenda item F3. My focus will be on NIMS report 3, which summarizes the workshop report, evaluates the feasibility of pot gear marking improvements, and provides a recommendation on next steps. NIMS West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division and Protected Resources Division prepared this feasibility report to consider whether additional pot marking regulations would increase NIMS's ability to attribute humpback whale entanglements to specific fisheries and assist in identifying potential modifications to the pot gear regulations that could reduce incidental take of humpback whales. We are providing this feasibility report to the Council as required by Term and Condition 1 of the 2020 Biological Opinion. As part of the investigation process, we evaluated potential methods, including line marking and additional marking on buoys and surface gear. We've identified areas that merit further consideration towards the goal of improving gear identification in entanglements and reducing the risk of entanglement. The opinion requires the Council consider the findings of this feasibility report for potential changes to pot gear marking regulations by March 2024. When I provide an overview of the opinion to the Council in April 2021, the Council stressed the need to engage industry in the feasibility study. NIMS wholeheartedly agreed and committed to that engagement. We were able to secure funding and brought on Oregon Sea Grant to host a workshop last November. The primary goal of the workshop was to get input from industry on feasible and practical improvements to gear marking in the Sabelfish pod fishery to improve NIMS's ability to identify the source fishery of large whale entanglements. A secondary goal was to gather ideas and input on potential measures that could reduce whale entanglement risk in this fishery. We'd like to thank everyone who participated and helped plan the workshop. The input we received were just really great and valuable, and it really helped us develop the feasibility report. Our feasibility report builds on the workshop summary provided in NIMS Report 1. Also note that Oregon Sea Grant solicited comments on the workshop summary report from the workshop participants and interested parties, and those comments can be found in NIMS Report 1 and 2. As a quick kind of recap of what's currently required for gear marking, current regulations require gear to be marked at the surface and at each terminal end with a pole, flag, light, radar reflector, and a buoy. Also, buoys must be marked with a number identifying the owner and operator. For your reference, the full text of the applicable fixed gear marking regulations for limited entry and open access can be found in Appendix 3 of NIMS Report 1. So this feasibility report assesses the practicality of several gear marking methods and evaluates the information to make an initial go or no-go recommendation. A key for NIMS in evaluating the feasibility of additional gear marking regulations is the ability of the idea or change to contribute to the positive attribution of entanglement to a specific fishery. Achieving negative attribution, which means a conclusion that entanglement is definitely not associated with groundfish gear, could be a more difficult standard depending on the extent of gear that is available to examine from any given entanglement case. To enhance positive attribution, marks should consider current schemes and proposals for gear marking in the West Coast Dungeness crab fleet, which is the most common origin of entanglements that are identified. It's imperative that gear marking schemes be coordinated across West Coast fisheries in order to facilitate the capabilities of NIMS to clearly distinguish the origins of entanglements from the documentation of these events. So first, talk about line marking. We conclude that fishery-specific line marking offers a logical avenue for improving the ability to identify the origin of entanglements. There's good potential for detecting line marks from documentation imagery that has been available. Generally, the more a line is marked, the more likely it is that entanglement could be attributed to a specific fishery. The top and upper portions of the line are most commonly documented as either directly involved in the entanglements or at least visible within the available documentation. Line marking success will likely depend on having numerous prominent marks to increase the probability of detection. Marking the line at least every few fathoms, especially in the upper portion of the gear, would provide the highest likelihood to detect the presence or absence of line marking. The length of visible line in entanglements, and the majority of entanglements have about 0 to 20 fathoms visible, suggests that marks at frequent intervals would be necessary to have a good chance of detection in a reported entanglement. Having the line function as the mark could provide the optimal capability to positively identify the origin of the gear as well as negative attribution. And then on additional marks on buoys and service gear, we conclude that fishery-specific buoy markings have strong potential to help increase identifiability. Entanglements often involve service gear with multiple polyform buoys. The current requirements to mark buoys with the number identifying the owner or operator could be improved to increase visibility and identifiability. Buoys should be marked high, often and preferably in a pattern that is readily distinguishable from other marks. We identified several regulatory concepts, including a Sabelfish specific large patch, shape, or letter on the polyform buoys, cattle ear tags for buoys that could be attached to the molded eye, and then prohibiting marks required by other fisheries like Dungeness crab. Let's see, the workshop also capitalized on its assembled expertise to discuss ideas for entanglement risk reduction. I'll highlight one idea that received broad support from industry members at the workshop, and that is giving vessels the option to use surface gear at one end of the ground line rather than the current requirement for surface gear on each end of the ground line. NIMS sees potential for this option to reduce entanglement risk by reducing the number of vertical lines in the water. And let's now talk about recommendations. Based on the workshop of this feasibility report, line marking and additional markings on buoy and surface gear have great potential to improve the identifiability of sablefish pot gear. In consideration of the feasibility of implementing improvements in gear marking, NIMS encourages consideration of the cost of maintaining the status quo, not only in the groundfish fishery, but across all West Coast fisheries and other potential sources of entanglement. Currently, NIMS identifies the origin of entanglements in about 50% of the entanglements reported to at least some known category of gear or fishery. Without additional marking requirements, the situation is unlikely to improve, and the high level of uncertainty surrounding the origins of entanglements that continue to occur will remain. As such, it is challenging to implement management measures that are aimed at reducing entanglements to be targeted in the most precise and effective manner possible, and it is difficult for any potential sources of entanglement to escape implication as some part of the issue under these circumstances. NIMS and members of the volunteer entanglement response network that put themselves in danger in order to document and attempt gear removal during entanglement response events need increased capabilities to identify the gear involved in entanglements, especially when significant amounts of gear are documented and or recovered. And then while this feasibility report focused on pot gear, NIMS issued a letter of concurrence for southern resident killer whales and the groundfish fishery in December 2020 that similarly recommends evaluating gear and or line marking for longline gear. Therefore, we recommend the council schedule a scoping agenda item for groundfish fixed gear marking, so including both pot and longline, by the March 2024 meeting. This timeframe would be consistent with our obligations under the biological opinion. We see benefits of addressing marking for all fixed gear in the same action. First, marking longline gear would allow nymphs to identify entanglements to fishery, similar to pot gear for humpback whales. It would allow for coordination on marking schemes across the gear types, so both gear types could be clearly distinguished from one another. And then addressing longline gear marking would support more effective fishery responses to entanglements and ultimately reduce risk to protected species. It would provide support for nymphs to maintain the insignificant impact and low risk to the southern resident killer whale DPS and its critical habitat by the groundfish fishery. Finally, I'll note that should the council want to pursue measures to reduce the risk of entanglement identified through the workshop or elsewhere, there could be an opportunity to include those measures in a future action addressing gear marking. And that's my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. Other questions on the report? I guess not. Thank you very much. All right, I think that concludes the NIPS report. And we have one advisory body report, Bob Alverson with the GAP report. Welcome, Bob.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item F3A, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Sabelfish Pot Gear Marking Feasibility Report. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received a briefing from Mr. Brian Hooper from the National Marine Fisheries Service about the review of a recent workshop on Sabelfish Pot Gear Marking with emphasis on NIMS Report number 3. Based on National Marine Fisheries Service Report 3, the GAP discussion, and because it is a condition of the humpback whale biological opinion, the GAP concurs with the National Marine Fisheries Service recommendation that the council schedule a scoping agenda item for groundfish fixed gear marking by the March 2024 meeting. Therefore, the GAP recommends under future council meeting agenda and workload planning, the council include on the March 2024 agenda scoping for groundfish fixed gear marking for pot and hook and line gear. While the scoping should be inclusive of addressing gear identification and entanglement reduction ideas, the GAP suggests that operationally feasible gear marking, which is aimed at providing the ability to positively attribute fishing activity and gear involved when an entangled whale is encountered, should be the first order of business. New gear marking requirements would facilitate improved understanding of the potential impacts of particular fisheries, which should be done before the evaluation and consideration of new measures aimed at reducing whale entanglements. The recent Sabelfish Pot gear marking workshop identified some ideas to address gear marking and entanglement reduction ideas. The possible regulatory actions to address the ideas raised in the workshop will need to be reviewed by industry and the council from an enforcement and industry ability to comply with any new requirements. That concludes our comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions on the GAP report? Thank you, Bob. That concludes reports. It takes us to public comment. I believe we have one sign up, and that's Jeff Shester. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Jeff Shester, representing the conservation organization Oceana. We wanted to support the goal of improving sablefish pot gear marking and for the purpose of better identifying gear involved in whale entanglements. I personally, on behalf of Oceana, have been a member of the California Dungeness Crab Fishing Gear Working Group that's been working to prevent and address whale entanglements in the Dungeness crab fishery in California since 2015. As part of that working group, we developed some gear marking requirements back in 2018 for marking the surface buoys. And despite all the gear marking actions that have happened to date, it is still somewhat unfortunate that most of the confirmed entanglements off the U.S. West Coast are in unidentified or unknown gear. And so our working group is now going back to the drawing board, and the state of California is again amending its regulations to increase gear marking requirements again. The reason is that these unknown entanglements largely serve to count against the Dungeness crab fishery in that case, contributing to area closures. And at least in the case of biological opinions, like for Sabelfish, managers must be precautionary and consider cumulative effects when they're looking at these entanglements. So having a lot of unidentified entanglements is problematic for many reasons. So it's not just important to have positive attribution where you're confirming what the gear is, but also, I think as you've heard in some of the reports, this idea of negative attribution where you can actually rule out what the gear is not. So for example, the ability to say a certain entanglement is not sablefish is actually of great value. So for example, if it doesn't have a certain type of marking or pattern, you can, on a line, you could be able to tell it's not sablefish gear. So that we suggest that would be the goal that the council should strive for in this action. In many cases, what we have seen, we were part of a forensic workshop that looked at hundreds of different entanglements back in 2018, just over the years. And in many cases, only a very small portion of a fishing line is actually visible from all you have is maybe one photo in an entanglement, and maybe the light's bad and it's on a foggy day. So having a very unique color and pattern that's readily distinguishable is very important, and having that be throughout the entire line. And if there is some sort of a pattern, having that be visible at least every fathom of the line is very important. So obviously there's different costs associated with different types of marking on this stuff. We've heard from, in talking to line manufacturers, that they've said things to us like, hey, just have the regulators be clear and tell us what you need the line to look like, and we can make it. But obviously doing a whole different production for every single time this is done is difficult. So doing this in a very coordinated way across the different West Coast states, in coordination with NIMS and the council managed fisheries, that's going to really decrease the economic costs that I think are typically associated with gear marking. So the other item that came up in the report, which we did actually want to commend the workshop report on this, but one of the ideas that was sort of considered but viewed as not feasible yet is the idea of looking at ropeless gear, and also the idea of using a single line on one end of a string of pots. And this is kind of, I think we find this intriguing. I mean, I think sablefish, because it's so deep, is probably the fishery that's going to be the most difficult to look at ropeless gear because it's so deep. But we would be happy to put fishermen or others in touch with manufacturers. Some ropeless gear is actually manufactured to operate at depths like that. There's different systems for different needs. We've worked with a number of manufacturers and kind of custom developed certain systems to work well with the Dungeness crab fishery. And I could see that being something that I agree would not necessarily be possible to say is feasible today, but that type of thing, if there was some investment and some creativity, could be, I think, a valuable solution. So we would like to just encourage the council to be thinking about that, and encourage folks to look at things like that option, where potentially you have a surface gear all the way on one end, and on the other end you'd have a unit of ropeless gear. And we believe that you wouldn't need actually any EFPs, and fishermen could kind of do this on their own, just to try to test some of the reliability of these things. So rather than just concluding that it's not going to work or it's not going to be reliable, I think we would be certainly willing to work with folks to see if we could try it out and give it a shot. So I think with that, thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today, and we support the efforts on gear marking for sablefish.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff and Oceana? Thank you, Jeff. You got off easy. So that concludes our public comment and takes us to council discussion. I don't think we have any action necessarily on this agenda item. But is there any discussion? Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few remarks. I did want to take the time, Brian included it, but I also wanted to recognize the great work of Oregon Sea Grant, and in particular Amanda Gladys with Oregon Sea Grant in planning, facilitating the November gear marking workshop. I also want to thank all of the participants of the workshop, particularly the industry folks who turned out for it. We believe that we received very valuable input, and it's really helpful in terms of evaluating how to move forward. And we hope we can continue that engagement with the industry. As Brian noted, we see merit in council consideration of potential additional marking as was brought forward in the workshop. Additionally, we already have an industry proposal from the Fishing Vessel Owners Association that's in the NIMS report number 1. It's Appendix 6 in case you haven't found your way to the end of that report. And generally, consistent with the terms and conditions of the biological opinion, we would request that the council consider adding a scoping agenda item by March 2024. And finally, I want to continue to convey the message that we expect any future discussion of development of any gear marking in the federal fixed gear fisheries to be done in the context of the ongoing work by the 3 West Coast states for gear marking in the Dungeness crab fisheries. We hope to learn from those efforts and intend to make sure that any new markings that would be considered would not impact the markings or the great work done by the other fisheries and the states on that effort.
Thank you, Keely. Further comments, Heather Hall?
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. And I want to thank Keely, NIMS, and Amanda for holding the workshop, but also for including the state managers that are working on Dungeness crab gear marking. Thought it was really valuable. We are learning from each other and appreciate that. I think the 3 states all have on our rulemaking list for 2023 proposals to expand the marking that's on the West Coast Dungeness crab fishery. So I think just want to say the collaboration, continued cooperation is really important and appreciate it. I look forward to building on that ability to attribute entanglements to a specific fishery. And so I'm excited to see us heading in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Heather had just mentioned. Appreciate you all including the states and continuing to work with our state fisheries managers to not duplicate efforts and keep things consistent and not overlap. And all the work that NIMS and Sea Grant put into that workshop, I think it was really helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you. I want to echo everyone's comments here. I had the opportunity to listen in to the workshop, and I too felt that the presentation material was outstanding. I want to thank Mr. Bob Etter for his presentation and his photos. They were worth $1 million to see how the operations are working, and it was a great Q&A session to really understand how the gear could be configured in a way that continues fishery operations without too many detriments to that, but could meet the goals that we're trying to obtain here. So I left feeling very confident that all the right people were in the room and that we are on the right pathway moving forward. So I just appreciate that it was a well put together report and lots of things on the table moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm not seeing any other hands. Any further discussion on this agenda item? And if not, I'll turn to Brett to see how we're doing. Oh, wait, Merrick Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to refer back to some guidance that Ms. Kent had provided to this council. That guidance being the desire to have a scoping of this item by March 2024. I think it would be worthwhile to hear if that is what you would like to pursue. And if so, I would be working with our deputy director to figure out when to schedule that. So just some affirmation from you all would be appropriate.
Heather.
Thank you. Yes, I did hear the recommendation and also from the GAP for that scoping by March. And so just assumed we'd be talking about it on Friday under workload planning, but definitely interested in that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, I think there's general agreement. Caroline?
Yeah, I would say agreed, and that was my understanding as well. So absolutely.
So that provides clarification for our day last. All right, is there anything else under this agenda item? Okay, now I will go back to Brett.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Thank you, Executive Director. That was going to be my question, to make sure that we get that on the record, and we'll discuss these things under workload planning about what we should do for our next step. I think we can close this agenda item. I think we had a good discussion, got a report, and we'll think about what the next steps are once we get an agenda item scheduled, drafted, and how to proceed.
All right, good work on this agenda item. We have one more agenda item, at least for today, and that is non-trawl area management, also groundfish. And the honor of that goes to Vice Chair Pete Hassemer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to speak slowly here, a few minutes. Some chair changes. Jesse Dorpinghouse is joining us at the staff table, and welcome Marcy Remco back to the table here. And I think we're ready to begin, and I'll turn to Brett and Jesse. One or both of you give us an overview on this agenda item.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll give you a quick thank yous to a bunch of people, to be honest. This is a large effort and started back in 2019. So I want to applaud the GAP, where they were tasked to develop an action, and they scoped that out, and they were very patient about waiting for this action. And so I think what we have in front of us is a solid action. And there's been a lot of input from National Marine Fisheries Service. Very good partners on this. I want to recognize Lynn Massey and Keely Kent for sure, and trying to think outside the box, trying to work some of this stuff into specs first, and then now finishing the rest of this package here and today. I want to thank Ms. Dorpinghouse too, as I started this project, and then Todd Phillips joined, and then Jesse joined. And she's been a real asset as well, trying to get this analysis pulled together. I want to recognize as well Keely pulling together a contractor for GIS and analysis on this. She's been stellar as well, and put together that portal for you all to kind of pick through. And it's still live. It's updated and has the most recent information that's before you. So you're welcome to click on that link in our PowerPoint and dig through that as well as Jesse goes through this. So props all around for a huge collaboration on this action. So just wanted to say that. Thank you. I'll turn to Jesse then.
Good afternoon, council members. Thanks for the overview, Brett. So I will just kick us off on the presentation. So in your briefing book, there are several items for you to consider as we are looking at final action. You have the situation summary, which does include that link to that public mapping portal Brett just mentioned. Attachment 1 is our draft EA, RIR, and RFA document for this action. There is a CDFW report that was in your advanced briefing books dealing with some modification to the 75 fathom waypoints around Cordell Bank. You have a supplemental Office of National Marine Sanctuary report, which Ms. Karen Reyna will be here to speak to shortly. There's a supplemental revised ODFW report on YRCAs, another supplemental CDFW report on another waypoint correction, and then you have 4 advisory body reports from the GMT, GAP, HC, and EC. So Brett covered a little bit about this, but just a reminder of where we started. So back in November 2019, as Brett mentioned, the council directed the GAP to develop a scope and purpose and need for this action. We came back in April 2021, where we initiated the scoping process and developed the draft purpose and need. November of that year, we refined the purpose and need and the range of alternatives, and that included bringing in the Cowcod Conservation Area, and changes off of Washington were included into the package. April 2022, we refined the purpose and need again and your range of alternatives, and we looked at including habitat mitigation measures and considerations for directed halibut. And in September, we took one last shot, I think, at the purpose and need, the range of alternatives, and adopted a PPA. And at that time, you did remove consideration of changes off of Washington. So your task here today is to adopt a final preferred alternative for this package. So to start off with, I'm going to go over just a few kind of overarching slides about our current management measures that we're looking at potentially changing in this package, just so everyone's kind of on the same baseline. And you should recognize these slides from September. So the non-trawl RCA was established in 2003 to protect overfished species, and it applies to commercial vessels, both in the directed groundfish and incidental open access fisheries. So of those overfished rockfish, all but yellow eye are considered rebuilt at the time. Right, it prohibits non-trawl vessels from targeting healthy shelf stocks. Now, the boundaries of the non-trawl RCA have been amended several times, and most recently in the 21-22 harvest specifications, but we're considering a lot larger scale changes here, and so we have this item in front of us. The Cowca conservation areas, which you can see here outlined in 2 purple boxes on your screen, that was established in 2001 to protect cowcod, which was declared rebuilt in 2019. The CCA applies to recreational and commercial vessels, both non-trawl and trawl for the commercial side. Throughout this action, though, again, this is a non-trawl package, so that's all we'll be referring to. And within the CCA, non-trawl vessels are prohibiting from fishing outside of 40 fathoms, which you can see in that orange lines on the map around the islands, with some exceptions. Next up, we have yellow eye rockfish conservation areas, or YRCAs. These were first developed as a mechanism back in 2003. And only one is currently active for the non-trawl fishery, and that is the North Coast Commercial YRCA, which you can see here on green, the green figure on your screen. We do have some voluntary avoidance YRCAs for fixed gear off of Washington, including the C-shaped recreational closure, which was the first YRCA implemented. That's that pink C-shaped figure. But most of the YRCAs that we have in regulation are actually not active for non-trawl gears, and in the area proposed to be open, we do not have any currently available. And finally, Central Fish Habitat Conservation Areas, or EFHCAs. So EFHCAs are designed to protect or mitigate habitat. And there are 2 types that we currently have in our FMP. Those are bottom trawl EFHCAs and bottom contact EFHCAs. And these EFHCAs prohibit all gears and fisheries. So that's both groundfish and non-groundfish fisheries, including those that are state managed. Typically, we look at changes to EFH and EFHCAs during the EFH review process, which is next scheduled for groundfish in 2025, where we typically have that holistic look and assess groundfish EFH from all fisheries. So now that we kind of have that baseline of our management measures, this is a shorthand list of the range of alternatives that you adopted in September 2022. Note, this doesn't include the sub options. I'm going to go through all the details here shortly, but this is just kind of to help us set the stage today. So in front of you, you have no action. You have alternative 1, which would modify gear configurations and catch restrictions within the non-trawl RCA. Alternative 2 would move the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA into 75 fathoms between the Oregon-Washington border and 3427. There are also sub-options to develop EFHCAs and YRCAs. Alternative 3 would repeal the CCA for non-trawl sectors and develop what we're terming as groundfish exclusion areas, or GEAs. And finally, alternative 4 would be to develop block area closures. So I wanted to highlight a few key updates from September 2022. A lot of attachment 1 probably looked very similar if you were if you read the document and the whole document, but there are a few key updates I wanted to highlight. So the first is revisions to the alternative one language to clarify elements that are being proposed beyond those implemented in the 23-24 harvest specifications. And that's that item 12E that we have termed it as. We also have some additional analysis regarding the impacts of allowing the use of natural bait and the changing of depth restriction from 50 feet to 30 feet off the bottom for stationary vertical jig gear. There's a description of new sub-options 1D and 1E for alternative 2, which describe the PPA EFHCA configurations off of Oregon. And I wanted to note the change in nomenclature from what we were referring to as proposed groundfish closures, which were those 8 proposed closed areas within the CCA boundaries. We're now terming those as groundfish exclusion areas. Okay, so this is alternative 1 as we have restructured it. Again, the goal here is to simply provide clarity on what would be permitted under this alternative compared to the language adopted in September 2022. So again, alternative 1 would be to modify gear specifications and catch restrictions applicable to fishing inside the non-trawl RCA between 4616 and the U.S.-Mexico border for the directed OA, LE fixed gear, and IFQ gear switching sectors. And within this alternative, the council would want to adopt one or more sub-options. So sub-option 1A, which was part of the PPA, would be to allow LE fixed gear vessels to fish up to their trip limits and IFQ gear switching vessels to use their quota pounds in the non-trawl RCA using stationary vertical jig gear or groundfish troll gear, which are our 2 non-bottom contact gear types. Sub-option 2, which was adopted as a PPA, would be to allow vessels using stationary vertical jig gear to use natural bait. Sub-option 3, which the council added for analysis in September, would allow vertical stationary jig gear to be suspended no less than 30 feet off the bottom. You can drag the controls over to the screen. Sorry, technical issues. Apparently I'm blocking the screen. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about impacts of these sub-options. So sub-option 1, dealing with crossover provisions. So under no action, LE fixed gear and IFQ gear switching vessels would need to declare into the directed OA fishery and therefore would be subject to typically lower open access trip limits. And this again is what we did under that 12E item under the 23-24 harvest specifications. Sub-option 1 would allow these vessels to fish within their sectors and respective limits without having to declare into open access. In terms of impacts, we would likely see increases in catch by the LE fixed gear sectors being able to fish up to their limits. But it's likely we're not going to see much of this in the IFQ gear switching sector as they are more Sabelfish focused. So 2 of the sub-options for alternative 1 are only applicable for stationary vertical jig gear. So the council adopted the natural bait allowance as a PPA, which is sub-option 2, and added sub-option to look at the change in fishing depth off the bottom from 50 feet to 30 feet. So for the PPA of sub-option 2 for natural bait, we would likely see some increases in impacts to target species and non-target species, but there is unlikely to be an impacts to seabirds because of the fishing styles. And as was noted in the seabird biological opinion, this activity is conducted close to the vessel, and so it causes the line and bait to be less attractive to seabirds than other hook and line gear that tends to sink slowly. And then for our sub-option 3, which was added by the council in September, we did a little bit more analysis in attachment 1. So with this change in the depth from 50 feet to 30 feet off the bottom, there is the potential for the increase in bottom contact and habitat impacts. However, it's likely still limited because of the fishing style of the gear, Again, this is trying to, it's characterized as non-bottom contact gear style. And the GAP noted in their September 2022 statement that the 30-foot leader is actually the best to avoid snags and loss of gear. Also, with changing this depth restriction, we could see some change in targeted non-target species, but it's uncertain. Moving on to alternative 2, which is to move the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms from 4616 to 3427. This movement would apply to both the commercial groundfish non-trawl fishery and directed halibut. So while the original sub-options are 1A through 1C were not eliminated from consideration in September, the council selected the PPAs on your screen here and on the PowerPoint. So sub-options 1D and 1E, and I'm going to go through these more in detail in the next series of slides, just kind of priming that conversation. 1D and 1E deal with developing non-trawl bottom contact EFHCAs off of Oregon, where sub-options 2 and 3 are about YRCA development off of Oregon. In terms of impacts of alternative 2, this opens over 2,300 square miles to non-trawl groundfish and directed halibut fishing. We would see positive socioeconomic benefits to industry and communities through increased access to target stocks. And while uncertain, there is a likely low risk of impacts to yelloweye, especially with mitigation measures currently available and those that we are proposing under this action. And there's likely non-significant impacts to ESA listed species, including humpback seabirds and turtles. Okay, so now I'm going to get into a little more of the details of our sub-options, and I'm starting with sub-option 1D. And this would be to develop EFHCAs within the areas to be exposed under alternative 2 for groundfish non-trawl and halibut bottom contact gear at Nehalem Bank and Bandon High Spot. And so I'm going to walk you through kind of what this functionally means with the figures here on the screen. So the brown polygons on the maps here are the bottom trawl EFHCAs at Nehalem Bank and the Bandon High Spot. The gray diagonal shaded area is what is proposed to be removed from the non-trawl RCA. So this is the area between 75 fathoms and 100 fathoms. And then the remainder part that's green is what will remain within the non-trawl RCA. So this sub-option would create a new polygon, which is seen in this kind of polka dotted area of the brown polygon. And in that area, groundfish non-trawl gear and halibut groundfish non-trawl bottom contact gear and directed halibut bottom contact gear would be prohibited from operating. So sub-option 1E, there are 3 EFHCAs under the sub-option, which would close the entire bottom trawl EFHCA to groundfish, non-trawl, and halibut bottom contact gear, including the areas that would remain within the non-trawl RCA. The sub-option was intended to provide habitat protections through the use of the current footprint of the bottom trawl EFHCA, but could be used in situations where the area to be exposed, as I discussed in the last slide, was unenforceable just due to size or shape, and would then also provide some future protections if the council were to move the non-trawl RCA boundary in a future action prior to the next EFH review. So again, orienting on the screen here, all of our colors are still the same. So the brown are the current bottom trawl EFHCAs at Garibaldi Reef North and Garibaldi Reef South. The gray diagonal line is the part to be removed from the non-trawl RCA, and the green would remain within the non-trawl RCA. So you can see here that we would be creating a additional EFHCA layer for groundfish bottom contact and halibut gear in these polka dotted areas. So we'd be using the current polygons in place. Now, we did, after September, we did come across one instant issue that we wanted to raise with the council and its advisory bodies at Arago Reef. So due to the small area of being exposed under Alternative 2, which you can see in the yellow triangle here on your screen, the council selected to close off the entire bottom trawl EFHCA to groundfish, bottom contact, non-trawl gear, and directed halibut during the preliminary preferred alternative selection. However, after further review, we recognized that the sub option would actually close off areas in federal waters open to fishing on the shoreward side of the non-trawl RCA boundaries. And you can see this outlined in red on your screen. So currently these areas are in federal waters, and any non-trawl gears can operate in these areas. So if the current PPA stayed as such, we would actually be closing off fishing areas, not the intent of keeping all current areas open. I actually might stop here and see if there are any questions, because I know that's a lot of details to take in and this can get a little confusing. So I want to maybe just stop here and see if anybody has questions.
All right, any questions on this part so far for Jesse? I think you're free to continue.
Great. Okay, moving on to sub option 2, the Hecate Bank YRCA. So under the sub option, we would be implementing a YRCA west of the Hecate Bank EFHCA, which is outlined here in black on your screen, which would be active at the time of implementation. This YRCA would be applicable to non-trawl bottom contact groundfish and directed halibut. Sub option 3, also a part of the PPA, would be to develop 3 YRCAs off Oregon, which you can see here outlined in red on your screen. These would not be active at the time of implementation. They would be applicable at a future time to non-trawl bottom contact groundfish and directed halibut, and could be sector or time specific. Okay, moving on to alternative 3, repeal the East and West CCAs. So again, we would be repealing the CCAs for non-trawl commercial and recreational fisheries. So the CCA for trawl would remain in regulation would still remain in regulation. In addition, this alternative develops new non-trawl RCA lines for use in commercial and recreational fisheries. And it would create 8 groundfish exclusion areas, or GEAs. As I noted earlier, these were what we were calling proposed groundfish closures previously. And on these GEAs, these areas, which are shown, a couple of these are shown in yellow here on the maps, would apply to all groundfish recreational and non-trawl commercial vessels. It would allow for continuous transit if groundfish were on board, or non-groundfish fishing would be allowed in these areas if there were no groundfish on board. And just to note that all of these currently overlap with a bottom trawl EFHCA. In terms of impacts, alternative 3 opens over 4,600 square miles to groundfish fishing. It would result in a positive socioeconomic benefit. There is a low risk with the mitigation measures proposed to cowcod and bronze spotted and other species. We did note that there is a high yellow eye presence in the eastern CCA based on some recent hook and line survey data, but there is a proposed GEA which would limit fishing and mitigate that yellow eye risk. There is overall low risk to whales, seabirds, and turtles. And finally, alternative 4, which we to develop block area closures for use with commercial groundfish non-trawl sectors, directed open access, LE fixed gear, and IFQ gear switching coast-wide. So again, while all of our other alternatives have been specific to the areas off of Oregon and California, this would develop the tool for all 3 states. Just a reminder, BACs are currently only available for trawl gears for mitigating groundfish or salmon bycatch, with the expansion of the BAC's applicability in the 23 harvest specifications. BACs can be implemented pre-season or in-season and can be sector, gear, or duration specific. And as we've raised in previous, during your September discussion, just something to consider with developing this tool is the potential issues with a lack of in-season data. Fish tickets only provide us with retained species. There's a lower observer coverage in the non-trawl sector. And while we do have logbooks starting in 2023, the timeliness of those records is still uncertain and how they'd be able to be used. And so we'll still be kind of seeing how we're going to be able to get that data and use it in potentially implementing a block area closure if needed. Last slide is just here to remind you again of the mapping public portal, if that's helpful in your decision making between now and final action on Wednesday. And your council action is to adopt the final preferred alternatives as appropriate. And we'd be happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Jesse and Brett. Before I look for hands, just I think you mentioned it there, but don't be concerned that you have to get to an FBA today. This is scheduled for Wednesday also, so you don't have to feel that pressure. And any questions on the overview? I am not seeing any hands, so very clear and concise, and that will take us into our reports. And first up, I have a CDFW report that Mel Mandrup will be providing. Sorry, I'm just going by the order on my list here, so. This says report 1. That microphone, please.
Mel Mandrup, CDFW, reading from the first report, or at least providing an overview. So this report has been in the briefing book for a while. Jesse kind of hit on the high points of what's in there. Through some initial or some further scoping, CDFW wanted to point out some additional waypoints that we would like to bring in front of you for consideration to adjust on the 75 fathom RCA line near the Cordell Bank area, just to make essentially cleaner lines for enforcement purposes. I think that's kind of the gist of the report. Sorry, you caught me off guard. I was ready to come up and read the GMT report.
All right. Sorry about catching you off guard there.
But that's essentially it. We provide a map in there, and the waypoints for consideration. So that's pretty much it for the first report. We did submit a second report I can briefly touch on too, if that would be helpful.
All right. Before we do that, the first report was in the advanced briefing book, so everyone should have had a chance to read that. I'll look for any questions on that. And then either you, or if you want to do report 2, or Marcy, I'll let you two decide. Marcy?
Thank you, Mel. Sorry for getting caught off guard there. Just to summarize a few of the other high points from the first report, when we had a look through the RCA viewer in consultation with council staff and NIM staff, we realized that we had this kind of series of overlapping areas with various waypoints, various configurations, and various EFH regulatory language that specified prohibitions. we're talking about that in another report now that you'll hear under our new workload management measures agenda item. But in the course of considering how we finalize the non-trawl RCA action, it became clear to us that we should make a few minor modifications to the 75 fathom waypoints that exist so that we can clean up that boundary line for purposes of clarity and enforceability. So if you look at the very last figure in our report, which is figure 3, you'll see a dashed black line and 4 proposed waypoint moves that don't completely fix this problem, which is why you'll hear about it later in another agenda item, but it definitely improves things for purposes of this action and implementation expected in early January 2024. Report 2, in consultation with the contractors, the GIS contractors, we appreciate their thorough review of the 75 fathom RCA line and the waypoints. And in the course of their review, they identified one additional point that created a crossover with a 60 fathom RCA line. So that would become the 5th waypoint that we would propose to amend as part of this non-trawl action along the 75 fathom line. So that's it in summary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you both, Mel and Marcy. Any questions on the CDFW reports? And I don't see any, so thanks again, Mel. Next, to pull up my sheet here, we have a report from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, and Karen Reyna will be giving that. I believe there's a PowerPoint. Welcome, Karen. There's a button there.
Okay, there you go. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Yes, I do have a presentation. Oh, great, it's up on screen. So for the record, my name is Karen Reyna. I'm with the National Marine Sanctuaries, and I'm here to share information about the draft restoration plan and NEPA evaluation for the sunken dry dock, which is named YFD 70, and explain why we submitted comments on the non-trawl RCA action. So let me start off by sharing a little bit more about the incident. On October 26, 2016, a dry dock was being towed from a shipyard in Puget Sound to a recycling facility in Ensenada, Mexico, when it sank in the sanctuary. And you can see on the map that it went down in the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary in Pioneer Canyon. This area of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is administratively managed by the Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary. So you see both sanctuaries in the restoration plan. The image on the right is the dry dock, and it was photographed right before it left Puget Sound. And it's big. So it's approximately 528 feet long, 118 feet wide, and 26 feet high. So we superimposed it on a football field to just give you a perspective, and that goes 3/4 of the way up the goalposts. And after the incident, we planned a survey, and we conducted that in July 2018. And what we did is we assessed the injuries and damages to sanctuary resources. So we collected data during those ROV surveys, and we found that associated scattered debris was on the seafloor and the presence of corals and bioturbation. And bioturbation is the disturbance of sediment by living organisms such as fish, brittle stars, and other invertebrates. And our injury assessment revealed impacts to both the seafloor and biota, specifically deep water corals, and the permanent loss of habitat and ecosystem functions within the footprint of the dry dock. And the reason these injuries are persistent is because the dry dock will not be removed from the seafloor. I showed you that image of it being in Pioneer Canyon. It is in waters almost 4,000 feet deep. And it is composed of materials that do not degrade easily. So before I get into the restoration projects as part of the preferred alternative, I want to briefly cover our restoration mandate. The National Marine Sanctuaries Act purpose and policy says, quote, and this is from our act, restore and enhance natural habitats, populations, and ecological processes. And then in a different section of our act, it authorizes the recovery of response costs and damages associated with the destruction, loss, or injury to sanctuary resources. And it requires the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries to use funds recovered to restore sanctuary resources. And sanctuaries must compensate to the extent possible for losses of sanctuary resources and ecosystem services. Again, the must is in the act. So the sanctuaries actually publish and implement restoration plans as part of our mandate. And we do this quite often. We have many. I personally oversee several at Greater Fairlawns, and there's several at Monterey Bay Sanctuary. But other projects that are currently underway have not had a direct nexus with fisheries management. So this is why we haven't been here before talking about restoration plans. Next slide. So we start our restoration plans with planning. And the objectives per guidance in our act is to identify alternatives to restore, rehabilitate, replace, or acquire the equivalent of sanctuary resources and their services that were injured or lost. And so what we do and what we did for this restoration plan is we identified where and how we can compensate for lost ecosystem services. And then we also identify if we can restore resources similar to those injured. For this plan, we identified restoration activities that can address the impact and then the long-term presence of the dry dock. So we determined that 2 projects meet our objectives, and they were selected together as our preferred alternative. They'll compensate for the injuries to the extent possible by restoring seafloor habitat and replacing biogenic habitat through first, Project 1, removing objects and vessels impacting the sanctuary seafloor, and 2, planting corals into 2 to 5 areas within Greater Fairlawns and Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuaries. And you can read more details related to products, outcomes, metrics, and monitoring in the plan. Okay. So just briefly about Project 1. Target removal is focused between Point Sur and Point Arena from the coastal zone to 150 feet below sea level. And, targets that can include objects, vehicles, vessels, different sizes. They can be derelict, abandoned, grounded, or sunken, or even lost objects like shipping containers. Salvage at depths greater than 150 feet is difficult and really not feasible, and that's why we're limiting the depth. And the scope is multiple habitat types. The duration is 10 years, and this project and Project 2 both start in are planned to start in 2025. And for this project, we estimate a cost of approximately $6 million. Project 2 is coral outplanting at suitable depths based on established methodologies. So outplanting is the process of taking a live coral colony from one location and planting it at a new location. We don't take the whole colony, but a piece. And also we do not use PVC or plastic, we use cardboard. But the scope of this particular draft restoration plan is to outplant up to 300 corals in 2 to 5 previously disturbed habitat locations that are currently protected from known human impacts in order to immediately serve as habitat and to provide regional propagals to grow additional corals. Again, timeframe 10 years, and the approximate cost is $2.5 million. And tying this back to our act, we looked at what was possible and feasible. We've actually been scoping restoration alternatives for this incident since 2018 after we returned from our ROV cruise. And as successful coral restoration methodologies were in process of being both developed and refined, we evaluated the feasibility and determined there were cost-effective methodologies to outplant corals. And thus, it made this project part of the preferred restoration alternative. So basically, we determined that we could directly compensate for the loss of corals. Okay. The area selection. We selected areas based on criteria, and the full criteria is in the plan, but the following I'll just go through briefly. So first, we selected areas that were protected from different types of impacts, such as dredging, drilling, trawling, or other seafloor disruptions. And again, getting back to the timing of the public release of this draft restoration plan in terms of the timeline of why we're here now. As I said, we started planning in 2018, but funding for restoration projects to compensate for injuries and from this particular incident was contingent on recovering damages through our act. And so damages from this incident were recovered from certain responsible parties in the form of a consent decree. And that was lodged with Federal District Court in October 2022. So as soon as that was lodged, we were then able to publish the plan for public review. So we just weren't able to publicly release it before we had a known source of funding for the preferred restoration alternative in the form of damages. Okay, so back to criteria, we need areas of hard substrate where corals are known to historically or currently occur. We can do it in mixed substrate, but we do need rocks. And another consideration is depth. A successful deep water coral planting must target depths greater than about 60 fathoms or 110 meters and no deeper than about 700 fathoms or 1,300 meters. Based on these criteria, those are the 5 areas in the map. And again, area big, location small. And what we're going to do next is look at these areas in terms of, evaluate them further for suitability in particular locations. And this gets us to, the plan is out for public comment right now. Public comment ends on period ends on March 15th. You can download the plan either at the Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary homepage or the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary homepage. And you can go to the next slide. And this brings us to why we're here today. So we submitted a letter and a report to your supplemental briefing book. Our intent was to be transparent about where we are in our process. And, Sanctuaries provided the council with data collected in several locations within the identified areas to show the intrinsic value of these areas. We showed, where they have this unique confluence of rocky reefs and biogenic habitat, and also showed some groundfish species of interests to possibly council members, and how these specific locations within these areas would be suitable. So you can kind of see some of those locations in those maps. And this is again focused on Project 2 in the draft restoration plan, but as well for future opportunities for coral outplanting. So our next step is to evaluate the scope of our preferred alternative in the draft restoration plan. Once the council takes action on the non-trawl area management measures, So we'll look at that, and we will do that evaluation after our public comment period ends. And as mentioned in the letter, we will then, meet with NOAA, other NOAA staff, including NOAA Fisheries, determine what, if any, course of action might be needed. So right now, again, we're in public comment, so we don't have a set timeline, but those are our next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Reyna on the presentation? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Karen, for being here with us and for your presentation. So I just want to be clear. I think I'm understanding what you've just told us, that you don't have a request with regard to including any consideration of these potential areas in the non-trawl RCA package, but you're just alerting the council to a potential need for additional protections in the near term once more information is available on your timeline and process. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. We're not asking for any changes to this package, but we wanted to be transparent as soon as we possibly could.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much. That's incredibly useful. And I think we're all glad that you can be here with us to provide us this information as soon as you had it, as we think about our agenda planning later in the week. I do have one question actually on the slide that you have on the screen about the information you've provided us about the data collected in these particular areas that show the intrinsic value as well as show particular groundfish species of interest. Do you expect that once the outplanting plan is developed, that it will include survey work that might allow for development of ROV indices potentially on these groundfish species? I noticed that you included cowcod and yellow eye information on the various maps in the letter. So I was just wondering if that was maybe a subtle suggestion to us.
Yes, thank you. And yes, so this is outlined in the plan. The restoration plan is in 3 phases, and the final phase is to do those ROV surveys post-planning and gather the data. When we do ROV surveys, when we're actually part of the planning team, we always ensure that we go on transect to gather data, not only about the habitats, but also about the species. So, and then we publish papers, and I cited a bunch in the report, and we publish papers that then speak to that data that can be used by management entities as needed, and that includes Groundfish.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions? Chairman Gorelna.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And I wanted to welcome Karen. It's been some years, but I served on the Gulf of the Farallones Sanctuary Advisory Council. So I want to thank you for the presentation and look forward to working with you in collaboration to protect these areas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
And send my best to Maria.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, she would be here, but she's in a meeting in Monterey this week. Thank you. Oh,
Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Karen, for being here and providing this information for us. Just getting a little bit better handle on the timeline here. It sounds like you're not asking for any changes right now, but you're providing us some good information about what you're hoping to do. Based on what the council decides to do on the non-trawl RCA, is that going to change or impact your ability to site this coral planting when you do get to the final phase of deciding where that will be?
I think it's hard to say right now what, I mean, our action's not final. This action isn't final. I think we do have to evaluate it, and then we have to determine if we're going to choose different locations within different areas based on decisions, right? So I think we have to go back and evaluate, but I'm hesitant to say what would change and how it would change, but I would suspect that there might be some changes.
All right, thank you. Scan around. Vice Chair Pettinger.
Great to have you here. I'm kind of curious, the barge sunk at about 4,000 feet of water.
Yes.
And the areas where you're talking about planting coral are?
Between 60 fathoms and between 60 fathoms and 700 fathoms. Are you asking about where these are the same corals or what?
Yeah, just, I mean, it's not like for like, which I think is interesting as far as in some ways, but are we going to have more discussions about this issue, planting coral, in the future are there other projects down the road you're thinking about doing? We're going to have this discussion more than just this barge sinking.
It's hard to say. As I said in our mandate, we get funds we collect damages for funds for damages, and then we look for feasible projects. And so right now we have funds from responsible parties and a feasible project. But to speak to the depths, the goal here with the plan is to, build those resilient coral colonies back. So the species of corals that we're looking at that can actually, that are part of this methodology can be that deep. They can be 4,000 feet, and they're within that seascape of Monterey Bay to Greater Farallones. So the same species.
Okay, thank you. I just got more curious about the long-term, is this a one-off discussion we're having, or we have this, every 5 years, 10 years? I mean, it's just kind of curious. So where you're thinking about going here. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much, Karen. Appreciate the information. Next, we'll move on. We have an Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report. I'll turn to Lynn Mattis for that, and that report will be followed by the GMT report. So Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you. This is from the revised ODFW report. In the review of the proposed YRCAs under Alternative 2, Suboption 3, the areas identified in the previous analysis would close areas currently open to fishing outside of the 100 fathom line in an effort to align the proposed yellow eye rockfish conservation areas with the original purpose and need, which was to provide access to additional areas that are currently closed to groundfish inside the non-trawl RCA and cowcod conservation area. In addition, the proposed action minimizes adverse effects on designated EFH and sensitive benthic habitats exposed to fishing activity. ODFW proposes altering the coordinates of the proposed YRCAs to no longer include anything seaward of 100 fathoms. Specifically, we consulted with the Oregon State Police, and we proposed change to the proposed YRCA in the vicinity of Garibaldi North and South EFH. These boundary modifications are intended to encompass continuous potential yellow eye habitat within the boundaries of the non-trawl RCA between 75 and 100 fathoms that do not already have yellow eye habitat protection, and to facilitate boundary identification by members of industry and enforcement. Then there is our proposed coordinates for the Tillamook YRCA, which is what we're calling the YRCA between Garibaldi North and Garibaldi South, and a map that outlines what those new areas are. Similarly, off of Newport, the Newport YRCA was changed to not include the area that is seaward of 100 fathoms, which is shown in Figure 2, and it is defined by straight lines connecting the lat long there that are listed. And again, we've provided a map to outline our proposal. And similarly with an area outside of Florence, we're trying to change, just modifying the YRCA coordinates so that it does not include areas outside of 100 fathoms that are already open. So while it's a 5-page report, there's some pretty good sized maps. So I think that's the summary, and can try to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Any questions for Lynn on the ODFW report? And there's no hands, so that'll take us to the GMT report. Mel Mandrup is up for that, and the GMT report will be followed by the EC, the environment or the enforcement consultants report. So Mel, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mel Mandrup from the Groundfish management team this time, reading for agenda item F8, supplemental GMT report 1 on non-trawl area management. The Groundfish management team received an overview of this agenda item from Ms. Jessie Dorbinghouse and Mr. Brett Weedoff from Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, reviewed the materials in the briefing book, listened to the discussion in the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and held a discussion with Ms. Lynn Massey from National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region to receive further clarity. The GMT recommends selecting alternatives 1, 2, 3, and 4, along with the additional recommendations discussed below as the final preferred alternative. Alternative 2 modifications. The GMT discussed the proposed non-bottom contact groundfish and directed halibut essential fish habitat conservation area at Arago Reef. Sorry, I probably never say that correctly. Arago Reef, under the preliminary preferred alternative, i.e. alternative 2, sub-option 1E, and noted the unintentional closures of the area of the EFHCA shoreward of the 30-fathom regulatory line, the non-trawl RCA boundary line, closing the space between the 30-fathom line and the EFHCA shoreward boundary will cause unintentional closures of the area that are currently open to all non-trawl fishing activities. Given the original intent of the motion, it is the intent of the motion is not to close areas that are currently open to fishing. The GMT recommends adding a sub-option to the range of alternatives that would include groundfish and directed halibut bottom contact EFHCA protections on the area seaward of the 30-fathom line at Arago Reef. In other words, the additional EFHCA layer that prohibits groundfish and directed halibut bottom contact gear would not exist over the entire Arago Reef bottom trawl EFHCA, but only the portion that exists seaward of the 30-fathom regulatory line, so as not to close existing fishing grounds. And that would be the yellow polygon in the figure that is on the next page. Although this is a slight variation of alternative 2 sub-option 1C, the GMT was briefed by council staff that the sub-option would be within the ROA, and therefore it seems appropriate to add the sub-option to the ROA at this time. And on the next page, you see a figure of the area in question, and the pink line is the 30-fathom line. On the right side of that yellow polygon. So making sure that that brown space continues to stay open. So the GMT, moving on, the GMT received an overview from Katie Pearson on the supplemental report from ODFW. The GMT supports ODFW's recommendation, as Lynn Mattis just read, to modify certain coordinates of the 3 proposed yellow eye rockfish conservation areas off Oregon. The GMT also received an overview of 2 supplemental reports from myself and James Phillips from CDFW. The GMT supports CDFW's recommendation in agenda item under this agenda item from CDFW Report 1 to modify certain coordinates on the 75 line to address enforcement concerns in the area near Cordell Bank. And the GMT also supports the additional 75 fathom modification to address the crossover presented in CDFW's supplemental report number 2. Moving on to bycatch uncertainty, the GMT acknowledges there are uncertainties surrounding catch and or bycatch of species such as yellow-eye rockfish, cowcod, canary rockfish, brown-spotted rockfish, and lingcod that may occur with the alternatives we are recommending, which would open areas that have been closed since the early 2000s. There are several tools used in season to monitor the non-trawl fishery that are currently available and under development in this agenda item that could be utilized to minimize bycatch, such as the yellow-eye RCAs and block area closures for non-trawl fisheries. In a previous GMT report from April 2022, under agenda item FA, that report captures some additional management measures that address bycatch of cowcod. With the federal non-trawl logbook in effect at the beginning of this year, more data will become available on discards and fishing location and may be informative for any need to adjust observer coverage rates in the future. And lastly, one last point, with all 3 states using electronic fish tickets, there's more real-time landings data available to make more informative in-season decisions should any bycatch issues come up. And with that, there's also a summary of the GMT recommendations under this action. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mel. Questions on the GMT report? And I believe I looked pretty carefully and there are none. So thank you, Mel.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the enforcement consultant report, and that will be followed by the Habitat Committee report. For the enforcement consultants, we have Greg Bush. Good afternoon, Greg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Greg Bush. I'll be reading the enforcement consultants report for agenda item F4A, enforcement consultants report on non-trawl area management, final preferred alternative. The enforcement consultants reviewed the documents pertaining to agenda item F4, non-trawl area management, final preferred alternative. We received a presentation by Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, Jesse Dorpinghouse, and also an overview brief from Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary staff, Karen Reyna, on F4A, Supplemental ONMS Report 1. The EC would like to offer the following comments. The EC appreciates the consideration taken to date of prior EC statements related to this agenda item with links provided. The EC reminds the council that in general, it prefers to change the size of a conservation area rather than increasing the mix of groundfish fishing activities allowed within an area. Clearly defined conservation areas that are closed to fishing are much easier to enforce than areas that allow use of certain gear types or retention of certain species. The EC is concerned with any proposed increase in authorized fishing activity within a conservation area due to the increased need for additional shoreside monitoring and at-sea enforcement to ensure gear and retention requirements are met. EC comments regarding F4 Attachment 1. From an enforcement perspective, the no action alternative is preferred due to additional enforcement challenges created under the adoption of the other alternatives. Regarding Alternative 1, Suboption 1, with the definitions or descriptions listed, the EC notes that new declaration codes will be needed to create the limited entry fixed gear and IFQ gear switching vessels allowed to fish with non-bottom contact gear within the non-trawl RCA. The EC wants to ensure the same gear restrictions currently in place for open access vessels fishing with non-bottom contact gear in the non-trawl RCA would also be in place for limited entry fixed gear and IFQ gear switching vessels, such as only one set of gear on board, spare hook limits, etc. Sub-option 2, allow only those vessels using vertical stationary jig gear to use natural bait. The EC has no concerns with this sub-option. Sub-option 3, allow vertical stationary jig gear to be suspended no less than 30 feet from the bottom. The EC reminds the council that it is difficult to enforce distances off the bottom, but can enforce the distance between the bottom weight and the first hook or main line, and provide a link to our report from 2022. For alternative 2, adjust the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms from 4616 north to 3427 north for both commercial groundfish and directed halibut fishing activity. As noted above, the EC prefers adjusting the size of the conservation areas as is being proposed under alternative 2 to increasing the amount of fishing allowed within an area. Ideally, the adjustment of the seaward boundary would include the removal of the non-bottom contact fishing recently approved within the non-trawl RCA. Adjusting the non-trawl RCA boundary while continuing to allow additional fishing does not provide any relief to the enforcement challenges that are anticipated by allowing expanded fishing inside the non-trawl RCA. Sub-options 1D and 1E. The EC does not object to the establishment of groundfish, non-bottom contact essential fish habitat conservation areas, EFHCAs, but is concerned about enforcement's ability to monitor and enforce fishing that occurs shoreward of the Arago Reef EHFCA and seaward of the state waters boundary. Sub-option 2, we have no comment. For sub-option 3, the EC concurs with the recommendation included in F4A, Supplemental Revised Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Report 1, Non-Trawl Area Management and Proposed Yellow Eye Rockfish Conservation Areas. The EC previously noted that including all exposed areas of Garibaldi Reef North within Yellow Eye Rockfish Conservation Area 1, but only a small portion of Garibaldi Reef South, may cause confusion and an enforcement challenge due to the presence of multiple overlapping conservation areas in a relatively small area. ODFW's recommendation addresses this concern. Regarding F4A, California Department of Fish and Wildlife Report 1 and Supplemental CDFW Report 2, the EC supports both the proposed modification to the 75 fathom line and the resultant non-trawl RCA under the Council's PPA Alternative 2, including the Cordell Bank groundfish and essential fish habitat conservation areas near Cordell Bank off San Francisco, California, and technical correction to the 75 fathom waypoint. Alternative 3, repeal of the Cowcod Conservation Area for commercial and recreational fisheries. The EC supports the proposals contained in Alternative 3, including the creation of groundfish exclusion areas that would be closed to fishing for groundfish with both bottom contact and non-bottom contact gear. The EC also supports allowing continuous transit through the proposed groundfish exclusion areas with groundfish on board, provided the gear is stowed. There are still enforcement concerns with allowing any fishing in these areas. However, the EC would support allowing the area to be open to fishing for non-groundfish species using non-bottom contact gear, such as fishing for highly migratory species, provided there is no groundfish on board and bottom contact gear is not being used. And if approved, the EC also recommends NIFS include a reminder within a compliance guide that crossover provisions apply to commercial fishing vessels fishing both inside and outside of a ground fishing exclusion area or other management area with different retention requirements. The EC has no comments related to Alternative 4. This concludes the EC statement.
Thank you, Greg. Any questions on the EC report? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Under your discussion of Alternative 2, you make kind of the general statement that there will be increased enforcement challenges that are anticipated by allowing expanded fishing inside the non-trawl RCA. I'm wondering, will we hear from the EC potentially in a later agenda item, maybe some suggestions that are unrelated to this package, perhaps, that can provide some relief to the enforcement challenges that might be brought about with the new complexities of this action?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Remco, for the question. It's something that we haven't considered other than with our general comments to date, that our preference, if we're going to have a restricted area, that there's no fishing allowed. And something that we can look at is perhaps review the enforcement challenges that we have as these programs are implemented. This is our first year of having the non-trawl RCA opened under the new non-bottom contact gear, so we can monitor that and see what enforcement issues we have and perhaps identify some ways to mitigate those concerns. But it's certainly something we can look at and consider. Our concern is just that we're having more and more vessels and types of fishing that's being allowed in these conservation areas. And we have to put in special measures just to identify those vessels and what gear they're supposed to have on board. And much of this can only be accomplished through at-sea enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Greg. And yes, I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts once you've had a chance to consider what alternatives might help you in your pursuit into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions on the EC report? And I see no other hands, so thanks again, Greg. Next, we'll move on to the Habitat Committee report. Dr. Corey Green, that report will be followed by the GAP report.
Mic check.
Got you loud and clear. Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to be reading Supplemental HC Report 1, Habitat Committee Report on the Non-Trawl Area Management. The Habitat Committee received a presentation from Jesse Dorpinghouse and Brett Wiedoff, Council staff, covering the Non-Trawl Area Management final preferred alternatives. The HC recommends the following preliminary preferred alternatives to be included as final preferred alternatives. And these are consistent with previous HC recommendation in its September 2022 report. Alternative 2, suboption 1D, create a non-trawl bottom contact essential fish habitat conservation area that prohibits groundfish and directed halibut fishing in bottom trawl EFHCAs that would otherwise be reopened under this action for Nehalem Bank and Banton High Spot. Alternative 2, suboption 1E, create a non-trawl bottom contact EFHCA that prohibits groundfish and directed halibut fishing over the entire bottom trawl EFHCAs for Garibaldi Reef North, Garibaldi Reef South, and Arago Reef. And I should just add here that we support the GMT's boundary adjustment for Arago Reef. We support it, and we had just not seen the final report prior to finalizing our report. Next is alternative 2, suboption 2, implement a yellow eye rockfish conservation area that prohibits non-trawl groundfish and directed halibut bottom contact gear in the area west of the Hecata Bank EFHCA, which would be active when this action is implemented. Adopting this as an FPA would provide protection for all benthic species and habitat in this ecologically important region. Alternative 3, repeal the cow-cod conservation areas for commercial and recreational fisheries. The HC supports including alternative 3 in the FPA because it opens up areas to fishing while protecting important coral habitats. In addition, the HC supports the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's proposed YRCAs as captured in F4A Supplemental Revised Report 1 because they would offer protection for rocky habitat for yellow eye rockfish and provide additional habitat protection for all benthic species if and when they are implemented. The HC appreciates the Council's consideration of continued protection for sensitive habitat within EFHCAs under this action until the next Groundfish EFH review, when a more thorough evaluation can be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Any questions on the Habitat Committee report? No questions here, Corey, so thanks again for that report.
Thank you very much.
That will take us to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. I've got Harrison Eibach and Dan Platt for that. Both are coming up to the table, so good afternoon, gentlemen, and proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair. Harrison Eibach from the GAP. I'll be reading the supplemental GAP report for agenda item F4. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received a presentation from the council staff regarding the non-trawl sector area management analysis, agenda item F4 attachment 1, and staff report summaries from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, supplemental CDFW report 1 and 2, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife supplemental revised ODFW report 1. We also received a preliminary draft of the Groundfish Management Team's report under this item. The GAP would like to express its appreciation of council and agency staff who have contributed to the development of this very important action. The GAP offers the following recommendations for selection of final preferred alternatives and additional changes for the amendment package. Adopt alternative 1. As identified in F4 attachment 1, modify gear specifications and catch restrictions applicable to fishing inside the non-trawl RCA between 4616 and the U.S.-Mexico border for the directed open access, limited entry fixed gear, and individual fishing quota, gear switching fishery sectors, and include the following sub-options. Sub-option 1, allow limited entry fixed gear vessels to fish up to their limited entry fixed gear trip limits in the non-trawl RCA when using stationary vertical jig gear or groundfish troll gear, and allow IFQ gear switching vessels to fish under their quota pounds in the non-trawl RCA using stationary vertical jig gear or groundfish troll gear. Sub-option 2, allow only those vessels using vertical stationary jig gear to use natural bait. And sub-option 3, allow vertical stationary jig gear to be suspended no less than 30 feet from the bottom. Adopt alternative 2, as identified in F4 attachment 1, adjust the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms from the 4616 north latitude to the 3427 north latitude for both commercial groundfish and directed halibut fishing activity. Sub-option 1D, create a non-trawl bottom contact essential fish habitat conservation area that prohibits groundfish and directed halibut fishing in bottom trawl EFHCAs that would otherwise be reopened under this action for Nehalem Bank and Bandon High Spot. Sub-option 1E, create a non-trawl bottom contact EFHCA that prohibits groundfish and directed halibut fishing over the entire bottom trawl EFHCA for Garibaldi Reef North and Garibaldi Reef South, as identified in F4 attachment 1, excluding Arago Reef for this sub-option. New sub-option for Arago Reef, adopt the GMT proposed non-trawl bottom contact EFHCA that prohibits groundfish and directed halibut fishing at Arago Reef, as identified in supplemental GMT report 1. Sub-option 2, implement a yellow eye rockfish conservation area, YRCA, that prohibits non-trawl groundfish and directed halibut bottom contact gear in the area west of Hecata Bank, EFHCA, which would be active when this action is implemented, as identified in F4 attachment 1. Sub-option 3, create YRCAs that prohibit non-trawl groundfish and directed halibut bottom contact gear that could use to mitigate impacts to yellow eye rockfish, as identified in supplemental revised ODFW report 1. These YRCAs would not be active. This would provide geographic boundaries described in regulation for use and management should yellow eye catch levels approach limits in season, thus enabling early catch rate reductions in lieu of taking more drastic measures later. Adopt alternative 3, as identified in F4 attachment 1, repeal the cow cod conservation areas for commercial and recreational fisheries. 1, include development of the new non-trawl RCA lines around islands and banks for management within the current boundaries of the CCA, as identified in F4 attachment 1. 2, create groundfish exclusion areas, GEAs, for A, Hidden Reef, B, west of Santa Barbara Island, and C, Potato Bank, D, 107-118 Bank, E, Cherry Bank, F, Seamount 109, G, Northeast Bank, H, 43 Fathom Spot. Number 3, the following restrictions would be applied in the GEAs. A, allow continuous transit through the proposed closed areas with groundfish on board, provided gear is stowed, commercial, or not deployed, recreational. B, maintainability to fish for non-groundfish species in these closed areas without groundfish aboard the vessel. Adopt alternative 4, as identified in F4 attachment 1, develop block area closure management tool. The GAP also recommends including a part of this amendment package, the changes suggested by CDFW around Cordell Bank and waypoint correction as noted in F4 supplemental CDFW report 2. The GAP highlights this part of the purpose and need that speaks to the importance of this action. The non-trawl sector is presently unable to access many target species where they are most abundant. The actions are needed to provide increased access to non-overfished shelf stocks and other important target stocks that can be found in the existing non-trawl groundfish conservation areas, thereby increasing the overall potential economic value of the groundfish and non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery. The actions are also needed to help diversify fishing strategies in light of restricted opportunities in other groundfish and non-groundfish fisheries, and to provide more stable year-round fishing opportunity, expand opportunities to supply seafood, and increase potential financial benefit to the fishermen, communities, and the infrastructures they support. Other considerations. The GAP received information and a presentation from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and understands it could be considered in a separate action. The GAP appreciates Oceania's support of the repeal of the CCA. However, we cannot support Oceania's proposed EFHCAs at 1 Point Arena South Biogenic, 2 the football, 3 Cochrane Bank, 4 Ascension Canyon Head, 5 Monterey Canyon, and 6 La Cruz Canyon. In fairness, proposals of this nature should be taken up as a separate item, leveling the field for various perspectives. Regulatory proposals that are de facto permanent closures should not be inserted as a condition of reopening temporary fisheries closures initially established to serve stock rebuilding objectives, as these objectives are attained. Furthermore, any suggested closures to protect habitat should be considered during the next groundfish EFH review process to ensure that all stakeholders, federal and state managed fisheries, are included in the public review process. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Any questions on the GAP report? Unless you see any hands, I don't see any, so you're free to go. That concludes our management and advisory body reports and takes us to public comment. I know we have at least two signed up while that screen comes up. First will be Jeff Chester and Ben Entignap, followed by Merritt McRae. Welcome, Jeff and Ben. And when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm Ben Entignap, and with me is Dr. Jeff Chester, representing Oceania. We have a comment letter in the briefing book and an analysis that we hope you'll consider for the full extent of our comments. We're really excited to be here today to talk about changes to the non-trawl RCA and habitat conservation. There's been a lot of work that has gone into this to prepare you for final action over the past few years, including carefully crafting a range of alternatives and a really in-depth analysis that will help you take final action on this agenda item. And the rationale is really well laid out in your purpose and need, and that's to increase access to areas that are currently closed, given that most of the rockfish that were currently overfished are now rebuilt, with the exception of yellow eye rockfish, and to address the adverse effects of fishing on essential fish habitats and sensitive benthic habitats like deep sea corals and sponges, as well as the third piece of that is to mitigate bycatch of groundfish and protected species. I think it's a well-crafted rationale, and it's going to take you a long ways here with this final action. Next slide, please. And it's widely recognized that the effects of fixed gear on seafloor habitats are far less than bottom trawling, yet there is documented evidence of fixed gear impacts like those from bottom longlines and traps, where this gear is set in structurally complex and sensitive living habitat features. And that's why it is important under this action when you're opening up areas that we're also looking at those really key habitat spots.
Next slide, please. So I want to jump just to the fun part here, because I think that our support for alternative 3 here, the PPA that was selected by the council. This really is a remarkable accomplishment by many in this room, around this table. We were able to come up with a consensus proposal with conservation groups, commercial and recreational fishermen, to reopen the Cowcod conservation area that's been closed for 20 years while protecting some of the best coral and sponge habitats in this region. And specifically wanted to thank some of the people involved in this, Gary Richter, Merritt McRae, Harrison Eibach, Andre Klein, Wayne Koto, Louis Zim, and several others, and particularly the leadership shown by Marcy Uremko and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, with support from the enforcement consultants to help us figure out how to make this work. This is really an action that I think demonstrates that we can work together well to promote fishing and biodiversity conservation. And just a couple on the next slide, just some of the results from our analysis. You can basically see in terms of the percentage of protection from fixed gear impacts, the blue lines are what would have happened if the council had just opened up the full Cowcod conservation area, but however, with the limited protections in only 12% of that area, you can see significant protections for corals, sponges, and hard substrates that are done by that process. So overall, the alternative will open over 4,500 square miles to non-trawl groundfish fishing and protect 609 square miles as these groundfish exclusion areas. So we're strongly supportive of this and feel that it is a great demonstration of the purpose and need and what we can do working together.
Next slide, please. And for the area off of Oregon, we'd like to commend the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the council for selecting preliminary preferred alternatives that would prohibit bottom contact in some of the most important, ecologically important and sensitive areas that you see here in this map. So we do support these sub options 1D and 1E for the areas off Oregon. We're also we saw the GMT report for the area off of Arago Reef, and we're on board with that. However, noting that the enforcement consultants did have a few concerns, but I think we can manage that and be on board with these changes. Next slide. And two concerns about yellow eye rockfish, as we mentioned, which are still rebuilding. Alternative 2, sub options 2 and 3, as modified in the ODF and W report, will help us address those concerns, specifically protecting this area off of Hecata Bank, which is kind of lights up from the modeling of yellow eye rockfish habitat as being one of those key places where these long-lived rockfish are found, as well as from direct observations. And so this is a really important feature of this alternative that we support.
Next slide, please. So now we did want to make a few comments with respect to alternative 2, in particular, some of the areas where the non-trawl RCA that's being reopened will overlap with EFH conservation areas that are currently closed to trawling. This is an issue that is not a new last-minute request or item that we bringing up. These were all analyzed, these overlapping areas, in the environmental assessment that NIMS provided to the council back at the September meeting. Several of these areas were recommended in the Habitat Committee's September 2022 report. And specifically, the council did modify its purpose and need to really focus on the need to protect habitats, as well as the reopenings here. And so I think consistent with what we just showed for the Cowcod conservation area and for the areas off Oregon, we view that there is a strong rationale for maintaining protections for some of these really sensitive habitats off of Central California. There really are few suitable places in federal waters at these depths that are protected currently from all bottom contact. It's no surprise that the areas we came up with and the rationale for those, I think, very much overlaps with the areas that we heard from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. They're interested in doing the coral replanting, and we're supportive of those efforts that the sanctuaries are doing. And what we've really tried to do is prioritize and identify where are the best of the best habitats, where are the newly discovered rocky reefs that have only been found over the last decade. Some of the areas where we've got high concentrations of yellow eye or cowcod rockfish, and largely because for those sensitive species, we do note that there is not 100% observer coverage. So we do feel that area management can be protective both for habitat and sensitive species. And so we're really talking about some small areas here with the primary purpose to prevent and minimize adverse impacts to EFH. So just if you kind of go through on the left map here, this is showing the Point Arena South and the football area. And it is a little bit hard to see on this graph, but there is some new data showing new hard substrate layers that have been interpolated most recently since the last EFH review, as well as a number of cowcod and yellow eye rockfish that have been observed on recent cruises to these hard substrates in those areas. On the right side, an area off Cochrane Bank that was added as that was a newly discovered area, also in the last EFH review. Next slide. Ascension Canyon, this is an area off in the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary where ROV cruises showed quite significant corals and sponges, as well as this area right off of Monterey Bay Canyon, west of Soquel Canyon, where you see a large overlap with the rocky substrates, corals and sponges. And then the sixth area on the next slide is La Cruz Canyon off the southern central coast of California. This was an area also newly protected that was part of the Monterey Bay Sanctuary proposal with significant numbers of hard corals as well as sponges and other sensitive habitats and rocky substrate in those areas. So basically, I think if what we're in seeing some of the dialogue and have the discussion that we've had, if these areas cannot really be part of the final preferred alternative for this action, we do hope to see those included in an immediate consideration of a new agenda item. And we do note that in agenda item F8, there is a Cordell Bank cleanup package proposed by CDFW, and we would like to have further discussions about potentially including consideration of these areas in that process that would happen immediately after this one. So as far as just summarizing the recommendations, we support alternative 1, the PPA that was selected by the council to reopen non-trawl RCA to groundfish fixed gears that don't contact the seafloor. We're supportive of the PPA as modified by the GMT for the areas off of Oregon for both the EFH conservations and yellow eye rockfish conservation areas. And for the area off of California, we asked to designate 6 new no bottom contact EFH conservation areas under suboption 1A that I just discussed. And then lastly, wanted to reiterate our support for alternative 2 to repeal the cowcod conservation areas while implementing the 8 new groundfish exclusion areas. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. It's been a long day and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that report. Questions for Ben or Jeff? Marcy, there was a tie. Marcy Yaremko, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll admit I'm struggling to come up with a question to ask, but I just can't pass up the opportunity to commend you on the collaboration and the communications that we've had on this topic over the past, 2 years, 18 months at least, between meetings with our department staff, with the industry, and even most recently over winter as we move toward this final step, as we look toward our adoption of our FPA. I appreciate that you're approaching particularly these issues with these new non-bottom contact EFHCAs that you're wanting consideration of. You're thinking of other approaches, other avenues that might be viable. And I really feel like you've been listening to some of the suggestions we have about paths forward and about what the most appropriate next step might be in other potential actions that the council might be taking up sometime soon. So I'm sensitive to your concerns. I just want to acknowledge that I feel like you've been a great partner, and that, we've discussed offline how important it is to kind of keep the non-trawl RCA final action on track. And we have a pretty well-defined and complete range of alternatives and challenges that would emerge with considering something kind of late in the game and giving it thorough analysis. So I just want to acknowledge how much I appreciate the work you're doing and the relationship that that has been built within the California delegation. So thank you.
Thank you. Response?
Just thank you through the vice chair. Just wanted to echo that we appreciate the help in navigating through this process. We did not want to do something that would potentially delay the final action or the implementation of this large action. And we feel that there is a lot of common ground on the idea of protecting some of these areas and where the sanctuary is coming from as well. So hope we can find a common path forward in the near term. Thank you.
All right, and Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, guys. Marcy, I think, said that better than I was going to say it, so I'm glad she went first. But thank you both, and thank Oceana for what you've done on this. And thanks to the entire group that worked on the cow-cod repeal area. I got to see some of that, and it was great. And there was a lot of hard work, and it's a great example of how these things can work well. So thank you very much for that. The analysis that you have on, I think it's slide number 4, you call the Oceana analysis, talking about the protections there for corals and sponges. I'm guessing y'all put this somewhere in the record beforehand and I just missed it. But it would be great to be able to learn more about that methodology and the work that Oceana is doing to better understand our seafloor and our habitats. So I think that's okay. Question 1 is, where can we all find that?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. We submitted the full analysis, I think, at the September meeting, but it is included as an appendix in our written comment. So it's just buried deep in there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, thanks for that. The second question is just, Jeff noted at the end, and Marcy alluded to this, about potentially the Cordell Bank cleanup package being an opportunity to revisit this. Hopefully we'll hear from you under H8, but if not, do you have any initial suggestions or thoughts that the council should have in our head as we look at that agenda item?
Thank you through the vice chair, Ms. Ridings, for your question. Yes, and we actually have submitted an additional comment that we'll be speaking to on the F8, the future workload planning for groundfish. And that is, I guess, the pathway that does seem to make the most sense in terms of meeting the objective of doing something in the near term, and also because we view it would be largely the same set of industry players, the same set of folks looking at boundary changes to make sure things are enforceable. That's really the body of work that we would envision. It would be the same group of folks, and with I think a minor change to the scope of what's in the CDFW report on that item, recommending the changes to the Cordell Bank groundfish areas. I think that we could come up with something, and it would provide the opportunity for us to work with some of the GAP members and affected fishermen, just to make sure that we're doing something that is not going to unduly harm or impact fishing opportunities, while meeting the goal of protecting some of these exquisite habitats. So similar to how the cow-cod conservation area collaboration occurred. So that would be an opportunity to do that in the near term. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Further questions? And I don't see any hands, so thank you again, Ben and Jeff. And we have Merritt McRae. I'm going to resist from saying good evening and continue to say good afternoon, so you feel fresh and ready to go. Start whenever you're ready.
Vice Chair Hassemer, council members, I'm Merritt McRae, and I'm speaking for the Sport Fishing Association of California. Let's see if I can get this over here. The Sport Fishing Association of California is a nonprofit organization whose membership includes the majority of the U.S. Coast Guard inspected commercial passenger fishing vessels in Southern California. We would like to address agenda item F4, the non-trawl area management agenda item. The Sport Fishing Association of California strongly supports alternative 3, the reopening of the cowcod conservation area to rockfish fisheries. The Sport Fishing Association greatly appreciates the support and assistance of Ben Entignap, Jeff Shester, and Tara Brock of Oceana, Corey Ridings of the Ocean Conservancy, Andre Klein and other CDFW staff, Coastal Conservation Association of California Executive Director Wayne Cotto, Fisheries representatives Gary Richter, Harrison Eibach, Dan Platt, and Louis Zim in developing this proposal. Council member Marcy Yaremko was instrumental in bringing this group together. The bulk of this over 4,000 square mile region in the Southern California Bight has been closed to public access for fishing of all rockfish for roughly 2 decades. Its conservation objective of supporting the rebuilding of the cowcod rockfish population was met several years ago. Our fleet would greatly appreciate the renewed public access and the opportunity to take the public out to fish the rich rockfish resources of this vast region as recreational anglers. The CCA encompasses a region of many offshore banks, 2 of our offshore islands, and its reopening would redistribute California's marine recreational fishing effort and catch across a much broader geographic range than currently. Thank you, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Any questions for Merritt on that report? No hands, so thank you again.
Thank you all.
And that concludes all our reports and our public comment, which is what we were trying to get through today. Again, we will take this up again on Wednesday. So I just want to check with Jesse and Brett if we've missed anything.
Mr. Vice Chair, I think you've completed your business for today.
All right, thank you very much. Then on that note of excellent and wonderful collaboration that occurred on this project, I'm going to pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thank you very much. Great job, Vice Chair Hussamer. We managed to get through 8.5 hours of agenda items today in 8 hours and 26 minutes. So I think that we ought to pat ourselves on the back there. Before we break away, I want to see if Executive Director Merrick Burden has any announcements for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No announcements for me this evening.
All right. Well, enjoy your evening, get some rest, and we'll hit it again in the morning. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.